As darkness falls upon Grotuville, Tennessee, it is time once again for Grotto Orloff After Dark, Friday night after dark. As the darkness falls, the malevolent stillness of Joe Biden's anus envelops all who swallow it. Take care, avoid the darkness, avoid the evil of Friday night after dark. So once again, it's Friday night here in Grotto Orloffville. It's already dark. God damn it. And once again, we're drinking our favorite alcoholic beverages and watching the werewolves come out. So we're going to do a live stream, and we got one viewer who's probably the guest, and he's already waiting in the wings. And it's the Canadian expert in music and humor magazines and all that is arcane, Dr. Tom Smith.
Hey.
Hello, and he has a new camera, so you can see Tom Smith in high definition.
Look at that.
And let's see his abode in high definition. Let's give him full solo layout.
Oh, hello, everybody.
So now you can see the boobs on the right quarter of your screen in higher definition, and then looks like Captain Kangaroo, but I think that's those are Canadian kids show hosts. What is it, Frank and Wally? What are their names?
That's Willie and Floyd.
Willie and Floyd. I was almost right. And then you've got Tiffany, who we could never see before. Really, I don't think we could. I was just a blob back there.
Back there.
And then there's a poster I can now see, and almost I feel like I'm at the optometrist. I see everything so much clearer. But the cool thing is now we can show some of the coolest magazines that we've been looking at lately in the streams with Tom Smith. Now we can actually see them in high definition. So I've requested Tom to show us some of the cooler issues of Sick, Cracked, Mad, Zany that we've been looking at in our humor magazine stream, but we could never really see them because there was no. Is the light on also in your room?
No, you want me to turn it on?
Well, you kind of need light in a studio, even though I turned them all off here.
There we go.
Okay, now we can actually. You've been using like this shitty 1982 webcam, and you've been keeping the lights off, and probably because of the heat. And then we're not able to really see these priceless magazines in the clarity they deserve.
Yeah.
Let's start with. Can you find that issue of Sick that had the?
Yeah, of course I can.
Comic book parody from about, what was it, 65, 66?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to see that because it was so hard to see before. Now I feel like I put on the my glasses for the first time. Remember when I was in third grade and I got glasses and I could actually see the individual leaves on the trees instead of the blob. It's quite
This is the first issue of Sick.
Hold on a second. Let's get this
Yeah, Zombo likes Tiffany too.
I don't know her music, but
you see it a lot better now?
Oh shit, yeah. So I can read what it says under Jack Parr. Yeah.
How you like that? Neat, eh?
Yeah. I mentioned that he's from Canada, Tom Smith. That's the A. So he's not faking it.
The boobs are Jennifer Love Hewitt's, in case you're wondering. She couldn't see the rest of her on the closet there.
Now I can see the wallpaper in more detail. Before I thought it was dog paw prints, but now I can see the flowers. No, they're what are they? Are they little that little French symbol? What is that?
What are they? What?
I thought they were the, what did you call it? The Claire de Bloom or whatever?
Claire de Lune?
I don't know what that is. Isn't that little thing looks like a Cub Scout patch? I don't know.
They're flowers.
Flowers, yes. I've
Yeah.
heard of flowers.
You've heard of flowers?
Yeah.
That's good. Okay, so I believe that should I call you Gratu or your real name?
Just you can call me anything, just not late for dinner.
Look at this.
Sick. Oh yeah, okay. This is what I was wanting to see. Now this
Now you can see it, right?
yeah, that really well actually. So is that cover painted by Joe Simon?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so Joe Simon at that time was editing Sick. Sick is a humor magazine that started in 1960 and died mercifully died in the 80s, right?
1980, but I like those later issues. So
yeah, I mean, well, Sick got bad in the 70s, but this is the 60s when Sick.
But then I like the late 70s still.
Okay,
these are the actual good. These are the ones that are good for everybody, though. The 60s issues are just good. They're not good just for niche audiences.
The problem with the 60s ones is you can't find them hardly anywhere because they're really rare and they're just hard to find. You don't see them. So they're going to transfer my mind into that body.
That's what the Fighting American is saying about Huckleberry Fink. That's their mascot, Huckleberry Fink, over there.
Yeah.
So D. Jones, who's that?
Didn't he star in Disney movies back in the 60s?
Oh, Dean Jones, yeah.
That's Dean Jones.
So Gratu wanted to see this issue because it's got Jack Sparling art, showing Executive Spy, this is some of the artwork. This is number 42, if anybody wants to buy this.
Oh, don't tell them because they'll get it before me. But of course, yes, Sick 42. I also wanted to see when he's done with this. I also was wanting to see some of the Charlton humor magazines from the 50s. Well, that is Charlton, isn't it? Sick was
later on. It was from 76 to 1980. It was, but at this point, it was by Crestwood Publications.
Crestwood.
Yeah, there's a bunch of superhero parodies. This is when the superheroes were popular again in the mid 60s. So you have like parodies of that, like a fanzine, super fan, the comic book fanzine, because this is when fanzines started for comic book.
And that's interesting that they've got it where it's bound with that.
Oh yeah, you want to see it again?
Yeah, so there must have been comic fanzines with that kind of binding.
It must have been. Yeah, this is a Joe Simon cover for that.
The fanzines I've seen from that era usually had side staples and were done on mimeograph machines with the purple ink.
So this is some pages from this. You can look at them.
Yeah, cool. Okay, I'm not sure I saw this before at all. Did you show this?
I don't think I did.
Why did you not show this?
Well, I don't show every page of every.
Well, the superhero stuff, I think you'd show. Let me wait. No, don't stop. I wanted to see that ad there. Damn, this is great. Okay, and go down to the pinup and the 8x10 pictures at the bottom of the page. Okay, so you've got the Fantastic Four and their fish. Let me see.
Yeah.
That. Oh, that's so cool. And then let's see the Invisible Girl. Is that what is?
Favorites of your favorite superheroes? No.
Oh, this is priceless.
See, now you're having more fun now. See?
Yeah, all it takes is a $40 camera.
Yeah. You can the chat hear me better as well? Is my mic better in the camera?
I think it's better. The picture is more dramatically improved than the sound. The sound was never that bad, but I'm probably sounding worse than you. Probably got a better camera than I've got on this computer now. You probably look better than I do.
It's easier to read if I hold it back here a little bit.
So you realize, I guess everyone watching, most of you realize Joe Simon, who's doing Sick at this time, was the co-creator with Jack Kirby of Captain America. And in the 50s, he tried to revive do a new superhero called the Fighting American that you saw on the front cover to try to, since he kind of got shafted out of the credit for Captain America. So it's cool. So, it's interesting to see comic book parodies from one of the original comic book creators. Oh, that's so cool. Let me see that.
This is Bob Powell art.
Wow. That is so great. See, that could be blown up and make a wonderful poster. Invasion of the Fink Men.
This is about, let's see.
I don't know if that's a parody of a particular movie. I don't think so.
No. The one thing that most comic book fans would like to see is a comic book put out through a joint effort by leading comic publishers. These fans feel that such a comic would surely be a big hit. We, however, do not agree. We feel that such a comic would be a big fat flop. And since we're old hands at putting out flops, we would like to show you how such an endeavor might turn out. So, Invasion of the Fink Men, starring Flesh, Clean Arrow, Bathman, Atom, Elasticated Man, Awkward Man, Green Lamp Burn, Superfellow Hunk Man, Wonder Woman, Mr. Frantic, The Thin, Inhuman Torch, Invincible Girl, Sub-Herring, The Bulk, Thorn, Joint Man, Iron Man, Captain Camera, Quicksilver, Hawknose, Spitter Man, Tar Devil, The Sex Men, Piranha Man.
Getting what? Really? The Sex Men?
That's what it says. The Sex
Why has no one ever thought of that?
And Jerk Frost.
Do they show all these heroes?
Well, it's about them. Let's see if we.
Is this whole issue a superhero themed issue?
No, but they're like about half of it is.
Oh, look at that. Oh, this is the one you showed me. No, or is it?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't see it in this detail, though.
Yeah,
oh, so cool.
There's the heroes.
Yeah, it's cool that
Black Cat there.
This was in what year is this issue?
1966.
66. Okay, and they even have the Beatles. Those are interesting caricatures of the Beatles.
Yeah. Adventure's a super fan. This is about a comic book fan. So there's lots of comic themed stuff in this issue. So I've heard that this issue is sought out by comic book collectors, but if they know it exists, a lot of people don't know it exists. There's a profile on Bob Powell in this issue, who's a comic veteran.
Right.
So, I mean, there's a lot of good stuff in here. If you're a superhero fan of the 60s, this is a parodying, what was going on. So, again, sick number 42.
Yeah.
It's a hard one to get, I think. They're all hard to get, right?
You just don't see issues of sick come up. I think it might be a self-fulfilling prophecy where stores think they won't sell. So people bring them in, they don't buy them. If they buy a big lot, they might just throw those in the dumpster because they're not. I really think they might, because I don't think people think they have any value or that anyone would want them. I mean, comic stores, because like most comic stores, they don't have romance comics. You don't see a lot of them. They don't have war comics or horror comics, or you don't see Archie comics or the Harvey Casper Hot Stuff comics.
I see Archie everywhere, old Archies. But this is Sick 48. You wanted to see this one too, right? Yeah,
that's another one I love with its cool 60s Rat Fink kind of art. Looks like a lot like a cover for cartoons or something.
See, now you can see the detail a lot better.
Yeah, with all the weird little Rat Fink looking goblins.
Beautiful, really amazing. Taylor. So, people, you should buy this number 48.
Yeah, buy it and send it to me. Both those issues. I'll accept AOK packages of those.
So you're going to get, if you're a fan of old TV, you got the Duck Van Dyke Show drawn by Angelo Torres just before he started working for Mad. It's great artwork.
Yeah.
It's funny how Angelo Torres is never talked about, but Mort Drucker is, and they're so similar. Their art styles, and they both work for Mad. Like, why is it they talk about Mort but not Angelo?
I think Mort Drucker was just more. Didn't he do a lot more?
Well, for other things, yes, but not in Mad, though. They both did a lot in Mad.
Sorry, I was listening to I was looking at the show on the phone here.
I feel that Angelo's art is probably even better than Mort Drucker's, but that's just me, though. But that's my type of thing. Now, number 48, we all have our own opinions. The Munsters, you got a little thing about the Munsters here, right?
Right. Yeah, that's one thing I wanted to see. And then I also wanted to see that issue of Sick with the Addams Family. I think you had a reprint of it, or
yeah, I showed you the reprint because I wasn't sure what issue it was in.
Yeah. You have the original issue, just not sure.
Yeah. Well, I've got all of them. Yeah.
Okay. Now this is what I wanted to see. Then again, we've shown all this before. This is just like a rerun for some of you because these are some of the ones I like the most. And now that he's upgraded his camera, I wanted to see him again.
Would you like me to read this article to you? Because it's pretty. It's a pretty good article it's written by Joe Simon himself.
Is there? Well, you'll have to hold it up the whole time. That's gonna.
No, well, I'll hold it up. I'll read and then I'll hold up like you do when you're showing kids in kindergarten.
All right, yeah, cool.
But I think like Joe Simon didn't often write in articles for the inside of Sick. He did a lot of the covers, but he didn't write a lot of the inside articles. So when he wrote something, I thought it was even more important. There must be a reason he's writing this.
Absolutely, I want you to do that. But do you think it would be too much if in the later issues of Sick from the late 70s when they made fun of Stan Lee?
Yeah.
Do you mind reading those?
Yeah, well, this is the first time they made fun of Stan Lee in the 60s. Those are in the late 70s, but I thought at least we should start with this one anyway because
start in order.
This is Joe Simon writing this about Stan
so
Lee.
This is actual historical stuff.
Yeah,
in comic book history, and this is important. This deserves reprinting.
So we're gonna read this.
Okay, you just don't. Let me pontificate. You just don't see the parodies of Stan Lee in that time period. You know, most people talk in glowing terms. But anyway, go ahead. I'm so sorry.
This is from 1966.
66, yeah, the height of all the superhero nuttiness.
So it says the big news in publishing circles is the return to popularity of comic books. The adventure comic books, that is, not the comics. Trouble is, have you looked at them lately? They're really funny. And remember, this is Joe Simon that wrote this whole article. Remember, right?
Yeah.
Every character is just pure fantasy, either a hero or a villain with no in-betweens. And each one is dressed in some ridiculous costume that makes them look like they're walking around in their long underwear. You won't find a human being anywhere in these books. And if you ever meet the guys who turn it out, you'd run into the same trouble. To investigate this comic situation, Sick recently visited one of the more active editorial offices that turn out the new age of comics. See, so we get a view of the Marvel building here. And
we have a pterodactyl flying there.
Maybe it's Stan Lee's talking to his. It looks like a secretary here. No, he's talking to Steve Ditko.
Oh,
I'm not lying. Okay.
And
he says, "You call yourself an artist, Dripko?" They call him Dripko instead of Ditko in this, right?
Okay.
You should be drawing relief checks. The giant cockroach in last month's Super Misery comics came out looking like fearless Dick Daring in this month's incredibly nauseous comics. You know darn well Giant Cockroach is the good guy and Fearless is the villain. And Steve says to him, I got mixed up, Sam. Sam instead of Stan Lee, right? I thought the abominable Dragon Man was the hero. So Stan says to Steve, he says, how many times I got to tell you, Dragon Man is one of the electronic tonsils who kills people with his hot, smelly breath. And then the secretary says, that's right. He used to be the crawling aardvark, but you changed his image because readers couldn't identify with him. And Stan says, good thinking, Shirley. You're the only one who remembers. And there they are talking there. You see?
Mm-hmm.
So Steve Ditko, he's all like, he looks like all tired and everything. He looks like an older guy, actually, the way he's drawn here.
Okay.
And he says, I'll make the changes, Stan. I drew so many different characters, I get confused sometimes. And then Stan says, all right, do the whole book over and have it on my desk in an hour. We've got 20 other books to get out today. And don't forget to sign my name to it.
Okay.
So there it is. That's Stan giving orders to Steve Ditko, who's overworked, as you can see, and he doesn't get any credit. Stan gets all the credit. And this guy says this. I don't know who this guy is, but he works in the office, I guess. This guy here.
Okay.
He's talking to Stan. He says, gosh, Stan, how do you do it? I mean, writing our whole line of 19,000 comic books all by yourself. And you only come in mornings. So he says, I'll tell you how come every book comes out of here saying written by Stan Lee. Because I only hire writers named Stan Lee. Got about 40 of them right now. You think I can handle all this jazz myself? The guy says to him, I got to hand it to you, Stan, the way you fool around with the books. And he says, how else can I make a living in this ridiculous business? So when he says, we got a big problem, Stan. We're running out of comic book heroes. Last month we did the Smiling Blob, and now Nationality Comics has the Frowning Blob. We did the Dripping Nose. They came out with a leaky nose. They even switched our new half-man, half-ostrich around the other way. So he says, no problem, Plotsky. Let's switch their characters around. And then he says, how do you think we got ours in the first place? So Stan says, you're right, I forgot. Let's see if we can hire some idea man named Stan Lee. And the guy says, but we did, and they couldn't come up with more than 24. So that's them talking there. This is Angelo Torres art, by the way. He says, there just aren't any new characters around. We used them all up. And he says, say, I got an idea. Great, sign my name to it and do 6 pages. Why not bring back the old characters? That's the best idea I've had all morning, says Stan. Bring him in. So they go to like this old age home for superheroes.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to resurrect some of these old heroes here.
Okay.
Stan says, how marvelous it is to look upon our great heroes of yesterday who thrilled millions with their fantastic feats of daring. Then Plotsky says, these are the live ones, Stan. We killed off our best characters rather than let them fall into enemy hands. And he says, enemy hands? Yes, writers who aren't named Stan Lee. Now I remember, but I'm not licked yet. Come with me, says Stan there. Okay. So then they go and they see where Captain America is in storage.
Okay.
Now, of course, Joe Simon created Captain America, right? With Jack
Sure.
Kirby.
Right.
And he says, Plotsky says, Captain American, the biggest character of the 40s. You mean you saved him for just such an emergency? And Stan says, right. And to think I almost ate him when comics went down the 50s and I was starving. And the guy says, you couldn't bring him yourself to do it? And he said, I had signed my name to it. You can't eat your own creation. So Stan's saying that Captain America is his creation.
Oh.
Like he's saying everything's his creation, right? And remember, this is written by the guy that actually created Captain America, right? So he says, you created him? He says, I created everybody, son. Son, you mean you never knew your real father, now did you? Well, we'll talk about it later. Let's unfreeze him. So then he brings Captain America back to life. So he comes out fighting here, you see.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, what? Where's the action? Let me at him. I'll kill them all. And Stan says, take it easy, Captain American. All your foes are long since dead. I'm going to invent new ones for you to face. And he says, all dead? Not Adolf Hitler, too. He says, it's true. I even signed my name to his death. But don't worry about it. I'm creating another world war, just so you'll have more villains to fight. So Captain America says, I can't wait. I must go out and fight violence and crime wherever I find it. Think of my image. He's going to jump out the window. He says, no, don't jump. We're 86 floors up and you're not as young as you used to be. But he jumps out the window and he says, it's too late. He's a goner. We forgot to defrost his magic shield. Now we'll have to invent somebody else. And the other, Pulaski says, there'll never be another like him. He says, I know. How about a character named Stan Lee? And then Stan says, Pulaski, you're a genius. Remind me to put your name in the credits sometime. And he says, a character named Stan Lee, who would think anybody would believe one could exist? And he says, whatever you're mumbling about, Pulaski, write it down and sign my name to it. So that's the article.
Okay.
So what's the impression you get from that?
Well, this is a character he created, and it's been brought back pretty much. I think a lot of kids thought that Captain America was Stan Lee's creation. At this point, I don't know what month this is in 1966, but by the end of 66, Captain America was on television. He probably already knew it was in production. It's
November 66, this issue.
That's about the time, that Captain America was starting on as a cartoon on TV.
It was released September 20th.
Yeah, just about. Yeah, it was about to be a cartoon.
So what did you think about that article?
That's neat. So that's 2 issues of Sick that I wish I could find.
Yeah, so it was 648. So what would you like to do next, Mr. Gratu, Orloff, Ken?
Maybe let's look at those Stan Lee issues of Sick from the late 70s while we're on a Stan Lee kick.
Okay, so you are admitting there's some interesting stuff in those late 70s.
No, actually, when I saw what you showed, I changed my mind. I think I'm talking more about the Sick from.
You're talking about the Paul Leiken
or so that I was buying when I could find them in 3rd and 4th grade. That just seemed very weak.
Raju, you're talking about the Paul Leiken era of Sick, which was 70 to 75.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because that's when I was mainly exposed to Sick.
Right.
Those later issues, I do remember when you showed them. I remember seeing them on the newsstand, but I remember being kind of like a little bit like nervous about them with the nudity and stuff, because I was still a kid.
Right, I understand. I was nervous about nudity when I was a kid too.
There was a comment that you didn't see because you were reading from Branko Bear. He says, "I watched Defender the other night. Thanks for the recommendation."
Oh, fantastic! This is amazing. People actually listen to me on your channel. I'm not used to people.
I don't remember you talking about Defender, so maybe I didn't listen.
How did you like it, Branko? Do you want me to tell you what it is again?
Yeah, I'm sure I'll remember. For some reason, I'm drawing a blank. But
let me know what you thought about it, Branko. So what it is it's a movie. It's a more recent movie. It's from the 2000s, and I don't usually like newer movies, but this one was really good. And it was funny, and it also touched me. It's a Woody Harrelson. I remember
now. I do remember Woody Harrelson. I remember you talking about it and saying it was spelled with an O. Yeah, I remember.
He plays like a mentally handicapped man who he reads superhero comics and he wants to be a hero in his life. So he starts dressing up as a superhero and he creates his own weapons and everything. Like he uses marbles as weapons.
Yeah, and Branko, where did you see this movie? How did we find it? He's commenting here. He says,
it's beautiful.
So how do we see it, Branko? Did you buy it on disc or something?
So you gotta watch these movies too. I've been recommending movies to Grotto, but he never watches them when I recommend.
Well, that's because all I do is watch the Deterioration of America on YouTube, and
that's true. But you should have fun once in a while,
Well, my wife wants to watch a bunch of movies that she's got, and I'm sure I could talk her into watching Defendor.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
That reminds me of this movie. I think it was called American Movie or American Movie Maker. It was like a true story. It was like a documentary about this guy that was making a horror movie, and it was like, it was like called Coven, but he pronounced it Coven.
Yeah,
like I was thinking Defendor, and that guy that wanted to make this movie Coven.
Right.
I forget what it's called. I think it's called American. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
But how did you said, oh yeah.
You tell your wife that Kat Dennings is in Defendor as well. I know she likes Kat Dennings.
Yes, she does. She watched that whole freaking series. whatever it was called.
Two Broke Girls. Yeah.
Two Broken Girls. Yeah.
So did I. I watched
it with her. Yeah, Kat Dennings is I don't. Her voice, you got to get used to it.
Yeah.
But, you know, there are reasons you can get used to it.
Yeah. I like her for other reasons.
Yeah, I know, like that are right behind your shoulder there.
Yeah, I said that's Jennifer Love Hewitt, but
yeah, I know, but that's
Kat Dennings.
The other shoulder.
Kat Dennings. What's that? Sorry.
The other shoulder. You look the other way. No, just don't worry.
Oh, I was Kat Dennings. Was because I'm looking. I have pictures of Kat Dennings over there.
Okay.
Over there, but you can't see them though.
The camera's not mobile.
It is, but I don't want to.
No, it's because she's probably topless.
No, she's not topless. I don't have her topless photos on my wall. I have them, but I don't have them on my wall.
Okay, enough. Stan Lee.
Yeah, well, come
So,
on.
we're moving from 1966. Like,
but we're adults here. Let's be adults.
are we adults?
Yeah, we could talk about sexy.
Oh, there's comments. Like, hold on. I went off the page with the comments. Let's see. Branko said, I absolutely love it. It's definitely in the same vein as Super, which is the movie I was talking about. And then he says, I watched online, laugh out loud. And it is on Crackle. Is that a free?
I've never heard of it.
Hopefully it's a free deal that I can get on Roku.
So
and he says, oh, American Movie is great. That dude's friend is a character. So it is called American. And Two Broke Girls is real funny. Yeah, I enjoyed it. My wife was watching it. Like, Cat is stacked. Yowza.
Yeah.
What we were talking about.
I didn't like Two Broke Girl. I thought the show was terrible, but I like looking at her though. You know.
Well, it had. It seems like Garrett Morris was in it, and he was funny. Let's see.
He's
if he had Tobles Kid Smith wouldn't have time to show this. Okay. All right, I won't read that.
You can read that. No, don't be a man, Gradu. Don't be afraid.
I just don't want. It's just okay. Let's take a look at.
You want to see Eagle Man, right?
Okay, so this is what year? What are we in? 79.
This is 1978, I believe. Yeah, 1978.
Okay, so the one before, the caricatures were not spot on as far as Steve Ditko. Probably he may not have known what Steve Ditko looked like, but in 1966, Stan Lee didn't have the mustache or beard yet, and he also had a receding hair. He didn't have his wig yet, so now we're in the period that does look like Stan Lee. So do you really want to? There's how many issues have this Ego Man?
Well, I'm not going to read every one of them. But
yeah, you aren't. Well, that's fine.
Now, how would I just read the first one here?
Yeah, the first one's fine. They all pretty much repetitious.
I don't remember, but there's like 5 of them though. There's like 5 Ego Man adventures.
Okay, yeah, that people probably get old.
In different.
It's from Jonesville, Florida, watching from the 13th floor of the Citrus Arts and Industry Building. Oh, cool.
In different issues, you know.
What would the rules be about throwing some of these strips on Instagram?
Oh, I think you can do that. I think you can show.
I think you could. Yeah, I think people put copywritten stuff on Instagram. I don't know. Do you have the capability of doing that, Tom?
Yeah, I do. So you ready for this?
Yeah.
Do you want me to read it? Because I don't have to if you don't want me to.
Is it funny?
Well, I think it is.
Just to show the pictures.
I think it's funny.
Well, if you, yeah, it's not any longer than the one we just read, right?
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages.
Why don't we just read the first page and see how it goes, and then maybe we'll just look at pictures.
Okay. So, yeah, this is about Stan Lee. It's called Ego Man. It says, this is written by Arnold Drake, who we said before used to write for like Bob Hope comics, like those kind of things you said.
Yeah, Arnold Drake, did a lot of stuff. Doom Patrol.
Great to see you, Meyer. Great to see you. Jambo, great to see you. Thank you, Zombo. That's nice of you. That's so nice. I like when people say nice things to me.
Yeah, guys, they're just popping in. You'll see Tom has a better camera now, so we can see these books better. So we're looking at some. I asked Tom to show some of the books we saw before, now with his new better lighting and better camera, so we can see them a little better, and then we'll get into stuff we haven't seen yet. But I just want to see some of the ones that I
This is by
like the most.
Mr. Orloff.
And so we're looking at some very later period sick magazines from the late 70s.
This is the cover, by the way. I'm reading a serial called Eagle Man, which is in about 5 issues of the later 6 from 1978. So this is the first installment of Eagle Man, which is about Stan Lee. And it's written by a writer who is a veteran in the comics industry, Arnold Drake.
Yeah.
Okay?
Sure, good.
He's here, that bragging, boastful, bullying superhero who alone and unarmed destroys the champions of evil. He bores them to death. Eagle Man. So he calls Stan Lee Stanley Borman in this parody.
Oh, I guess. Okay.
In the offices of Stanley, do you want me to call him Borman or Lee? Will that confuse viewers? Or should I just say Stan Lee?
Well, his name is Stanley, like Stanley.
Yeah.
Stanley Borman.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and read it the way it's written.
Okay. In the offices of Stanley Borman, guiding genius of Marvel Comics. Marvel, the Stone Age of comics. The master is dictating 3 stories at once. A slow day. So we see him dictating a story to his secretary there.
Hold on. You gotta get it.
He's dictating.
Okay, now we can see.
He's dictating a story to his sexy secretary there. This is Jack Sparling art. So all the girls are always sexy with this art. Says, or a lot of time. He says, Tarantula Boy was torn between saving the Western Hemisphere for annihilation and getting a date for the senior prom. So this is a story he's dictating. And she says, sigh. Hear me, mortals. I am Onan, brother of the moon, nephew of the sun, and second cousin to the Swanee River. Smashing his way through 12 feet of reinforced concrete, Captain Denham sobbed, but what woman can relate to my restless spirit? So this is a typical Marvel comic story. You see, he's dictating. And then this kid comes up to him. This kid here. And I think this kid, let me see. Yeah, he's one of the editors. This kid is one of the editors at Marvel Comics. And he says to Stan, Mr. Stanley, tape recorders are better than secretaries. And he says, Ray, you're young. I like that in my editors. That and groveling. But there are some things that young blood doesn't understand. So, see, this is why he likes having a secretary.
And the guy was called Onan, Onan.
Yeah.
Okay, isn't that
yeah
a biblical character that was killed for masturbation?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, so he's looking at his secretaries, and then the kid says he doesn't get it. So the editor says, "You mean like politicals and arithmeticals?" And then he says, Stan Lee says, out, everybody out. And people say, get out of the office. He's going crazy. And there's Stan Lee, his toupee's falling off there, see? His hair's coming off, and he's getting all upset. And then he says, then alone with his magnificent self-pity, Stan Lee says, methinks I can never prove my true comics genius. When they all know my father's sister's husband's uncle owns the company. If only I had been born comfortably poor, says Stan. You see? So you want me to keep reading? That was the first page. Oh, you're gone, Gratu? Well, I'll keep reading because he's gone. So then Stan, he's still by himself in the next panel, see? And he's shouting, he's saying, now that I'm alone, I could take off this steamy wig. It isn't vanity that makes me wear a rug. It covers a youthful mistake. In the throes of my first love, I had myself tattooed. Now there's only the toupee. Har. So that's why he wears a toupee, is because he had a tattoo of I love me on his head. And he has to cover it up with his toupee. Okay, let's see what Stan's saying here. He's bold. You can see here, he says, but as a lonely youth, I learned the secret of all power, reading good stuff. Using my chemo number three kit, I condensed every copy of the Reader's Digest into a single pill. I have only to swallow it to become Ego Man. Then he becomes Ego Man. Now I know 638 ways to lose 40 pounds in 3 days. 7,468 most unforgettable characters. 14,672 secret discoveries that will replace gasoline and the sexual habits of every animal except humans. All evildoers tremble before me, for I am Ego Man, the 6 long arms of the law. So that's the second page. So we'll go into the third page. There's only 5 pages. Make sure I'm still into the third. I'm still live. Okay, we're good. So Ego Man says he's floating in the air. Stan Lee is Ego Man, you see? And he says, a message from my clever belt buckle radio. So on the belt buckle radio is transmissions coming through, and it says, calling Ego Man. Martin Badman, rogue publisher, has gone berserk again and is threatening to flood the nation with pornography. So Martin Badman, that's supposed to be Martin Goodman, like the publisher of Marvel Comics. I don't know if he was still the publisher at this time or not, but that's who that's referring to. So I guess Martin Goodman, from a publisher, he's going crazy. He's trying to flood the nation with pornography. And then Stan Lee says that's pornography, very dirty books.
Hold on. Have we been broadcasting for the last several
Yeah,
minutes?
it's been going.
Did I just disappear?
Yeah, you just disappeared.
Okay, because my Wi-Fi died, and so
in the flow, go away. Okay, so it says, no, I'm just kidding.
I accidentally just kicked you out of the stream. So anyway, yeah. But the show continued unabated, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird.
So Stan says, no, this is pornography, very bad jokes. And his radio says he's going to print complete Gilligan's Island scripts, the worst from Hee Haw, and the wit and wisdom of Richie Rich. And Stan Lee says, the Fiend. Because he's trying to flood the market with, Drek, basically this thing, right? And so Stan Lee's flying to a sign that says kill people, not guns. And it says, this practically perfect world must be made safe from such vipers. Meanwhile, at an emergency editorial meeting of Notable Comics Gripe, there's the editors at Marvel Comics. There, you see?
Mm-hmm.
They're all little kids. It says, fellow editors, Mr. Stanley is away. Now we are free to change one word of copy ourselves. Hooray! How come you're not cheering? I think I made doo-doo. I won't know for sure until Stanley tells me. So the editors can't do anything without Stanley telling them, and, So he's still flying through the air.
Could you do a close-up of one of the panels with the word balloons?
Well, yeah, it's like from a typewriter, like an old.
Yeah,
typewriter.
see, this is what put me off this era, where I didn't give it a chance. Where I was, find this satire is the font and the word balloons really.
Well, I like that. I like the cheapness of it. I think it's awesome. It makes me want it even more.
Yeah, but at the time what did this magazine cost? 75 cents, $1.
60 cents, yeah.
When you're a kid,
No, I understand. You're a kid. Yeah.
Want to buy shit.
But you're an adult now. You can handle it.
But see, there were Mad and Cracked were actually still publishing at the time. You've got to realize.
Yeah, but listen, concentrate now. You're getting confused. Okay, ready?
Go ahead.
The terrible irony is that Martin Badman is my father's sister's husband's uncle, the very man who put me in business. But if he is now a rogue publisher, I must undo him. He would have wanted it that way. So here's the headquarters of the Prince of Darkness, Badman Publications Incorporated, M. Badman, president. So he's going to fly to the window. No, wait, let me open the window for you. Crash. Good day, uncle. I can't read that. I don't have normal superhero damage insurance. He says, and then Stan Lee says, Martin Badman, king of pornography, you stand accused of disgracing the publishing industry. Who, me? I'm innocent and I'll prove it. Wait here a second. So then he comes out and he says, you're finished, Eagle Man. You're crazy, Badman. That's a toy Captain Denim Ray, gun designed by Stanley Borman, certified genius. And then he's talking about himself again. Remember Stanley? That's Stan Lee.
Yeah.
So he says, exactly. And anything my genius nephew touches works. He doesn't know he's Stan Lee. He just knows he's Eagle Man, you see. And he says, I overlooked that fact. But you can't kill me, for I shall enchant you with my glorious career. So Stan Lee starts talking about his career. He can't stand listening to it. He says, at 3, I invented the printing press with my assistant Gutenberg. And he says, I won't listen. It's my only hope. And so on. And then calling myself Siegel, Disney, and Schultz, I created Superman, Mickey Mouse, and Peanuts. And he says, I can't hear it, but I can smell it. Stan Lee's going on how he created everything. And on, which was soon after I wrote for Tom Sawyer. I wrote Tom Sawyer, Oliver Twist, and the Bible. He says, seeping in through my skin, eyes closing, snore. So he defeats him by boring him, you see. And until once more, justice, decency, and nice guyness triumph. Uh-oh, my nose is starting to grow back. Time to go. So he turns back into Stan Lee in the last panel. He's whipping his editors, as you could see. And he says several horrible minutes later, and nobody leaves here till I learn who changed like to as in my sacred writings. He's mad because they changed one word that he wrote. So that's that parody of Stan Lee. So it looks like Gratu's gone again.
I am?
Oh, you're back. Oh, good. Okay.
I didn't know I was gone.
No. So what did you think about that one?
Well, yeah, that's I just don't like the who was the artist in that?
Jack Sparling. He was the editor of Sick at this time.
Yeah, I just don't like that typewritten looking font.
And viewers, Jack Sparling is also responsible for Cher de Fleur here.
Okay, hold on. Let me make it.
Which is their regular ongoing feature of
Yeah.
So,
It's very weird that they were doing this.
So each issue of these later issues, you can find Cher de Fleur in them as well, and similar pictures there.
Yeah, I didn't know what was going on with Sick. It was just, it looked so cheap, and then that throwing that stuff into it, I was just like,
cheapness attracts me to things.
Okay.
I love the cheap typeset. I love everything about these Sick magazines. They're so cheap that I just love them. So, anything else you'd like to see?
Yeah, I'd like to see those Charlton 50s magazines that were so high quality.
Okay. Well, there's quite a bit of those, though. That could take a while.
I thought there was just like, but they did a bunch.
Yeah.
What were they called?
I mean, it's all like I mentioned before. I'll mention it again. I guess I hope people aren't tired of hearing me. But maybe they don't remember. I don't know. Okay, so Sick Mag. Okay, Charlton came out with a comic book competitor to Mad Comics called E-H.
Right.
That's how it was spelled. That was the title! ! And it went for 7 issues. Then they changed the title to From Here to Insanity, which went for another few comic issues, the last of which was entirely produced and drawn and written by Simon and Kirby. Then they turned the comic into a magazine because Mad had become a magazine. And that's where we pick up. And then after that, they changed the title to Crazy Man Crazy. Then they changed it back to From Here to Insanity. Then they changed it to This Magazine is Crazy. So it went through all these incarnations, but it's all the same thing. So it's great. And Grotty would like to see some of those again. I was just teasing you before. I hope you aren't mad because I was teasing you,
I
Grotty.
didn't even know you were.
Okay. Okay, we'll take a look at some of these. I showed these before, but my camera was not very clear, so you couldn't see them that well. All right, this was the first issue of the magazine. This is number 12. The first 11 were comic books, so this is the first issue of the magazine. So you like that?
Yeah, it's cool.
Pretty neat. Anything you like to see in here?
Just I don't really remember.
What did he just say? I just missed that.
It said Gratu can barely contain his fury.
His what?
His fury.
Oh.
Because you said, "Are you mad?"
Yeah.
About something that I wasn't even aware of.
Yeah. Well, okay. I don't know what to show you, but
just show. Yeah, okay. So I remember now that it had a lot of. This is a Little Abner parody.
well, it's actually Davy Crockett, but Daisy May's in it.
Oh, okay. Well, it's yeah. I just think that this is an exceptional Mad parody, ripoff.
It is, yeah. Well, I call it competitor. I
Competitor, yeah. There we go.
It's less racist to say that. It always makes me feel bad when Grotto doesn't laugh at my jokes.
Oh, sorry.
So anyway, that was a Dick Ayers art, and of course we have like the Blackbird. We have the Blackbird Jungle parody here. See, you could see it now. You okay, Grotto?
Yeah.
You seem a little upset.
No, I'm not upset. I'm just looking.
Okay. I feel like I did something here.
No, I'm like playing around with the banners, changing Gratuville to different states.
Okay.
Maybe that's why I'm quiet.
So that's some of that issue. I mean, there's a lot more than that, but I'm not sure what people want to see or what.
Okay, so
what do you want to see?
Well, that's cool. Why don't we get into some 70s magazines now?
Well,
no, let's stick with this. I thought you were not wanting to look at more of these.
No, I just don't.
Yeah, these are great, and I'd really love to see them reprinted.
Yeah,
they
are great. Yeah, they're great. Yeah, and I like the artwork. Like I like the Bill Ward artwork. You know, and it's got color in it, which is neat.
Yeah, that's great.
You don't usually see that back then. This is pretty cool. What? Oh, I was going to show you. Yeah, Steve Ditko art, right? Yeah, I remember showing you this before. There's Steve Ditko art in this issue. You can see.
Wow.
If you can make that out. There you go. That's Steve Ditko art. So viewers, maybe you enjoy looking at that. Yeah. So, and you got things like this.
Oh, lots of Little Abner. They must be putting Daisy May into every article.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's that, and then there was. You remember this issue here?
Yeah, that was like one of my favorites. Yeah.
So you want me to open this one up again?
If you'd like. I don't want
to. You don't want to what? I see these little subliminal things you're putting. I see that.
Try to do it when you're looking down.
You do, and sometimes I don't notice it, but I know you're doing it. You know. So yeah, here's like some artwork from it. See.
Yeah. What is that supposed to be again? You told me before.
I test hop the Mindstone and blah 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 blah. It's about a pilot testing a plane.
Okay. So those are war trophies in the background.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of trophy she is, but yeah.
But I mean, today you got to understand in the 50s, if you had a flag like that hanging, people would assume you brought it back from the war, from someone you killed.
There's little Crabner.
Yeah, I like this.
In this one, you see Snuffy Smith he's tired of his life, and so he hacks into the comic strip that's underneath his in the newspaper, which is little Crabner, and he steals Daisy Mace. He's reaching through the panel and he's taking her from Little Abner's comic.
Wow.
And then he's captured her. See?
Yeah.
So he takes her. He shoots his wife up. You see?
Yeah. Wow.
And he takes Daisy May with him. And you know, he starts becoming put on airs like a rich guy, and you know you like this his look in this face is on his face last time, remember?
Have another gal. Yeah, man, this is who wrote this article?
But then Little Abner gets her back again. He puts a hole in the ceiling so she drops back through and into his strip. You see?
What is she wearing there? Like a negligee?
Yeah, like a sheer negligee.
Wow.
I don't know who wrote it because the writer is not credited in this issue.
They probably didn't want to be.
But Jack O'Brien did the artwork.
And we're in what, 1957 here?
Yeah, 57. Yep. And here's a nice parody of Captain Half Past 12.
Yeah, that's cool.
Very.
All of these things are so cool that I just thought they would be deserving of being shown with the new camera.
I remember that a Night Tiger really liked this panel right here.
Branko says, what issue of Crazy had that devilish brunette on the right side?
Okay. I'm not sure what he's talking about. Like, what does he mean? Marvel's Crazy, or does he mean this Crazy?
He's probably meaning that Crazy, because the crazy, because we're not really talking about 70s Crazy. You're showing, I think it's got to be that one.
Had a brunette on the cover?
Is
that what he said? Is that what he said?
I'm sure he'll explain himself in a second.
Yeah, explain further, because I'd like to help you out with that.
Oh, it says you just showed it. It was red. He's probably looking for it online right now.
Okay.
You just showed.
It's this one. What you need to do is you need to look up From Here to Insanity, because it looks like it's called Crazy Man Crazy, this issue, but it's actually called From Here to Insanity.
Okay. Yeah, she kind of looks a little Betty Page looking.
And this is volume 3, number 1. This issue. If you have any trouble finding it, let me know. It's April 1957, volume 3, number 1, From Here to Insanity. Their numbering was confusing on a lot of these Charlton.
And if you find 2 copies, let me know about the second one.
If you find a copy, I'll be shocked, because these magazines rarely ever show up for sale anywhere.
That's why I'm hoping that Charlton will reprint all these, because they're Charlton magazines, and that's why I was hoping I could maybe plant a bug in Mort Todd's ear if we get to talk to him.
And you have like an Elvis parody in here as well. So you get Elvis, and you got oh, I think I showed you this before too. People like this, the 2-headed tigress of Pluto.
Yeah, that's another thing I remember was cool.
Jack O'Brien, the guy who drew all of these things, and he was the editor of this magazine as well. After this, he worked for Harvey Comics. He drew Sad Sack for Harvey Comics. And then in the early 70s, he was arrested for what was he arrested for? It was very serious, something very serious in the early 70s. It was like for, I don't know, for having like pornography, like luring women in or something. I don't know. I can't remember. I don't really want to say because I might get it wrong.
Yeah, don't even bother.
But it was something that was pretty bad, though. And nothing's known about him after that. You can't find like any information of him after that. But you know, you just look at his artwork. He has nice artwork, and think about that. Because I don't know what he did in his life, but anyway, there's the next issue. This magazine is crazy. The New Yorker issue. I like that one because it's a parody of the New Yorker. It's pretty funny. And then there was this issue, the Sputnik issue.
Cool.
Beautiful issue. And you know, there's this one as well.
I don't like that art too well.
Okay.
It looks a little too high schoolish.
I like it.
I like that magazine.
Oh, I think it's better than high school, but
Well,
I disagree with that one.
early college.
I think it's pretty good. I mean, you want to see bad art? I'll show you some of my comic books, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I remember that one we saw with Graphic Man. Yeah.
We discussed that. Graphic Man figured it out, what it meant. And then there was Snafu Magazine, which has the incredible artwork by Joe Manley and John Severn and Russ Heath and all those guys. You know, this magazine. You remember?
Yeah, that looks good too. So in the 70s, what magazines was there? I'm trying to think what magazines you're talking about that came out during that time period.
Well, there's a lot. I have a lot. I thought we were going to do that in a different stream, though.
No, we can do it a different stream.
Because I thought I was going to get to show you.
I wanted to look at the cracked from the Mort Todd period.
Oh, you want those?
Yeah, I really would like this, but mainly so I know what to look for. Like I almost went to Duncanville Books yesterday, but then I decided, or I was told, we need to be saving our money. But I wanted to look through the bins and see if I can't find them. Or, I mean, obviously I could look on mycomicshop.com, but it'd be cool to see them and kind of see a little bit of the interior if they're not all bagged up. And
well, I thought maybe I thought we should do that like in another crack stream because we haven't gotten up to those issues yet.
Oh, okay. Oh,
right.
You're right. Maybe they should be in order. You're right.
I mean, if you just want to see covers, I could show you covers, but you can look at those online though.
Well, that's true too. Yeah, I could do that. Well, what issue does it start with? Because I don't know if mycomicshop.com is going to say first Mort Todd issue, or maybe they would.
No, they don't. People aren't aware of his, genius, unfortunately.
Well, I'm really becoming aware of seeing he did the Back from the Grave records and a lot of stuff that.
Oh, there they are. Okay, I forgot where they were. Okay, let's show Mr. What's his name? Gratius. Some cracked magazines. You like to see these, right? So, wants to see some Mort Todd issues. Although, like I said, I think we should save a lot of this for a cracked stream when we do cracked.
Yeah.
I wanted to show some comics. Maybe is Meyer Greenblatt still here?
We've got 4 people watching.
Yeah.
He might be.
Well, I wanted to give him some more recommendations and stuff, but
okay.
And everybody else if they want to buy these things. But what would people like to see? Would they like to see more humor magazines? Well, you know what we should do, Gratu? I know what we're gonna do. You ready for this, Gratu?
I guess.
Why don't we leave this up to the audience? Okay.
There's now 5 of them.
So here's your audience. This is if it's all right with Gratu because it's his show. I'm gonna say it's in your hands what we do next. Okay, so we could do 3 different things. So take a vote, and whatever gets the most votes, Mr. Greenblatt, Zombo, who are the other guys? I forget.
Branco, I think, is here.
Branco, sorry. And other people, right? What we're going to do is these are your choices, and you write down in the chat what you would like to see, and then that's what we will do. Okay, you get to decide the show. Whatever gets the
The
most.
options. You got to give
The
them
options are, I could show you some of my favorite comic books of all time. Okay, that's the first option. All right. We can look at cracked magazines. Yeah, me too, Zombo. Me too. We can look at crack magazines, right? We could just do another crack stream if you want to do that, Garato, I don't know.
Well, yeah, we could make this the next cracked installment. I'm already going to be putting this in the humor magazine playlist.
All right, so we can do the next cracked installment. Okay, so we can I could show you 70s obscure 70s humor magazines. So those are the three, which we haven't done at all yet. That hasn't happened at all yet.
Starting with, so we could start with cracked like 99 or 100 and go up through the 70s.
If we do the crack stream,
we could look at Tom's favorite comics of all time.
Right.
Or we could, what was the third option?
The third option was to look at the obscure humor magazines from the 70s, because Gratu was suggesting that as well earlier.
Yeah, I just don't know what they are because I was around her in the 70s and it seems like I'd remember them all, but I don't remember that many.
So that's
I remember Trash, and I remember.
Right.
You're not talking about National Lampoon types, are you?
Yes, there's some of them are, yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
Not all of them.
I remember there being a bunch of National Lampoon knockoffs, and I remember as far as Mad and Cracked knockoffs, I only remember Trash and yeah, it seems like there was something else.
So those are chat. Those are your options. I can show you my favorite comic books of all time. We could do the next Crack Magazine stream, picking up from issue 100, or we can look at obscure 70s humor magazines today.
I don't think you're getting any votes here.
And the Kat Dennings was a great option. I would like to do that myself, but you know, that was a funny option. That was a good suggestion.
Well, let's look at some of your favorite comics. Maybe we should do Cracked on another.
Let's give them some time to vote here. Maybe they're thinking.
They're looking up words in the dictionary to see how they're spelled. I think Jambo is maybe present, but is in the restroom or something. Says be back in a few minutes. We've got 6 viewers.
Hey, we got one vote. We got one vote.
Oh, Meyer, favorite comics.
Oh, that 2 votes for favorite comics then.
Oh, wait. I didn't see Branko. Hold on.
Yeah.
2. Curious to see what comics Tom loves. Okay. 2 out of 6. That's quite significant.
That's great because that's what I wanted to do today.
Let's just do that. 2 I'd say is the majority.
You sure?
That's like how we elect presidents in the United States now. If they get like 10%,
that's right.
50% of the vote,
that's right.
They're in.
But Gratu, God love you. We are going to do the crack stream with the Mort Todd issues.
Oh, okay. Let's look at the Mort Todd. Like right now.
Want to see later. just because we love Gratu viewers. Before
I see the covers, so I know what to look for.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I don't want to get the shitty ones that came right before and right after Mort Todd.
Right. Okay, just because we love Gratu and because he wants to look for Mort Todd issues, we'll go into these in another stream, but I'm just going to show the covers for Gratu so he can put these in his head. So when he's looking at Branko books or whatever it's called, he can look for these. Right?
Yeah, Branko, you need to open a comic store.
So here's the first Mort Todd. Me too. I'm curious to see them too. Here's the first Mort Todd edited issue. Are you getting this?
Yeah, I don't think I have that issue. I think I do have a few of his issues though.
And this is the first time Severin came back. He was absent for about 5 issues because he wouldn't work with Paul Eichen. And Mort Todd brought him back, and this is it. Now Mort was an assistant editor before this, but those issues are half good and half bad. So I'm starting with the first full on, Mort Todd issues, right? Okay, so that's the first one. Here's the next one. So that was 218. That was 219. Here's 220.
Okay.
Here's 221.
Okay, cool.
It's going to be fun because no one here knows what my favorite comic books of all time are because I've never revealed them yet in a stream. This is 222.
Okay.
I'm not showing you the specials, right? I'm just showing you the regular issues.
Right.
Oh, sorry. 223. Beautiful cover. It's got some like gold on it, 224.
I hated that Bruce Springsteen song.
225. It's a wraparound cover. It's a
Oh,
Bill Ray cover, I believe.
okay.
Yeah. This is the anniversary issue, 29th anniversary special. He got this idea off of an Astro Boy calendar, I believe, for that cover. Mort Todd, that is. This is the Russian issue. It's pretty funny. He really takes on the Russians there. This is the 228 we're up to. This is the next one.
Yeah.
And they got great insides, I mean, the artwork's great. You get like stuff like, I'll show you a little bit. It's got Peter Baggy art, you see?
Yeah.
Computer Kids. Of course, John Severin art, obviously. Right? And you have, this great Bill Ray art or Bob Fingerman art. Is this Bill Ray or? I don't know. I think it's Bill Ray.
Boy, that's pretty deformed looking extreme caricatures.
Oh, it's great. You see? That's Bill Ray stuff, and then you got, what's his name? Dan Close, right?
Yeah.
So this is Dan Close art. You see?
Yeah.
And it's written by Eel O'Brien, which is Mort Todd, I believe. And Stosh Galimpsey did the art, and that's Daniel Close. So they used pseudonyms.
Yeah, Eel O'Brien was the name of Plastic Man. He started as a criminal named Eel O'Brien, and
That's why he used that name, Mort Todd, because he loves Plastic Man. I didn't know that before.
Yeah.
This is Pee Wee's Playhouse parody by Bob Fingerman. It's fantastic. This is amazing art. It's much different. It's than usual cracked art. It's not mainstream. It's great stuff. Lots of John Severin, and then you had Rob Orchowski, something like that, doing Nanny Dickering. He took over from Bill Ward, and he did a great job with her, as you can see.
Yeah.
So that's what crack looked like. There's Sylvester's Bill Cosby there. See?
Oh, well, that's timely. He just got out of prison several days ago.
So he was in prison.
Oh, you didn't know that?
People about that.
Yeah, for several years, and he refused to admit to it or anything. So he was gonna. He'd want to take a plea deal.
Okay, here's some more issues. Oh, wait. So you getting these in your head?
Yeah, I can remember these issues.
Okay. Here's the next. This is the first crack magazine I ever saw. My mom brought this home from the supermarket in 1987. And this is the very first one that I ever had.
Okay.
And Freddy Krueger's green because John Severin was colorblind.
Yeah, I heard that. I think in that Mort Todd interview on YouTube.
And there's Bill Cosby as a monster. See?
Oh, that's wow.
Michael J. Fox as well. But on the back covers, he always had Sylvester as a celebrity. So Elf on this issue, you see.
Mm.
And this is all monsters, this issue. I don't know if you realize that, but
Yeah, I gather that.
yeah. So you're going to get John Severin stuff, Golden Girls as monsters. And
Zombo says issues 218 through 257.
he knows. Zombo's got it. You just listen to him. That's all that's good stuff. And here is Crack Super Party, where you see all the superheroes here. You see?
That's cool. And this is.
So that's all.
I want to see that a little bit better. That 2-page spread.
Oh, you want to see it again?
Yeah. Well, I just didn't sink in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was looking at it, trying to figure out: is this a reprint from the '60s or
No. This is new.
Okay. And pan over to the side, the next page. Okay, and then down a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. I mean, what are the signs that it's new? Just.
Well, I just know it is.
Oh, you just know because he wasn't reprinting stuff. Mort Todd.
He reprinted a few things in the regular issues, but not often.
That was Severin art, right?
That was John Severin art. It's written by Jerry DeFuscio.
Okay.
Who was Mad's a Mad guy, and he left to go to Cracked.
Right.
Mort Todd got a lot of these guys to go over to Cracked,
Yeah.
And this is just Gratu all day long,
So he did it by paying the same rates, if not more, and also giving them the ability to hold on to their original art, I think.
Yeah. Creators' rights, yeah. So you make me want to show this now. There's the Nanny Dickering, you see.
Yeah.
He's really great. This guy did a great job with her. And then this great, Mort Todd will tell you all about this, but a woman drew this, Skeen Catling. And Mort Todd, what's that?
I have an issue with a similar image on it on the cover of Elvira. I think it must have been from that era.
Yeah, it's a Monster Party #4. I remember that one.
And that was his era, right?
Yeah.
What is Amazing Cosby Shocker? They
Yeah.
seemed to be a little psychic about what was going to happen.
Yeah, that's what some people have said, yeah.
Well, it was just that he was such an innocent celebrity. He was like the ultimate wholesome guy that if you put that he was going to do anything terrible, it's funny.
Right.
Now, it isn't funny.
But I was going to say, the woman that drew that Nanny Dickering poster that you saw there, she doesn't like to talk about working for Cracked in the past because she thinks it's an embarrassment to her career.
Right.
So she doesn't like it when people talk about her.
Fuck her.
She's an architect now, so she's too, she considers working for comics to be an embarrassment. At least that's what Mort Todd told me anyway.
So kind of like Ghastly Graham Ingalls from EC.
Bill Cosby's on the cover of a lot of these Mort Todd issues, as you can see.
Okay, so Mort Todd
Michael J.
was there when the Cosby Show was at its prime.
Are you a fan of these things, Garbage Pail Kids?
Yeah, I have a lot of them, but I mean, they came out when I was in college, as opposed to the wacky packages that came out when I was in elementary school. So they were more in my era. But I was certainly aware of Garbage Pail Kids because it's the same creators.
Right.
And it's just really such a whacked out idea to call them Garbage Pail Kids.
This is the first issue with Don Martin art.
Yeah.
It also features Super Sylvester. There's great stuff in these issues. It's just incredible, fun stuff. It made the magazine so fresh when Mort Todd was there because he tried all different things, and there's such variety in it. There's, of course, they're advertising Don Martin is Cracked. That's when he got Don Martin to come over. You see. Yeah. That was a huge deal. I remember when that happened when I was a kid, and it seems I couldn't believe it that Don Martin was leaving Mad and he was going to be in Cracked instead.
Right.
I couldn't I just couldn't believe it when I was a kid. It just blew my mind,
Yeah.
Here's the 30th anniversary issue, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I've never seen that.
These are all Mort Todd issues.
How was I not aware that this renaissance was happening at the time? It seems like if I had just opened up an issue,
Yeah.
I would have seen that Cracked had changed.
Right. Well, it's not just you. There are other people that gave up too, and they just didn't go back to the newsstand. It's sad,
I was always at the newsstand. That's a great cover. That's terrific.
Yeah, it really is. And oh boy, let's Rurik Tyler is another great artist that he brought to Cracked.
From where?
He's just a friend of his, I guess.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant he brought him, like stole him, like Don Martin.
No, I don't think so. Oh, here's Don Martin. There's a picture of him in this issue here. See?
Yeah. You don't often see pictures of him.
No, you don't. There's a picture of Gratu and his family. See?
Yeah.
Oh, there's all sorts of neat. And then there's some artwork by Sean Carey, who's another female cartoonist. She used to do these G.I. Joe parodies called G.I. Joke, which were really good. This is one of them here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of great stuff in here. Like, I don't think I'm doing it justice. I mean, it's so good, Don Martin, see?
Yeah.
Energizer.
Let me see the cover on that one again. Oh, that's that issue. Okay, all right. Okay.
The Beetlejuice issue. He brought what's his name? Pat Boyette, Arden as well. He's a veteran comic guy.
Okay, Tom, my wife wants me to pick her up.
Okay.
So I'll be back in about 6-7 minutes. So
okay.
You can keep showing them, and I'll watch it. I'll have it on my phone playing, and I'll watch it on the replay. And if you run out of Mort Todd cracks, maybe you can show the front of the Monsters Attack ones. But then you can start get. I don't know how fast it'll take you, but you can just move into your favorite comics.
Do you want me to sing some songs?
You guys want to hear him sing? I think, why don't you sing until I come back?
Okay. Well, I'll finish these Mort Todd issues first.
Mort Todd, sing, and now I should be arriving back. And
okay.
And then, yes. Okay, so I will be back.
The only thing I'm worried, viewers, my voice might be a little sore because I've been talking so much, so I might not be as good. But I'll try, though. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, cool. Oh, that's a beautiful cover. He really took advantage of having Don Martin. That's great.
Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't buy that, man. I know I've got some of the issues from his run, but I don't have that one either. I sure remember that time period.
Yeah.
What was that? 30 years ago or more?
88. That was
30 years, more than 30 years.
That's when Bush was running against Dukakis. This is Kat Dennings. Well, I don't have a shrine. I didn't want to insinuate that. I just have some pictures of her but I don't have a shrine. I'm not crazy guy. I don't want you to think that.
Oh, that's not crazy.
I just got, lots of pictures on my walls. I've got some different actresses, like Jennifer Love Hewitt, Kat Dennings, Alicia Silverstone. You've heard of her probably. Amy Dolans.
All right, I'm heading out. I'll be back.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'll see you soon.
All right.
I got Susanna Hoffs. I got this huge Susanna Hoffs poster. She's the lead singer of the Bangles, if you remember her. Got a huge poster of her movie, The All-Nighter, where she's in a bikini. Oh, it's right above my computer. It's a huge poster of it. It's great. And I got these old Coca-Cola ads. And, I got like all sorts of pictures. I got some movie posters. I got a bunch of movie posters on my walls and stuff. Yeah, so I got lots of stuff around here. Okay, here's the Christmas issue from Christmas '88. Now here's the one that Ratu was talking about. He's got this issue. This is Crack Monster Party 4. And it's got the same back cover. You see, it's got this is a reprint, so that's why he remembered that photo or that illustration. I mean, I like this issue here because it's an Elvis issue. It's all Elvis, this issue. Every satire in it, or pretty much everyone, is about Elvis. So if you're an Elvis fan, this is amazing stuff. It's like it's all Elvis. Like Nanny Dickering interviews Elvis. You know. Elvis paper doll pages, the Elvis Parsley story, the Ugly Family meets Elvis. There's all sorts of Elvis things in here. So that's fun. Here's a cartoons issue, taking on the popular cartoons of the time. This was the, he had this special last issue, but it wasn't really, right? It was just a joke. But when I was a kid, I was scared. I thought this was going to be the last issue of Cracked, and I was worried that, you know, that it was over. But it was just a joke. There's another Don Martin cover. It's a Monster Party one. This was the best-selling issue of Mort Todd's run at Cracked. It was the Batman issue. This is when the movie came out, the first Batman movie with Michael Keaton. And this was a really big selling issue. You have Sylvester as the Joker on the back. And it has all parodies of Batman. It's all different parodies of Batman in that issue. You know. And then there's this issue next. And then the 250th issue was this great one. He has a big cake on the cover. Okay. We got a few more Mort Todd issues for Mr. Orloff and for everybody else who's enjoying this. This is the first issue of the 90s. I thought the world was going to be like this, and it turned out like this. That's what the cover is saying anyway. It's a back cover. I'm glad that the Braco there, you like Kat Dennings like I do. Yeah, she's pretty attractive, isn't she? This is a best of Monster Party issue, so it's got the best of the first few issues. In fact, you know, Mort Todd's been thinking about reprinting these, but a lot of the stuff he was probably in this issue because it's like the best of his early Monster Party issues. There's the next one. And this is one of my favorite covers here on the next issue. Back to the Future 2 and 3 cover of Bill and Ted. That's a beautiful John Severin cover. Just gorgeous, as you can see. How you guys liking my new camera? It looks a lot better now? This is a special 3D issue of Cracked. Came out from Rayzone. But Mort Todd wrote the introduction. He was there at the time. And he had this, should we kill Sylvester? And you had to call this 900 hotline to see if they would kill off Sylvester. And it was a real thing. You could phone this hotline. It's just like, and he was inspired to do this. You might already know this by Robin. They had, should we kill Robin? In the Batman comics, they had a 900 number. So that's why Mort Todd did that. He's inspired by that. This is a Teenage Mutant Ninja Jerk cover. As you can see. Is a neat cracked blockbuster cover. They really make fun of the New Kids on the Block here. And they got all these, Mort Todd got all these angry letters from the New Kids on the Block fans. It's pretty hilarious. And there's this one. Now, if you like Nanny Dickering, their interviewer, Mort Todd reprinted a whole bunch of her interviews in this issue. Crack Party Pack number 4, I believe. So look for that if you like Nanny Dickering. And this was the last issue that Mort Todd was the editor of, 257. America's Funniest Home Videos with Bob Saget. Sorry, Bob Saget. I said Bob Saget there, okay? And Dick Tracy and New Kids on the Block, The Simpsons, Mario Brothers, you know, stuff like that. You know. So there we go. There's the Crack magazines. Let's look at the comments. Let's see. The Grot Tom Smith show. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny, Branko. Okay, so I'm gonna put these back, and then how you guys like me to sing a few songs for you. And thanks for taking notes last time, by the way. Zombo. Meyer Greenblatt, you there? So for Meyer, Zombo, and Branko, I'd like to sing a few songs. Oh, yeah, me too. Branko. That's how I discovered Kat Dennings as well. It was in The 40-Year-Old Virgin. At first I didn't want to watch that movie. My grandfather said, oh, it'll be a funny movie, you know, and we rented it. And then I saw Kat Dennings, and I was like, whoa. And ever since then, I've been a fan of Kat Dennings. So the same as you, Branko. That's how I discovered her. That's great. We're alike. We're alike in that way. Can you hear me if I'm back here? Because I like to stand up when I sing. Let's see. Okay, you can see me, right? Yeah, you can see me. Okay. So you guys can hear me all right back there? Let's check the comments. Sing a few songs. Okay. Okay, here we go. So this is a song that was a hit, a number 1 hit back in 1916, 1917. And it was recorded by the great tenor, John McCormick. And it is one of my favorite love songs of all time. It's a song I sang to a friend of mine a few years ago, and she really loved it. And I'm going to sing it for all of you today. Okay, it's called The Sunshine of Your Smile. I don't have any music, so I just have to sing a cappella. Okay. Dear face that holds so sweet a smile for me, were you not mine, how dark the world would be. I know no light above that could replace love's radiant sunshine in your dear, dear face. Give me your smile, the love light in your eyes. Life could not hold a fairer paradise. Give me the right to love you all the while. My world forever, the sunshine of your smile. Shadows may fall upon the land and sea. Sunshine from all the world may hidden be, but I shall see no clouds across the sun. Your smile shall light my life till life is done. Give me your smile, the love light in your eyes. Life could not hold a fairer paradise. Give me the right to love you all the while. My world forever, the sunshine of your smile. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed that song. It's one of my favorite songs. Sing some Jolson. Okay, I could do that. Oh, thank you, Branko. That's very nice of you. What Al Jolson song would you like to hear? What Jolson song would chat like to hear? Any in particular? Or should I just pick one? Thank you so much, everybody. That's so nice of you. Meyer Greenblatt, Branko Bear. Oh, Movie World Comics. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's so nice of you. Mammy. You want to hear Mammy? California, Here I Come. Okay. Okay, I'll do California, Here I Come. Okay. Now, Al Jolson recorded this song twice as one of his signature songs. He recorded in 1924, and he did a slower version of it. And then he did a faster version in the 30s and 40s, and he recorded in 1946 or 47. It was a faster version. So let me see if I could do the laid back version. It'd be easier, right? But I'll try to do the faster one. It's easier to do with music, but okay, here we go. When the wintry winds are blowing and the snow is starting into fall, then my eyes turn westward, knowing that's the place that I love best of all. California, I've been blue since I've been away from you. I can't wait till I get going. Even now, I'm starting to call. California, here I come, right back where I started from, where bowers of flowers bloom in the spring. Each morning at dawning, birdie singing everything a sun-kissed miss said, don't be late. That's why I can hardly wait. Open up your golden gate. California, here I come. California, here I come. Yeah! Right back where I started from, where bowers of flowers bloom in the spring. Each morning at dawning, birdie singing everything a sun-kissed miss said, don't be late, yeah, that's why I can hardly wait. Open up your golden gate, California, here I come. Okay, there you go, Gratu. Was that good? Was that pretty good, Mr. Orloff? Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, that's so nice. Meyer Greenblatt, Branko Bear, Movie World Comics. Oh. Tootsie? Oh, that's a harder one to. Okay, I'll try. You're getting progressively, the songs are getting more difficult. Okay, let's see. See if I can remember the words first of all. Okay. Yesterday I heard a lover sigh, goodbye, oh me, oh my. 7 times he hurried back on his train, or something like that. And 7 times he hurried back to kiss his love again and tell her, tootsie, goodbye. Tootsie, don't cry. The choo-choo train that takes me away from you. No words can tell how sad it makes me. Tootsie, tootsie, and then do it over again. Watch for the mail, I'll never fail. If you don't get a letter, then you'll know I'm in jail. Tootsie, don't cry. Tootsie, goodbye. Okay, that's Tootsie there for Graphic Man. That was his request. Do we have any other requests? Oh, how about? Nah, I don't know if I was gonna suggest something, but how about I try I Only Have Eyes for You? Let me try that one. Okay. Are the stars out tonight? I don't know if it's cloudy or bright, for I only have eyes for you, dear. The moon may be high, but I don't see a thing in the sky. 'Cause I only have eyes for you. I don't know if we're in a garden or on a crowded avenue. You are here, so am I. Maybe millions of people go by, but they all disappear from view, and I only have eyes for you. Okay, I did that because I know that Gratu likes that song. Gene Pitney. Oh, man. That would be, I don't know. I don't think I could do Gene Pitney. That'd be a little hard. Perry Como. I know some Perry Como songs, and I love Gene Pitney. But I could do some Elvis for you. Okay, I'll do some. I'll try some Elvis. Okay. I'm gonna do Are You Lonesome Tonight as Elvis, and then I'll do it as myself after that. Okay. So here's Elvis. Okay. Are you lonesome tonight? Do you miss me tonight? Are you sorry we drifted apart? Does your memory stray to a bright sunny day when I kiss you and call you sweetheart? That's right, baby. Do the chairs in your parlor seem empty and bare? Do you gaze at your doorstep and picture me there? Is your heart filled with pain, or shall I come back again? Oh, tell me, dear, are you lonesome tonight? Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so that's Elvis. Okay. Well, we got going till Gratu gets back, Branko. Okay, so I'm going to sing Are You Lonesome Tonight now. This is just as myself. Now, this song was written in 1927. So when it originally came out, it didn't sound anything like the way Elvis did. It sounded a little different because, you have like tenor singers doing it. So this is how Are You Lonesome Tonight would have sounded like in 1927. Try to do it. It's great. Tonight I'm downhearted, for though we have parted, I love you and I always will. And while I'm so lonely, I'm writing you only to see if you care for me still. Are you lonesome tonight? Do you miss me tonight? Are you sorry we drifted apart? Does your memory stray to a bright summer's day when I kissed you and called you sweetheart? Do the chairs in your parlor seem empty and bare? Do you gaze at your doorstep and picture me there? Is your heart filled with pain? Shall I come back again? Tell me, dear, are you lonesome tonight? So there you go. That's the difference in the two versions. So you're umming there, Movie World? Oh, you're I'm. Well, it's funny you say that. And thank you so much, Branko and Movie World. It's funny, but once upon a time, I was actually paid $100 to impersonate Elvis for this guy's anniversary with his wife. At the college I went to, he was in charge of, I don't know, something in the administration. He was a big guy at the college, university. And he wanted to surprise his wife with an Elvis impersonator, and he didn't know where to get one. So he just, he hired me because somebody had told him in the cafeteria, he was an Elvis fan, that I did Elvis. So he bought a white jumpsuit for me and a toupee, a wig, and I actually got to do Elvis one time, and that was really fun. Yeah, I should get some water. Thank you so much, Graphic Man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I will get some water, but I'd like to do a little Elvis doing Blue Christmas for you all. Okay. I'll have a blue a Christmas without you. I'll be so blue just thinking about you. Decorations of red on a green Christmas tree. Oh, won't mean a thing, dear, if you're not here with me. And when those blue snowflakes, they start falling, alas, when those blue heartaches all start calling, I'll decorate, I'll be doing all right with your Christmas of white, but I'll have a blue Christmas. Oh, yeah. So there you go. That's great. I had a great time doing that. So I hope you've enjoyed this little mystery concert, this little mini concert that that I've done for you today. And I was going to do, would you like to, who in the chat knows Ed Sullivan? Do you all know Ed Sullivan? Because I'd like to do my Ed Sullivan impersonation. Thank you, Branko. Yeah, I'd like to do my Ed Sullivan for y'all. See if I can do Ed Sullivan here. Okay. I'm a big fan of the Ed Sullivan Show, so all right, here he comes. All right, Ed Sullivan. See if I can get this in. Okay. Now, right here on this really big show we have for you today, a really special guest. We have Topo Gigio. Topo Gigio, just come on right out here. Step right out here. Okay, Topo, where have you been lately? You've been traveling Italy? Or what have you been? Oh, Topo's right here in my hand, right here. Where have you been lately? Traveling Italy? Oh, yes. I can't do Topo Gigio, but oh, yes, Eddie. I've been in Italy. It's been very nice, you know. Well, that's fine. That's great. That's wonderful. All the youngsters in the audience are enjoying this. I know that. Well, Topo, it's time for you to get off the show now. We got some actual talented acts to go. I mean, no, you're a great act, Topo. Great act, but we got to get you off the show. So say goodnight, Topo. Oh, Eddie, kiss me goodnight, Eddie. Kiss me goodnight. Well, Topo, I don't know. We've done that many times already. Kiss me goodnight. Well, okay, Topo, you insist. Well, there you go, viewers. That was oh, Topo. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I guess Topo won't be appearing anymore in our show. But we got something really special here for everybody in the audience. We have 48 Polish dentists are going to drill for you on the stage right here. And then we have Slovenian elephants. They're going to dance for you on stage. They're going to do a ballet right here. It's going to be incredible. And then later on the show, we're going to have Elvis Presley. He's going to come right out at you, and he's going to shake his hips, and we're going to shoot him from the waist up because we don't get those letters anymore. But that's going to be a great show. So I hope you all enjoy, and don't forget, when you drive home tonight on the roads, make sure you drive on the roads. Hey, good night. So that's a bit of my Ed Sullivan impersonation. Slovenian elephants, yeah. Yeah, kiss me good night, yeah. Thank you, Meyer. Oh, thank you, Graphic Man. Oh, I do Johnny Cash too. Actually, I do a Johnny Cash impersonation, but I had to look up the. I'll do that for you now. Since you just reminded me, I got to look up the lyrics. Okay, see if I could do my Johnny Cash. I'll just do it sitting down here. Okay, if I can get into it. Sometimes I can't get into the Johnny Cash. It's a little harder to do this, but I'll try it. You cut out your dancing, and you never see a show. Friends drop by to pick you up, and you hardly ever go. It seems your head is in the clouds above. You got the ways of a woman in love. Something like I don't think I had it quite right there, but that's a bit of that's trying my Johnny Cash, you know. I keep a close watch on this heart of mine. I keep my eyes wide open all the time. I keep the ends out for the tie that binds. Because you're mine, I walk the line. Yeah, something like that. So how's chat doing here? Are you good? Yeah. The Tiffany poster, yeah. It's yeah, I miss Tiffany too. You know, she put out some great albums, you know, at the start there. That's a poster, a promo for her second album, Hold an Old Friend's Hand. And that's John Candy back there. I'm sure you all remember John Candy. Let me see if I can... What, you couldn't find your glasses? Thank you, Meyer. Was that a line from Uncle Buck? Because I don't remember that. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes I close the window so they don't hear everything, but sometimes I just leave it open. That's really funny, though. Yeah, I do sing in the shower quite a bit. John Candy was fantastic. He really was. You know what I'd like to do for you, everybody in chat? Yeah, it was a great movie. I'd like to do one more song for you. It's called My Prayer, and it was a hit for the Platters in 1956, a #1 hit, and it's a beautiful song. A hit for the Platters in 1956. Oh, I think Gratu might be back though. It's a beautiful song. Hit for the Platters in 1956. I'm hearing like an echo of everything. It's a beautiful song.
Go ahead and sing.
Okay, you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you hear me earlier?
Yeah, I was in the car and everything. Then we couldn't find her glasses, and anyway, it's all sorted out now.
Okay. Yeah, you were. I was doing some of your requests there, Gratu.
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay, here we go. So this is you remember My Prayer by the Platters?
Of course.
Okay, here we go. And the Ink Spots did it, and other people did it earlier. Okay, here we go. When the twilight is gone and no songbirds are singing, when the twilight is gone, you come into my heart, and here in my heart you will stay while I pray. My prayer is to linger with you at the end of the day, in a dream that's divine. My prayer is a rapture in blue, with the world far away and your lips close to mine. Tonight, while our hearts are aglow, oh, tell me the words that I'm longing to know. My prayer and the answer you give, may they still be the same. For as long as we live, that you'll always be there at the end of my prayer. All right. How was that?
That was great.
Oh, thank you. I was looking at somebody's picture to get inspiration while I was singing that. You can guess whose picture I was looking at.
Adolf Hitler.
No,
Sorry. No, I'm kidding.
I think you know, Ratu. I think you know.
Okay. Picture of Sylvester P. Smith.
Yeah.
We finished the Mort Todd run,
We did.
and did we want to look at some monster attacks, or do you want to move into your Tom Smith's favorite comics of all times?
I'd like to move into those.
Okay.
We have some beautiful comments, some really nice comments, you know.
Well, let's see. Let me go back and read all of them, because that's something I missed. Let's see.
3 coins in the fountain. I could do that too.
I'm saying just because.
Hey, Gratu, you know,
Yeah.
we should do a song together.
Yeah, sometime.
Would you like to sing 3 coins in the fountain with me?
Man, I don't know that song. I mean, I know I've heard it, but
I thought you did it. I thought you sang it like in your Trump video.
no, I don't think I sang that one.
Oh, okay.
That's what you need is some music in the background.
Yeah.
You know, actually, I could probably, you can't do that because you're looking at the words there, but I could put the music on here. What would be a song that would do better with music?
All of them?
Well, just give me a song that you want to do, and I'll look up karaoke versions.
Yeah, I use karaoke for when I do them on my channel, the Lime Pops Companion, when I sing on here, you know.
Give me a song that I'll pull up the karaoke on the separate window here.
But isn't it going to be distinct if I sing along with the recording on your end?
Is it going to be not in sync?
Yeah. We could try it.
Well, if the words are coming out at the same time that my mouth is moving, then maybe not. But maybe it'll make it cooler if it's not. I don't know. We'll see.
It wouldn't make it cooler, but
I don't know. What? Give me a song title.
I'm trying to think of a song. I mean, I know so many songs, but when I'm put on the spot, sometimes I can't think of one. You know, it's funny how that works, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you know, one of my favorite songs is "My Heart Belongs to Only You" by Bobby Vinton.
Okay, I'll find that. Here's Jolson's song. Hold on, got to get through this commercial.
That's Mammy, yeah.
Yeah. You know this one?
Of course I do, yeah.
You want to perform this one?
Well, I could try. You want me to do Mammy?
Yeah, let's do this one.
Wait, hold on though. Hold on. Gratu.
Yes.
The only problem is I kind of need to see the words, though. I know the
Oh,
words,
shit. We'll pull up the words. Can you pull them up on your screen?
but I mean, I need to see them in the video at the same time because then I know when I'm supposed to start singing.
Then that does. Oh, then I need to do a split screen, I guess.
Yeah, right.
Oh shit! I thought you knew the words.
Oh, I do. I know the words. I know the words, but I want to make sure.
Just where to come in.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, give me a song that you know exactly where to come in on. What were you saying? Bobby Vinton?
Yeah.
That one you wouldn't need to see the beats, right? You just be able to do it.
I mean, that was like a different arrangement of Mammy too than I.
Yeah, that was like a big band version.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the Bobby Vinton song?
Can you do "My Heart Belongs to Only You"?
Yeah.
We could try it.
So what do we get here? Sometimes they have a really crappy arrangement, or it's like in a synthesizer or something. But
Yeah.
let's try this one here.
That's it. Okay. My heart belongs to only you. I've never loved as I love you.
Shit, this isn't a
What?
this isn't a karaoke version. It's got singing on it. What is this? I'm sorry. I didn't do it. Sorry,
yeah.
what? Or those?
That was the right thing, though. That was right.
Oh, sorry.
Could they? Was I in the same time as the music?
I don't think so.
Well,
Let me get.
that's not going to work then.
Well, hold on. Let me get a better. Let's. Yeah. Okay, hold on.
How is that going to work if I'm not in time with the?
I don't know. Maybe it was. Okay, let's do this again.
Wait, if I play the music on my end, can they hear it?
Probably they're hearing you.
Okay, let me try that.
Yeah, it'd probably work better.
Yeah, that would make more sense. Let me try that. Okay, so my heart belongs to only you. Karaoke.
You know Good Times by Nobody's Children?
No.
You don't know that song?
No.
Here, I'll play a little bit of that song.
No, don't. Okay. You still there?
Yeah, hold on, I'm looking at this song. Hold on. You don't know the song? Listen to this song. I think you should sing this. It sounds like your kind of song. No, it's not this. This is commercial. Okay.
It's going to be a rap song. I get it.
No.
Just grubbing enough to try to stay alive. 5 o'clock comes, crawl back in my crummy hole.
Okay.
Eat cheapies from a cracked plastic bowl. Good times. When I watch TV till it goes on the blink, spend all night listening to water dripping in the sink. Rusty old stove leaking gas everywhere. Strike a match and blast my face and burns off my hair. Good times, listen to this. Friends all tell me how lucky I am, because they're using daddy's money, driving daddy's car, but they can't tell me how bad things are for them. That's it, Ray. Good booze, but I drink cheap wine. I love tough chicks, but man, look at mine. Got one good suit, but it's wearing mighty, mighty thin. Go out for entertainment, I'll park behind the twin. Things started bad from the day of my birth. Why, it looks like I'm destined to be a scum of the earth. I'm growing bald and I'm getting back to it. And if you don't like it, here's something for you. Good times. Listen, baby.
Ooh, that's perfect timing. All right.
So
I got this comment. It's just I think about John Candy. I don't know how to get it off. There. Oh, is that coming from me? Oh, sorry. Let me stop that. Graphic Man says, "How does one follow that? That's your job to follow Oscar." What does this say? Meyer Greenblatt says, "Hi, Greta. I want to call in variety show on Gratu Live. Songs, jokes, and Slovenian elephants." Okay. Well, so you have to follow Oscar.
He's referring to my Ed Sullivan impersonation from earlier.
Yeah, I saw that. That's good.
Okay. Do you can you hear the music if I do this? Can you hear it?
Yeah, perfectly.
How well do you hear this?
Excellent.
Okay.
High definition.
What's that?
Hi-fi, high definition.
Okay. You're not
3D sound.
You're not just trying to make fun of me, right?
No.
Okay.
I'm not trying to make. No, I don't have any Oscar puppet going here.
All right.
Full screen.
Okay, so I'm gonna do one more song for
One more song than the greatest comics in the history of mankind, according to Tom Smith.
Okay, here we go. My heart belongs to only you. I've never loved as I love you. You set a flame within me burning, a flame to stay within me yearning. It's just for you I want to live. It's just to you my heart I give. I'll always be your slave, my darling, through the coming years. There were some times when I was doubtful of this new love affair. But now my mind is no more doubtful. I found my heaven with the help of a prayer. Oh, you are the song within my soul, a melody that can't grow old. I've known for long my heart belongs to only you. You are the song within my soul, a melody that can't grow old. I've known for long my heart belongs to only you.
All right. Let's see what people are saying. We've got 6 comments. Let's see, where are we at?
So you could hear that all right?
Well, yeah, it was great. It's that's what we should have been doing the whole time. Is you should have the music playing.
Oh, okay.
In fact, we really, Keith, yeah, we should do some more songs now that you can do the music, because with the music, I think people will really appreciate it more.
Yeah, I didn't know they'd hear the music from my end.
No, it's perfectly cool. It sounds completely mixed. It sounds very professional.
That's
what
good.
people are saying. My son got it, Graphic Man. Took him a bit, 15, but he is an old soul. Thank you. I'll be here all week. Quite lovely, Tom, says Zombo the judge. And he's the judge, so you should know.
Thank you,
It's a new
Zombo.
sound sensation. Variety of people on the internet.
That's funny. Meyer, thank you so much for that.
All right. Why don't you do 3 more songs and we'll look at the best of
Okay.
3 more songs due to popular demand of all 8 viewers, and then we'll do the what the hell? The favorite comics. Where's
Well,
my
I was doing California Here I Come without music before. Maybe I should do it with music.
Maybe, yeah.
If I can find good karaoke of it. Let's see. Man, that was not very good. I wanted to sound like the recording he did in the 40s that Al Jolson did, you know? Oh, here we go.
Yeah. All right, cool. No, the sound's great. Yeah.
That's perfect. That's just like the recording. Okay.
Okay.
See if I could do it. All right. You ready?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you so much for allowing me to do this. Oh, the slow version? Well, I'll do the fast one this time. I don't think I could find a karaoke of the slow version. Okay, here we go, viewers. You ready? I'll wait till
Oh, you want full screen, don't you?
are you all right? Is that okay?
No, I was just playing around with the little scrolling
Okay.
thing.
Here we go. California, Here I Come. When the wintry wind starts blowing and the snow is starting to fall, then my eyes turn westward, knowing that's the place that I love best of all. California, I've been blue since I've been away from you. I can't wait till I get going, even now I'm starting to call. California, here I come, right back where I started from, where bowers of flowers bloom in the spring. Each morning at dawning, birdies sing it, everything a sun-kissed miss that don't be late. That's why I can hardly wait. Open up your golden gate, California, here I come. California, here I come, yeah! Right back where I started from, where bowers of flowers bloom in the spring. Each morning at dawning, birdies sing it, everything a sun-kissed miss said, don't be late. That's why I can hardly wait. Open up your golden gate, California, here I come. Okay.
Okay, 2 more songs until the comic book unveiling.
Okay, Gratu was, how many more did you say?
2 more. I think you agreed to 3. I can't find the phone.
Okay, so Gratu was putting up some images there that I don't know what he was
They're
doing.
just subliminal messages.
Yeah.
They go to the snack bar.
Okay, so what kind of song should I do next? Let's see.
How about more 50s, 60s, early 60s kind of stuff?
Okay. Okay. What should I
Like
do?
a telethon. It's like we have our own telethon. But we don't have any way for people to send money in.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I need to do. I tried to do a telethon last September on my channel, but now if we just figure out Patreon or something where we can get the whatever the hell, maybe we actually get people to donate to our charity
Okay.
of buying bags and boards.
Right. Right. I'd love to have more bags. I need a lot more bags for my comic. You know. So,
Graphic Man says It's Only a Matter of Time by Brooke Benton.
oh, that's a great song. I've never sung it. I don't think I could do justice to it though.
My wife says, I have PayPal. I would like to come on and sing. Oh, cool.
Who wants to sing?
Yeah, do I still
Meyer?
Meyer, yeah. Yeah, that we could have we could do a whole bunch of songs and then finally do the that's the link, Meyer, if you want to get in. Anyone else want to come in and sing?
Maybe I could do a duo.
Be really drinking instead of Coke, that would be fun. This
like
would be a good way to do your New Year's Eve is do like karaoke, like in the comic book nerd community.
Sure. Yeah.
Greta is happy. My wife is happy. Meyer wants to sing yes. And Branko Bear says, Meyer, all right.
Okay. Okay. You want to do a doo-wop song?
Sure. Maybe you should do Great Pretender. Someone should do Great Pretender.
Oh, Great Pretender? I could do that without music, but with music, it's a little too high for me.
Oh, yeah. Like Stan Freeberg's version is what I'm envisioning.
I could do Who Put the Bump in the Bump-a-Bump-a-Bump.
Sure. There's got to be a karaoke version.
Yeah. You remember that song?
Me, of course. The viewers, I imagine they do.
Okay, let's try that.
Who sang that again? Was it Barry Mann?
Barry Mann, yeah.
Yeah, I know everything.
You sound like me now, yeah.
Well, not compared to him. But
Okay, let's see if I could do this one. Okay, you ready?
let me get you full screen.
Okay, let's see if we can pull this off. I haven't sung this in years, so I'm not sure how this is gonna go, but we'll try it. You ready? Yeah, who was it? He knows it. Zombo knows it. Okay, here we go. Oh, hold on. Okay, we're ready, viewers. Just hold on. Just stay there. Okay. I'd like to thank the guy who wrote the song that made my baby fall in love with me. Who put the bump in the bump-a-bump-a-bump? Who put the ram in the ram-a-lam-a-ding-dong? Who put the bop in the bop-she-bop-she-bop? Who put the dip in the dip-de-dip-de-dip? Who was that man? I'd like to shake his hand. He made my baby fall in love with me. Yeah, when my baby heard bum ba ba dum bum ba bum ba dum bum, every word went right into her heart. And when she heard them singing ram-a-lam-a-lam-a-lam-a-lam-a-ding-dong, she said we'd never have to part. So who put the bump in the bump-sha-bump-sha-bump? Who put the ram in the ram-a-lam-a-ding-dong? Who put the pop in the pop-sha-bop-sha-bop? Who put the dip in the dip-de-dip-de-dip? Who was that man? I'd like to shake his hand. He made my baby fall in love with me. Yeah. Each time that we're alone, boogie, 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 shoot, sets my baby's heart all aglow. And every time we dance to dip-de-dip-de-dip, she always says she loves me so. So who put the bump in the bump? bop, shabop. Who put the ram in the ram-a-lam a ding dong? Who put the bop in the bop, shabop, shabop? Who put the dip in the dip, 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 dip? Who was that man? I'd like to shake his hand. He made my baby fall in love with me. Yeah, Charlie, home, on and my honey, ram-a-lam ding dong, forever. And when I say dip, 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 you know I mean it from the bottom of my boogity, boogity, boogity shoe. Ram-a-lam ding dong. We cried to ram-a-lam ding dong. Bop she bop she bop. Boom boom. Yeah. Is that
Graphic Man says, I don't think Meyer actually came on. As long as they don't have great lyrics like Ding Dong. Ding Dong, laugh out loud.
That was
Shit.
one that I used to always get requests for Earth Angel all the time.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, do Earth Angel.
Okay, I could try, but I think my voice is starting to go though. So
Okay, well then Earth Angel and then comic book.
let me get some water. Okay.
Here, this water. It doesn't go through the black wall into Canada. Hey, gang. While Tom is taking a shit, I'll show you. You need to pick up some of the Wheaties because there's Wheaties. Be a Wheaties champion, like Jesus, and also our new sponsor is Leach.
Okay.
Leach makes liquid cement so you can build your model kits. So remember to always use Leach products. They make all these fine products for you and your home. A glue for every purpose. All right, so
Okay. Let's try it. Hopefully I can still do it.
all right.
My
Amazing.
voice is going a little bit.
Earth Angel. Yeah.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah. Solo layout. Oh, Meyer's coming in. Meyer, do you want to do let me get him in the stream. Meyer, do you want to do Earth Angel with him?
Oh, I don't know if I can do Earth Angel.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know the song that well, and
Okay.
my voice is kind of low. Hey, how's it going, Tom? Nice to meet you, man.
It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Greenblatt. I'm so glad I watched your video where you were showing comics and magazines that you bought based on my recommendations, and I really loved that you bought those. And,
Oh, cool. Thanks for watching. Yeah, I'm looking forward to all that stuff. It's really cool that I found it all.
and I'll show you some more today, perhaps later if this stream still goes on.
Cool.
Of comics.
All right. So we'll then Meyer, you can get your songs ready while we go to Tom for Earth Angel. Let's get the solo layout going.
Okay. Oh, wow. Earth angel, will you be mine? My darling dear, love you all the time. I'm just a fool in love with you. Earth angel, the one I adore. Love you forever and evermore. I'm just a fool in love and I knew the vision of your love's loveliness. I hope and I pray. Well, please go there. That someday I'll be the vision of your happiness. Oh, earth angel, please be mine. My darling dear, love you all the time. I'm just a fool in love with you. I fell for you, and I knew the vision of your love's loveliness. I hope and I pray that maybe someday I'll be the vision of your happiness. Oh, earth angel, please be mine. My darling dear, love you all the time. I'm just a fool in love with you.
Woohoo!
Yeah, well, you see, I was losing it there. My voice starting to go there, you see, so.
Wow, you're fantastic, Tom. Really good, man.
I apologize.
Tom Sullivan, or the Ed Sullivan.
What was that, Mr. Green?
I love the Ed Sullivan impersonations. They're really
Oh,
good.
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Graphic Man says, I'm staring at a puppet, a guy in Canada singing Earth Angel, and a paratrooper only on the the Gratu Orloff show. I was going to say also Godzilla. He left that part out. Wow. The very definition of variety, I would agree, Graphic Man. Even Ed Sullivan didn't show off humor magazines from the 50s, followed by singing and puppets. He almost got the mix, but he didn't get it quite right.
Well, he did have Chester Gould drawing some comics on stage once, and then he had singers on after that.
Yeah, but he did it on Sunday night, which is the most depressing night of the week because you have school or work the next day.
Yeah.
We're doing on Friday, the beginning of the weekend. Hey, I had an old toy that I thought was broken, and I just realized I needed to put a new battery in. It hadn't worked in 30 years, so I need to go get that and show that off. Meanwhile, who's going to sing next? Tom, you're probably exhausted, right?
I think my voice is giving out on me here, but
Okay.
I would love to sing one.
All right, cool. I'll give you full screen then while I go get that toy real quick.
Hey, Tom.
yeah.
Can you introduce me as Ed Sullivan, and I'm going to be Bobby Darin. I'm singing Mac the Knife.
Oh, geez, I should do Mac the Knife. That's one of my biggest numbers at karaoke. I forgot about that, man.
Well, why doesn't Meyer do it, and then you guys can do a duet afterwards?
Okay, I want to do Mac the Knife because I completely forgot about that. I used to do that karaoke, and people like that a lot. I'll try to. I think I can still do it.
Maybe
So you do it.
Maybe you guys could become a recording act, and I could be your manager.
So, Meyer, I'm going to introduce you as Ed Sullivan as Bobby Darin, okay? And then I'm going to do my version Mac the Knife. You don't mind if I do mine as well afterwards?
No, not at all. No, not at all. Love to hear it.
I would have done that earlier, but I completely forgot about it. Okay, here we go. And you're going to give me time for my voice to recover a bit here, so this is good. Okay, this is going to be great. I love this. I even did this for a bunch of teachers. I did it in a variety show at Teachers College in high school. I did this performing for the students at Christmas Assembly and everything. It's a great song. Okay, but you're doing okay. We're going to have you doing it here. Okay, it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be fantastic. And it's going to be the Ed Sullivan Show. Okay, I talk a lot. Okay, here we go. All right, and now, ladies and gentlemen, the Ed Sullivan Show, live from New York. Now, thank you very much, everybody. Now, we're going to have a really special guest because we have a youngster, a singer. He's breaking up all the charts all over the country with this big hit number. It's gone #1 right to the top with a bullet. And he's going to sing it for us on the show right now. Here's the great Bobby Darin with Mac the Knife. Take it away, Bobby.
Oh, the shark babe has such teeth, dear, and it shows them pearly white. Just a jackknife has old Mac Heath, babe, and it keeps it out of sight. You know, when that shark bites with his teeth, babe, scarlet billows start to spread. Fancy gloves, oh, where's old Mac Heath, babe? So there's never a trace of red on the sidewalk. Oh, sunny morning, lies a body just oozing life. Someone's sneaking round the corner. Could that someone be Mac the Knife? Oh, there's a tugboat, whoa, down by the river, don't you know? With a cement bag just a dropping on down. Oh, that cement is just, it's there for the weight, dear. 5 will get you 10, old Mackie's back in town. I said, Jenny Diver, oh, Suki Tawdry, look out, Miss Lottie Lanyard, and oh, Lucy Brown. Oh, the line forms on the right, babe, now that Mackie's back in town. I said, Jenny Diver, oh, Suki Tawdry, look out, Miss Lottie Lanyard, and oh, Lucy Brown. Oh, that line forms on the right, babe, now that Mackie's back in town. Look at old Mackie's back.
Well, let's hear it for him. Let's hear a big one for Bobby Darin right here on our stage. Come over here, Bobby. Come here.
Hey, thanks so much.
Bobby, where are you going after tonight's performance? Or you got playing next there?
We're going out for steaks at Frank and Musso's, and I'm here to plug this new Harvey Kurtzman, Will Eisner book by Guandanaland. You should check it out.
Guandanaland, okay.
You can pick it up on Gum for like $4 or $5.99 right now. You guys, everybody.
$4 or $5.99. You heard that, audience? It's fantastic buy.
What is Gum?
Oh, that's what I call Amazon.
Oh,
You know, remember? Government Utilitarian Market or something?
oh, okay. I don't.
It was the old Soviet supermarkets.
Yeah, I have that original paperback, but that looks like a much better way to read it.
Yeah, this just got here today, and it's blow-ups of the entire paperback.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's excellent.
That's beautiful, yeah. That you're really great, Meyer. That was great.
Oh, thanks. I wasn't really hitting it, but I appreciate it. That was a lot of fun. I just wanted to pop on and meet you, sing one song, and say I'm enjoying the stream.
You sure you guys don't want to do a duet on Beyond the Sea?
Oh, yeah. It's a great song.
I don't think I can sing it going.
But I'll show you this real quick. This toy
Yes.
is kind of perverse looking, but
Funny.
this it's like a
Yeah.
gun, but it you press the trigger and it does this.
Yeah, it looks like something else.
You don't say. But anyway, this is something from the 80s.
That's
I
really
don't know
cool. I've
what-
never seen that. Looks like one of those Madball things.
I bought it when it came out. Yeah, it was probably around that era in the 80s, and I just thought I have to purchase that. And I just thought it didn't work anymore. I just needed to change. I got a new battery at the store the other day, and so he still works.
Really, really cool.
The
That would make like a
manufacturer-
mugger think twice, probably. I mean, they'll probably just turn around and you pull that thing out.
The what now?
I think that is like a deterrent for like petty theft or robbery. Like if you pulled that out instead
Oh
of
yeah,
like
you held this up to to a robber, they'd be terrified probably.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Because criminals are a cowardly lot. They're freaking they're right by 1980s slaves. Tom, do you have Beyond the Sea?
Yeah, I could do Beyond the Sea.
Meyer, you want to do it with him, or you just wanted to do one song?
I'm okay with one song. I don't even know if I could keep up. I'm
That's
not sure if
cool,
I know
but
what Beyond the Sea is. I don't,
Well, let's do Beyond the Sea and then get into his comics. You could stay on if you want.
But can I do Mac the Knife too, though?
Yeah, do those two. I wish we had music while Meyer was singing, but I didn't think.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Meyer, like again, is it okay to do the same song though?
yeah, it doesn't bother me.
It's a different version, It's
a different version, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a different person.
Because I used to do this song all the time at karaoke. I completely forgot about it.
Hey, there are people that go and buy 15 copies of the same comic because they have different covers every Wednesday. So
Meyer and I are
doing
different
two
covers.
versions of the same song would be a problem.
We're variants.
Substantially different, not just a different cover on it.
So are you a big fan of Beyond the Sea, Gratu?
Yeah, I love Bobby Darin.
Great.
You know what I think is hilarious?
What?
Is this version of Clementine where it's just all upbeat and about a girl dying. It's just so happy as he's thinking about her. Hey,
she drowned.
Whoa, she drowned, died.
Well, so is Artificial Flowers too.
That's the other one. Yeah, Artificial Flowers. Yeah, that's actually.
Yeah.
I think the one I was thinking of primarily.
Yeah. I love Bobby Darin. He's great.
Dr. Silverage is here giving 3 thumbs up. He has 3 hands.
That's nice. Good. That's good. I have 5. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna do Mac the Knife, okay?
Okay, all right. So let me give you all right, cool.
So Meyer, we heard Meyer's great version. Now I'm gonna do my version of it. Right. And I love this song. Hopefully I could do it. All right. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got the music queued up?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, the shark babe has such teeth, dear, and he shows them pearly white. Just a jackknife has old Mac Heath, babe, and he keeps it out of sight. You know when that shark bites with his teeth, babe, scarlet billows start to spread. Hey, fancy gloves though, where's old Mac Heath, babe? So there's never a trace of red. Now on the sidewalk, whoa, Sunday morning lies a body just oozing life. Can someone sneaking round that corner? Could that someone be Mac the Knife? There's a tugboat, down by the river, don't you know? Where a cement bag is just a drooping on down. Hey, well, that cement is it's there for the weight, dear. 5 will get you 10. Old Mackie's back in town. Did you hear about Louis Miller? He disappeared, babe, after drawing out all of his hard-earned cash. And now Mac, he spends just like a sailor. Could it be our boy's done something rash? Oh, Jenny Diver, Suki Tawdry, whoa, Miss Lottie Linya, and old Lucy Brown. Yes, that line form's on the right, babe. Now that Mac, he's back in town. Oh, Jenny Diver, whoa, whoa, oh, Suki Tawdry. Look out, Miss Lottie Linia, not to mention old Lucy Brown. Yes, that life forms on the right way. Now that Mary, yeah, back in town. Look out, old Mackie is back. Yeah.
That was excellent, Tom.
Yeah, my voice is starting to go again there, but thank you, Meyer. Thank you so much.
I've got a something that will tie all this together. This shirt that he's wearing is actually my shirt that I wore probably right about the time period that I bought my first issue of Cracked. So this is an actual shirt that I wore probably, 71, 72, whatever. Right about the time I got that Cracked with the smiling face on the cover. So this ties it all back. So it all is relevant to the theme of tonight's episode.
The circle is complete.
Yeah, the circle is complete. So now we're going to look at Tom's favorite comic books, and then there'll be a mad rush, all 9 people viewing, to go purchase them on mycomicshop.com. Who will get there first?
Sure.
Not me, because I don't have any money. But
Well,
so let's take a look. So we'll give you full screen. Do you have your comics ready?
yeah, they're all ready.
So what kind of a number are we dealing with here? 50, 25 for your absolute favorite Desert Island comic books?
Well, that's a great question. Well, I have them up. First of all, let me introduce them. I have one comic box. I wish I had all my comics in comic boxes because they keep better that way, But I only have one box so far of.
I think Silver Age Dave was saying the other day he has like 100 or more.
Oh, he can send me some if he wants. So yeah, I put my absolute favorite comics in this box. And the titles, there's how many different titles? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I guess there's 5 titles, right? Yeah, that's very nice. These wonderful comments that we're getting.
Boy, it gives me a new appreciation for the people that are it's like my arm is actually swelling up. I can see muscles developing just from doing the Oscar puppet, that vigorously, because it's tough to move your hand like that. I don't know. Maybe it isn't when you're younger, but
wow.
No, it really, my arm is
ripped. You got to be ripped to be a puppeteer.
Yeah, like Frank Oz.
Yeah.
So,
long arms, skinny, right?
I guess it's
I don't know.
Plus holding your arm up. I don't know.
So Meyer Greenblatt and everybody else, you can buy these comics now. So this is my favorite comic book of all time.
Okay.
This is the one.
We're not going to work backwards to number 1. We're going to start at number 1.
You want to work backwards?
What do you think, Meyer?
What do the viewers want?
I don't know. Whatever Tom wants. Whatever.
Oh yeah, do it the way you want. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got them already ready. Okay, show us your very favorite comic of all
Well,
time.
we could do them. No, we could do them the other way.
Usually people do it the other way. I don't give a flying shit.
No, they usually do the other. Wow. Okay.
Excuse my language.
Yeah.
So offensive.
All right. Well, I don't want to say that this is my favorite comic book of all time.
You don't want to say it, but it is.
No, it's not. In fact, this one, I don't even know if it's one of my favorite comic books. But the reason I keep it with the other favorites is because it's a good comic book and because I had a letter published in it.
Oh.
So, and I've shown this before, but not all the issues, but it's a comic. Well, The first issue was called this. I believe this is the first one. Zombies versus Cheerleaders.
Geek-tacular.
Geek-tacular. And now that's because they met the three geeks in this issue, which you're going to see them again.
Are you going to read your letter to us?
I could.
I would like to. Yeah,
I think we want to hear
if
that.
you could, yeah.
This is
I've
newer
never
one.
had a letter published, but I always, as a kid, that was always something that I wanted to do but never did, as well as those pictures on the back of the American Seeds ads of those little kids with their names and where they were from.
Oh,
I always
yeah.
wondered what happened to those kids and if that was the penultimate moment of their childhood.
They were probably the kids of the owners of that company. They weren't even
You think so,
fictional
Greg?
names. But you know, letters columns. I just realized, when did comics stop having letter columns? These comics that come out today don't have those.
Yeah, I think it was.
That was when I noticed the beginning of the end.
Yeah, it was like in the 90s, like in the mid 90s or so, or the late 90s.
Yeah.
I think they stopped doing that.
I know someone that had a letter published in Plop, and to me,
Right.
that's like, how can you keep on living after that? That's like the ultimate thing of your whole life.
They took this one out. Okay. Here is
A rare breed.
where the hell
Wow,
is
nice
this?
cover.
That actually is not bad art.
This is my favorite comic book from the 2010s because I don't like newer comics.
For the whole decade, that's the best comic. That's hilarious.
It is
I
pretty.
gotta find my phone. I'll be right back. I'm listening, but I gotta find my
That
phone.
deserves another variety quote.
Yeah.
So it's zombies versus cheerleaders, and it's got. I like the artwork more than the more than the stories. The stories are all right. They're fun. They're fun stories. There's no leftist stuff in this comic. It's just all fun, you know. See, that looks pretty fun, right? Yeah. It's an anthology comic, so there's different artists and different writers, different stories. So this is like Bill Moss art, and see, it's a fun comic. If you like B movies, you know, and whatnot, you might like this comic. So what do you think, Meyer Greenblatt? Is Meyer here?
I was refilling my coffee, but I'm looking at the big screen, you know, and I'm looking at the images,
Mm-hmm.
and I think it is nubile females, attractive young women. That's a great image.
Yeah.
That's my favorite one so far. It really looks like actually what we were just looking at. It looks like Will Elder and Kurtzman, doesn't it?
Let me look at it again. Yeah, it does a bit. It does a bit.
Or influenced by Bill Ward almost.
Yeah, I think the whole book could be influenced by Bill Ward.
Yeah. Did you buy this when it first came out?
Yes, I did. I think it's the only comic book I bought when it came out. Because I usually just like older comics. I don't like newer ones, you know?
Right.
So, yeah, this is my favorite comic of the 2010s. And from maybe the entire century, actually. Maybe all the 2000s.
My phone must be up here because I went downstairs and had my wife call it, and I heard it on the TV because she's watching the show downstairs. So that means, did you hear that phone that sounded like the
Yeah.
one?
Yeah, I did.
But I don't see it anywhere. Anyway, keep going.
Okay. This one, you okay?
No, I knocked something down. I found the phone.
Here's this one here is Hack and Slash meets Zombies versus Cheerleaders.
Thank you. I found it.
Have you guys ever read Hack and Slash?
No,
No.
I have not.
It's not a bad comic for a newer comic. It's not bad. This is what Hack and Slash. It's about this girl with this big guy, and she goes and kills monsters. She's like a monster hunter and killer in it. It has like a whole backstory, an involved thing with the characters, and it's not bad. I used to have like the trade paperback of it, a bunch of the trade paperbacks. It's a very popular comic too. It's one of the better newer comics. So yeah, in this issue, she meets zombies versus cheerleaders. So her name's Cassie, I believe. Kat Dennings was going to play her in a live version, but it never got made. Here's the one that my letter's in. I've got 2 copies of it.
Okay, cool.
You see?
Oh my gosh. These look like they're put out by Hustler or something.
No, Moonstone.
You know what actually had really great art was Screw Magazine out of New York.
This is
Milton
like
Knight did a lot of art for that.
audio visual
Drew
nerd.
Friedman did a lot of art. I mean, it was a really disgusting tabloid that was sold in New York, pornographic, but they had a lot of great artists that
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised if Mort Todd worked for it. A lot of great. But anyway, that art didn't look as good there.
This?
Well, it looks like they're trying to go for that girl there is not. That's really badly drawn there. That page.
Oh.
The art you showed a minute ago was much better, but
Oh. How about this? What's it? You heard me, right? It's an anthology comic, so it's got different artists and writers.
oh yeah. Okay, so yeah, different pages, different quality art.
So I like this because it's actually a good comic and it's from the 2000s, and there aren't any good comics in the 2000s usually. So this is well, not many. There are some. There might be, this is a nice picture here.
Okay. Let's everyone wants to see here. Let's see the letter.
Yeah, well, here it is. Here's my letter. Here it is. See it?
So they don't do their letter column two column.
No, mine's the only letter in it.
The only one they got in their history.
So it's this
Did
is
you actually send it like with a stamp, or did you send it by email?
email.
Okay.
This is my letter. Dear Zombies versus Cheerleaders, when I found out that a new comic book called Zombies versus Cheerleaders was coming out, I got very excited. I very rarely buy new comics because there isn't much out there that catches my attention. That all changed with Zombies versus Cheerleaders. Finally, a comic book which captures the spirit and humor of low-budget B-movies, of which I'm a fan. I have purchased all 3 issues so far. The Zombies vs. Cheerleaders seems to get better with each issue. The mix of stories and artwork styles in each issue is great. Also, let's have more sexy cheerleaders, like the one in Hall Pass by Bill Moss. Keep up the great work, and I'll make certain to buy each new issue as it comes out, including the specials. Also, keep the letters page. I like to hear what others think of my favorite new comic, Tom Waters. That's
How old were you when you wrote that?
Why?
I don't know. I mean,
Are you making fun of me?
No. How old is the comic?
It's from 2011.
2011. So that was
10 years ago.
years ago. Okay.
So I was 33.
Yeah.
33.
The same age that Jesus was crucified.
That's what I was told too when I was that age.
He was being crucified. You were writing letters to zombies versus cheerleaders that age.
So they said,
Formulation is stupefying to say the least.
"Dear Tom, thank you for the kind words." Oh, sorry, honey. Honey, what is this? Sorry, Meyer.
I was saying that your letter was like the overlapping of your letter in Christ's life.
Yeah. Movie World says a masterfully written letter, Tom.
Yeah.
Is your address printed there underneath it where other fans can contact?
No, why do you want to see my address?
No,
So
because
talk to me?
I think in the old Marvel comics, didn't they have the whole address?
Yeah, they did that all the time.
I
Yeah.
don't think they had zip codes then, but
No,
so
multiple
fans
comics.
could contact each other. 'Cause
Right,
they didn't
right.
have the internet. I
Dear
just don't
Tom,
know what comics are like now. So
Yeah, great. Dear Tom, thank you for the kind words. Your check is in the mail. We are pleased that you are thrilled with many of the things we are shooting for, like an eclectic mix of stories and artwork, as well. What?
are they kidding?
As well as the spirit and humor of low-budget B movies. We are going for C movies, but we outdid ourselves. Yay. And if you love Bill Moss, you will love the sexy cheerleaders he did for the cover of the first Zombies versus Cheerleaders trade coming out in July. So,
Yeah.
There you go. And they always have pinup pages in each issue.
Yeah, I like the dedication. At least 3 breasts in every panel.
Where are the other ones? There's only 2 there.
I don't know. Well, sometimes they're under boobs and side boobs.
Yeah.
At least, yeah.
You know, these newer comics, they do these back covers. They say, make your own back cover.
Okay. That's a good way to not have to hire an artist.
I think what it means, you're supposed
Sales
to take it
department is
to
killing it.
you're supposed to take it to a convention and get it signed. I think that's what the idea is. Like, you're supposed to get a sketch done by the artist there.
Yeah.
But it seems like a cheap way to, you know.
Yeah.
This is also the 3rd issue
Okay.
with my letter in it.
That's
See,
the cover of the one that has your letter.
yeah, that one and
Oh,
this.
they had variant covers?
Yeah.
A much different color cover than the others.
Yeah,
Yeah, that one, I like the second cover better.
I knew you would. I knew you would. I like the
This
first
one
cover
doesn't look like a comic. It just looks like a page from a 1980s girly magazine.
It's wonderful, yeah. Here's the Mindy variant cover for the next issue.
Are these only sold in Canada?
No,
They have them here too. I think I've heard of this comic.
I've never heard of it.
put it full
I think
screen
I've
so they
never
can see
seen one,
it.
but the
Let them see
title
it.
seems. Do they have? Is that a cheese block on the zombie's head?
Yeah, if you made it bigger, they could see it. You know.
Oh, why is there a cheese block on the head? I guess they tell you this in the story.
He's a Green Bay Packer fan.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Is that what it is? I didn't even know that.
I think, yeah. I
Zombie.
Yeah,
remember.
those are they're hats that you can. It's marketed merchandise for the Green Bay Packers.
Graphic Man says you read it for the intricate plot lines in the litters page. Yes.
Well, here's some artwork for you. Maybe you like this artwork, Gratu. I don't know.
That's better.
See, I don't think it's as good. That's why I thought you'd like it better.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I can't. Let me see it.
Like they're trying to hide something.
It's. I wouldn't buy a comic with that art in it, but it looks better than what I saw on that other page.
But these are entertaining stories. If you, I think you would like this Gratu. This is up your alley, I would think. You know.
Well, it's just how gory does this thing get?
Well, like this,
Okay.
it gets very. I don't like gore though. You know. I
Well,
guess we're different.
war would be funny if this imitated the Archie House style perfectly,
Yeah,
or Harvey style.
but
Then it becomes funny, but it's not quite getting it. Then that's just looks more like that. It's funny when like the Kitten Caboodle in National Lampoon or the
yeah, but that's not. It's not a parody comic though.
well, I don't. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let me get you full screen again.
What
So,
are you checking it out, Meyer?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
I didn't know what you're looking at. Is that the screen you're looking at?
Yeah, I'm looking at the big screen as well, and looking at the images on the big screen.
Yeah, because you people like you can watch this on television.
Yeah. Look at the pinups. I mean, look, aren't these cool pinups?
The one on the right looks so. I can't. I've got to see a close up of the
I
left.
like the one on the left. You know, she looks like Mary Jane Watson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the is that a zombie in the foreground or a statue?
Yeah.
It doesn't look in proportion. It looks like it's much smaller than her, but it's in the foreground.
It's a zombie. Yeah.
But it should be bigger because it looks like it's.
It's not necessarily something that I would read, but I respect your right to choose, Tom.
Yeah. Thank you.
Because this is America. Well, you're in Canada.
Yeah.
But it
See,
used
this
to be a
is-
free country.
See, but you guys can respect that this is not a left wing.
As long as Joe Biden doesn't use the military to force us to read that comic, I'll be happy.
Yeah, well, what would you rather read, this or a left wing superhero comic with a bisexual, Wolverine or whatever?
Well, I would probably choose the third option.
Well, there isn't one.
Well, if there isn't a third option, I would probably just pull my eyeballs out. Now,
So these are, it's more of the same, but
let me see. I have it too small.
so the stories are fun. The artwork's great. It's just a fun comic.
That was the Walking Dead that didn't get picked up by the TV network.
And
It still
these
get
are
picked up.
this is the
Branko
seventh.
Branko Bear thinks it's great. He says, "Love it, Tom."
Thank you, Branko
Nice.
Bear. Thank you.
Nice.
Here's they had these characters named Becky and Bob,
Okay.
so they got their own spin-off because they were popular.
Okay.
Bob's a zombie. Bob's a
Whoa.
zombie.
I like this.
They-
So it's
they
like
only
Walking
changed-
Dead, but with tits and ass, right?
But they only
What?
changed one letter from Bub, which I guess this character is based on Bub, which was the zombie that was becoming intelligent in Day of the Dead, right?
Yeah, probably a reference to Bub.
It
Yeah.
went through 3 different publishers.
Oh,
Moonstone, 3 Fingerprints, and Zenoscope.
yeah. This I've been browsing Guandanaland books, but I'm sure these are fantastic. Yeah, man. If I won the lottery, I'd be buying Guandanaland, the whole inventory. I wish I could.
I've been
Man.
buying one like every 2 weeks. I've got 4 of them now.
What is the average price of Guandanaland books? Because they
Probably-
look,
Probably 14 or 16 or 18.99.
which isn't bad. But can they be in stores? Holy shit, they did that. Hold on, let me get you full screen
Let me
there.
show you this. This is great. This is one of those ones. It's about half size, so it's probably about.
Hold on a second. I don't have you. Okay, so what?
So
were
this
you
is
saying?
four complete issues of classic cheesecake.
See,
Um,
your guys are making fun
And they
of
have
me.
everything, all the ads. There's the issues you get.
That's great.
You get
Yeah, but-
all the ads. Oh, some of this stuff might have nudity, but this is great. This is like
I don't think that will. It'll have
I
just
think this
shy of
was 16.99 maybe,
yeah.
and it's great. I mean,
Is it just Wink or is it various magazines?
it is. It's Wink from December 1947. It's Flirt from June 51. Flirt from August 53, and Escapade from May of 56. And look at the cover to Escapade. Can
Yeah.
you see the executive's hand underneath the secretary? And
Oh,
like doing
yeah.
like
Oh yeah.
a Reed Richards thing.
Oh, yeah.
At first,
Or
I thought
Kamala
it was one
Khan.
of
He's
those-
like Kamala Khanning that secretary's ass.
there was a chair in the 60s or 70s that was made out of hard plastic, looked like a hand. That's what I thought.
I
that
always
was
wanted
at
one of
first.
those.
Yeah.
Yeah, mom would not buy one of those. So yeah, this is great, really good, and it's like I said, it's on Amazon.
I wish I
Yeah.
could have a complete list of everything they put out. But I mean, I wonder if any store actually carries those in the store where you can just buy it and not have to mail order it.
So,
Yeah, I've only been buying them on Amazon.
Yeah.
I think that was fantastic. But why, Garage? Why do you like that, but you don't like Zombies versus Cheerleaders? Isn't it the same thing?
Show the painting on the cover. Show some covers, Meyer. The art is much more.
There's art. Oh,
It's
I
the
thought that was
same.
a photo.
No,
No,
that's
it's
why it's
painting.
great. Are there some? What about the interior? Okay, let me make you.
So you like it better because the art is better.
Well,
Let me
the
show
art-
you some. It's great.
also the time period is some. I mean, yeah, it's the same basic subject matter. I agree, but I just
But also, you're getting stuff like
there's going to be. Oh, and they do the ads too. That's great.
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. So those are going to be filled with Betty Page and Tina Louise and.
yeah.
all that.
There's some great ones in here, and I like the normal girls. I like checking out like these normal girls from 1953, right?
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Oh, when
So do I.
I was buying a lot of those original magazines in the late 80s and early 90s when I kind of moved away from a lot of new comic books. That's one of the things I moved into.
So I think a lot of these girls are probably local dancers to wherever these photographers were, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's great, Meyer. Those are great. Those are wonderful.
Let's see. Zombo says he has a Facebook. From there, you can email him and sign up for a Guandanaland newsletter. Supposedly, you can order from him cheaper. And okay, I need to go back to what Zombo said the last time to see what he's referring to. I must have missed something in the chat. Anyway, yeah, I'll read it later. Yeah, so that's cool. I've got to get into that because there's so much. I just want, before Guandanaland just mysteriously stops publishing or something, which was something that would happen in today's time period. I need to take advantage of this. And there's another one. Look at that.
So this is one of the eerie ones.
It is. It's like a
500 pages, and it's 8 complete issues. I think it's issue 1 through 8, and I think it was 1999. But one thing that's interesting about the Guandanaland thing on Amazon is that they have certain books that are really high priced. So I'm not sure if those are ones that they printed originally and are in limited availability. So there are ones that are available for under $20. That, I mean, a lot of them. But then there are other ones that are ridiculously priced.
Is it because they have color interiors?
I'm not sure. You know what? I haven't checked that out, but that would surprise me because I think that their thing is these black and white. I mean, everything that I've seen so far is in the same format.
Oh, so you've been mainly getting black and white interiors.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of their stuff with color interiors.
There are some that have color, and then I think they also offer them in black and white editions. But some of their comics,
I didn't know that. So maybe I guess I'm ill informed. So what I'm talking about, the color editions are like $50 or $75.
Yeah, but the black and white ones, apparently they can crank them out cheaply. But still, I don't see how they're making a profit printing those to order, unless they. It just seems like okay. So that they're agreeing in the chat. Let's see. That's the weird book I have. It's a huge.
Yeah, that's book. Where I saw it originally was from you, Graphic Man.
High price.
I'll be right back.
Zombo.
I'll be back in a little bit.
Sure. They call their black and white economical versions or something. Yeah, I saw that. The date says June 11th, so it was printed recently. Huh. The ones with the color interiors are more expensive. Okay, so everyone's agreeing that.
I'll be back.
All right. So let's so anyway, that's something I was talking about, Guandanaland, and now everyone's getting Guandanaland. I still don't have a single one, but I remember discovering Guandanaland right before that Shazam movie came out, because that inspired me to want to get the Monster Society of Evil serial that I heard that DC was going to reprint. The last minute they got cold feet because of some of the racial stereotypes that were used in the 40s in that comic, that Captain Marvel comic. There's Paulo, so they didn't reprint it. But then I saw that Guandanaland had reprinted it, and I thought, well, what is this company? And I started investigating, and sorry, I went down a Guandanaland rabbit hole. No, that's a rabbit hole I want to go down because it seems like it's cheaper than the alternative of buying, what do you call the giant omnibuses or original comics. You know, I just don't have the money to get into buying Golden Age comics. Graphic Man says, as a little community of 4-color fossils, we're starting to give Guandanaland a boost in sales. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I want to see that happen. I want to make sure but it just seems like someone must be a millionaire, and I don't see how they're making a profit. It just seems, or they own their own presses, but still, it just seems like, I don't know. So,
Hey, Gratu, can you make me big screen so I can show something to Graphic Man real quick?
absolutely. Well, to me too. I love Planet of the Apes. Let's see this.
All right, so this is Planet of the Apes cereal bowl, and this is from the Planet of the Apes TV show. I got this at Safeway, which is a grocery store chain here in California. In about, I guess, probably about 1970, whenever the show was on. What was it, 74 or 75?
Yeah,
And it was
74.
such a short-lived show. We all wanted it to be longer, but the cartoon was really good. So it came as a set, and I remember it came like cello wrap like that.
Okay.
And it was like near the cereal and cocoa aisle. And I was shopping with my mom, and I said, "Can I get this?" And I've had it ever since. I actually used to have, drink hot cocoa and eat cereal out of this.
That's very well preserved. That's excellent.
That's it. I just wanted to show it to Graphic Man because I know that he loves Planet of the Apes, and if he hadn't seen that before, I'm sure they're out there.
Yeah, Planet of the Apes is, I just can't tell you how much wonderfulness that is. The TV show was disappointing, but
Yeah, I love the cartoon. Was really good, wasn't it?
mm-hmm.
I think that's available on YouTube. I think.
Yeah, I think I have it on DVD too. But yeah. So what do we? So that was the first of your favorite comics, or those weren't quite in your favorite comics, but you're showing us that your letter was published. So
it's
then,
a comic I really like. That was, and
yeah, cool.
It was published by one of the publishers was the same people that published all those Grimm's fairy tales comics.
Oh yeah, they got tons of those at the place.
Yeah, they're really popular. So there's
yeah,
it's along the same lines as Zombies versus Cheerleaders.
Oh, is it okay?
Well, sort of, yeah, with the drawing style, But anyway, I just like that comic a lot, and they printed my letter, and it's one of the only newer comics I like, so I put it in there. I keep it preserved, and I think they're going to be worth more money. Those too, they're harder to find, and they seem like they go for more money. Yeah. So, okay, this is one of my favorite comic books of all time.
Okay.
It's also, I forgot, it's also from the early 2000s, from 2001, 2002, 2003. And it's called Comic Book.
Okay.
And this is unbelievable. This is the artwork inside of it.
Okay.
It's published by Comics Conspiracy, and it is a satire. It's a continuing satire on superheroes, particularly Superman. So this guy works in an office, and he's like the Clark Kent type guy.
Okay.
With a reporter, but it's really well done though. It's not like just a wacky parody comic. Thank you, Zombo. It's not a wacky parody comic. It's not wacky at all. The humor's not wacky. It's understated.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just the story itself is really good. You can really get into the story and care about the characters because this guy is a very innocent, naive guy. This version of Clark Kent, they do, and he lives with his mother. His mother always tells him things like, "Don't forget to have your breakfast" and stuff like that. And he's like a kid still. And he's just so innocent to the ways of the world. But he's also this strong superhero. There's his mom there.
Okay.
And he gets involved in these adventures. And I just found it captivating. He goes to the comic store to buy favorite comic books, and he sees all these weird comics, like dirty comics. He doesn't know what to make of them because he doesn't like that sort of thing. And there's like the owner of the comic shop, and he has like interactions with him, and there's this evil mastermind that's trying to take over the world. That's the guy, and he wants to destroy the world. And like his assistant says to him, well, if you destroy the world, who's going to know about it? Like, because he wants to get acknowledged for it. And he said,
Yeah.
well, who's gonna, like, you can't, and it doesn't make any sense. And he goes, oh yeah, you're right. Maybe I should tell the media before I do it, so they can report on it. And he's just this crazy mastermind guy. But he also gets involved with like just the daily activities in life, you know, dressing as a superhero, going through town, everything. And
Is the villain named Joe Biden?
no, but it's got like
Sounds
it's
like
got
the
like
headline.
you know, and there's girls that like him, but he doesn't catch on to it because he's a little thick. And it's a realistic superhero type comic in a way. It's just amazing. I love the story so much, you know.
Who put this comic out?
Comics Conspiracy, a
Oh,
very
you said that,
small,
yeah.
very
And what
small.
year is this? Late 80s?
2001 to 2003.
Oh, okay, that's more recent.
Here's the second issue cover,
Okay, so they kept that joke going, right?
but each one's a different color though. And I love these covers.
Okay, I've never seen that in my life.
It's an amazing. I'm telling you, it's a really good comic book. Like I know you guys laugh at me sometimes, but it's really good.
Well, I see that. I'm familiar with Marvel's generic comic book.
I'm showing you all the covers so you can
Right.
you can check.
Marvel
on
did a generic comic with a white cover.
And this issue guest stars Pete, the pissed off postal worker.
Okay, they have a.
And he's another character from independent comics. I've got some of his comics too, and he's pretty funny. He went to Afghanistan during the war and he started fighting the Taliban and everything. Pete the P.O.
Yeah.
And it's a funny comic. That's a funny comic. Here's the seventh issue. So you like the orange one the best? I like the pink. I like pink. You know. Here's a green one for you fans of green. And
Oh, this.
what's that?
I just can't believe they actually just. It just seems like they put something on the cover.
This is guest starring the Seven Guys of Justice, which is another independent comic that I haven't read yet, but I've got some of those as well.
Parody of the Seven Soldiers of Victory, right? From
I
the
have no idea. I didn't know that.
1940s stuff.
Now this one, you'll see, viewer, I'm going to open this up. This is a double-sized Halloween issue. And it's got spooky lettering, see?
Yeah.
It's called like generic comic book, but it's not the crappy one that Marvel put out. It's a good one.
Let's see. Zombo says, oh, those remind me of the Marvel We Are Back from COVID shutdown variants. Only more effort from these.
Now look at the artwork in these.
Agreed. By far.
This is a Halloween issue. So there's Superman type guy. He gets involved with first of these trick-or-treaters. Like, look at this beautiful artwork.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous artwork inside. You wouldn't know that from the covers. Because you wouldn't know anything from the covers. But
Yeah, I know. So cover is kind of important.
and then he meets this girl, this goth girl, who, you know, she's all depressed about life and everything, and she's really nihilistic and talks about wanting to commit suicide, and he tries to save her. Like, it's poignant too. I think this issue made me cry, actually.
Oh,
Even though it's a humor comic, but it's got serious parts. Like, it's just a great story. And she fights off his attempts to tell her that the world's worth living in and everything. And, you know, they go through this whole thing, and it's just an amazing comic book. Like, most people don't know about this comic, you know, and she keeps trying to kill him all the time because she thinks he's annoying, you know.
oh.
But I guess he doesn't realize it, but because he's so naive. But I can't remember the whole story. I haven't read it in a while, but I know I've read it a few times, and I love these comics. Each one's different.
How did you find this title, Tom?
I think it's because I was looking for weird comics, and I saw there was like nothing on the cover, so I said, "That's exactly what I want." You know, that's got to be really weird. And
A minimalist.
what's that?
You're a minimalist.
Yeah.
The
But
ultimate minimalist cover.
I'm going to tell you, Meyer, you should buy these off of my comic shop if they have any in stock.
I wonder. Let's take a look and see what they. I'm
I'll
wondering.
check it. I will definitely check it out.
I'll read you a professional review too of it, so you know I'm not crazy.
Oh no, I don't think that. I just think it's really interesting. I mean, these are obscure books that I've never seen or heard of, and it's cool that you found this stuff.
Thank you. Here's the 12th issue. And here's the 11th issue here. There's
And it's
about
all the
14.
same team, all the same writer and artist.
Yeah.
Did you buy them when they came out?
Oh, by the way, I forgot to show. This is the first issue of Zombies versus Cheerleaders. I forgot to show that earlier.
Okay, hold on. I'm on my comic.
No, I didn't buy them when they came out. I bought them after the fact.
It's called Comic Book.
Zombies versus Cheerleaders is the only comic I bought when it was actually out.
Okay, hold on. Let me try this again. Comic Book.
Now, I'm going to find you a review. I'm going to read it to you.
They don't. They make me look through all of this.
Actually,
Comic Book.
there. No, that's not it. Hold on. Maybe I can help you. It might be generic comic book.
Oh, okay. That's probably it.
Which is also the name of the Marvel comic. So not only did they have covers with nothing on them, they also used the name of a Marvel comic. So, I mean, it's hard for people to discover the comic, you know?
Did Marvel do it first?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, a long time.
Marvel. No, all I'm seeing is Marvel.
Okay, we're going to find this. We're going to find it.
That was. They're selling it for $4 there.
It's on there. It's on my comic shop.
I love that. I love the concept, and it kind of reminds me of Repo Man and his parents, and with the generic cans of beer. Remember the generic beer that was just a white can with black lettering that said beer on it? Remember that, Gratu?
Yeah,
Did you ever
this
see
is
that?
I really like Marvel's attempt to do an underground comic called
Oh,
Comic
yeah, I remember this.
Book.
Hey, Gratu,
Yeah.
can you look up generic comic?
Oh, not generic comic book. Okay.
Right.
That was kind of like Arcade, is what that reminds me of.
Yeah.
Arcade Underground magazine.
Yeah, definitely.
Generic comic.
It's very much like that.
Maybe I could look it up by the. Oh, there it is.
Now you got it. Comics Conspiracy. There it is.
Oh, here it is.
Okay. So in very fine condition, it's $2.40.
So can you read that out loud? That what it
It's a
said,
good-
like this.
Written by Doug Myers, art by Hamilton Santos and Rod Leon. A hilarious spoof of superhero vanity and supervillain insanity. This comic packs more laughs than a hyena feeding frenzy in a New York comic office. Don't let the elegant yellow cover fool you. The stunning interior art rivals that of most mainstream publishers. No variants, no special editions, no gimmicks, just costume fools in that circus of the absurd that we all love so much.
Yeah, it's a great comic.
That's weird, the way I've never seen my comic shop describe something like that unless they got that from the publisher.
I knew you were going to say that.
The guy who wears yeah, they're really the guy really liked it, I think, that wrote this.
It's great.
2001. I mean, those could be the descriptions out of previews.
Yeah,
They had one cover, like a variant cover that had artwork on it there, see?
because why would mycomicshop.com go so hard trying to sell something that's selling for $2.40 unless this guy
It
just
seems like
really
a
loves
copy
it,
paste, right? Yeah.
or he's the one that drew it or something.
May I read you? This book, have you ever seen it? It's called The Slings and Arrows Comic Guide.
Never heard of
No.
it.
It's a brilliant book. It reviews like every comic book that's come out since the 40s or so, every major comic book and
Really?
every like small one as well, you know, and
Sounds
I
very
read it all the time. The reviews are great. So I'm going to read you their review of Comic Book. It's a British publication, by the way.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the review of the book we just looked at. Yes, she is. She is. A surprisingly successful and sustained joke about a generic earnest superhero under simple, different one-color covers bearing only the title, issue number, and price. Doug Myers' scripts are witty, facetious, and penciler Hamilton Santos is good enough to be drawing the real thing. Try number 3's encounter with a scantily clad female villain, or the collection of 1 to 5. So that's the review of it.
Okay.
So have I sold you on it yet, guys?
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up the first couple issues for sure. I'll add it. I'll pick it up.
I gotta
Great.
get Donna Land stuff first. But
So that's one of my favorite comics of all time. So I'm happy to have shared that with you.
that was cool.
And do I have any questions about it from chat before I go on to the next one?
Someone was saying that's probably a good day at work doing the covers.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I don't know. It's good.
I love the covers. I'm a huge fan of them. I like the colors, you know. I like colors. We don't need artwork.
So
You want to see the next one?
absolutely.
Okay. So that's one of my favorite comics ever. It is, man. It is. It's a great comic.
I see that, but it's funny for someone to make that statement.
Well, I'm not your typical person. You know?
Yeah.
Okay. And you know, if I was, I wouldn't be here. Right?
Well, that's pro. I don't think
If you liked the same thing that everybody else likes, Tom, I don't think that we would be interested.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it would just be everybody showing the same comic.
And that's what they do, you know, on YouTube. Some people do, I mean.
Yeah.
Not us, but okay. Here's one of my favorite comics of all time. Okay, it started off as a one-shot called "How to Pick Up Girls If You're a Comic Book Geek," and yeah, it's a guide to how to pick up girls if you're a comic book geek. I mean, I haven't actually done it, but it's a great comic.
This alarm clock started. I don't know how to stop it.
Now let me take a look at this now. The guy that did this comic, the guy who did this comic is Rich Koslowski, and you can find his website. Okay, The Three Geeks.
Okay.
Nice pacer.
Going to this is the first issue like that wasn't the guide, and they go to a comic convention.
Okay.
It's a 3-issue thing, and this is a beautiful comic. It's about comic book geeks. So there's 3 guys. The fat guy or heavy guy, I should say, he's into like superhero Thor and stuff like that. He wants to be Thor. And the skinny nerd guy, he's in the superhero. Well, they're all in the superheroes. I don't know what I'm talking about. They're all in the mainstream superhero comics, except that this guy here, he likes like horror and he likes Punisher type stuff and stuff like that, you know. But they go to a comic convention and they have adventures with thanks, Franco. They go to a comic convention and they have adventures, and obviously it's a humor comic. It's very funny. It's a very funny comic book, and it's a loving look at comic book geeks. If you've ever heard of the Eltonville Club by Evan Dorkin, which is another great comic that I have as well, that's a mean-spirited look at comic geeks and other types like that.
I think I'd prefer that one because I'd like the more I like more mean-spirited humor.
Well, it's really good, but this is, if you like a more loving look, friendly look at comic book, he says, but there's this one story. What?
I just said no. I prefer mean-spirited to loving.
That's nice. So there's this one story. There's one story in this comic where the heavy guy, his name is what the hell is his name? I haven't read this in so long. I should know all their names by heart.
No, you shouldn't necessarily remember names.
This is one of my favorite comics of all time. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay.
It's a brilliant comic. And they're making fun of how they use all these sexy girls to sell comics at comic conventions, and they're making fun of how the fans drool over them. And the girls don't actually know anything about the comics. They just pretend that they do, you know. They're just there to sell them, you know. But it's a great comic. There's like, they have like a marathon in one. And oh, yeah, there's a story where the one guy, you see, he finds an issue of Action Comics #1 at a garage sale.
Yeah.
And I think it's like 25 cents because the woman selling them, she doesn't know what comics are worth. She doesn't know anything about comics. She just found them like in her attic or something. So he passes out because he sees it. And, you know, he passes out and it's like, because he can't handle that. And they wake him up, and to use it. They use the comic as some kind of like, they put smelling salts into the Action #1 and they bend it out of shape and they do it's like, and so because they don't know what it's worth, and it's really funny. It's really a funny story.
And that might actually give me nightmares.
It's a beautiful comic, and it's like I say, a 3-issue series of going to the comic convention. I mean, look at this. This is so funny. He says, "Surely this comic has been mismarked. Thou dost indicate it is in mint condition when it is clearly near mint. You see, the lower staple is not perfectly squared with the spine of the book. Methinks thou hast made a futile attempt at deception." And the guy's like, "Why me?" You know?
Yeah.
Because that's what comic collectors are like, some of them, you know?
Yeah.
So it's really funny. It's like a parody of comic collecting and everything. And this went on for about 20 issues or so. Like,
Wow.
they relaunched it from different publishers, and they have this club that meets, and you get to see the adventures of their club. It's a really nice comic. You get to like the characters. The characters are very likable. And this is when they threw him out of the club at one point, you see.
Yeah.
And, this is one, you'd love this, Gratu. Their teacher, she confiscates their comics and says, "You're not bringing these to school." And she's going to like burn them and throw them in the boiler room. So they go on this big mission to save the comics from being burnt in the furnace room, you know?
Okay, so they're high school age.
Yeah. And here's one where he gets a job because he doesn't have money for comic books. So he works for this guy in a butcher shop, and the butcher guy, he doesn't like comic books, but he convinces him over time that comics are worth reading. And he actually released a cassette tape that came with this comic where you could read along the comic with the cassette tape, and they do the voices and everything.
Well, it looks like it's better than that TV show. What is it called? 3 Broke Nerds from the Sun, or what's it called? The
Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang Theory, right?
Yeah.
Everyone seems to love that. My friend described it. It's like those guys that played football in high school wrote a show about comic nerds and what they think they're like.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's awful.
Yeah, I never watched it.
It's
Look at
called
this.
Big Bang Theory. Okay.
Yeah, I don't get it.
3 Broke Nerds from the Sun.
So he's saying the Dork Child limited edition dark
You're
chrome
close.
die cut foil enhanced semi hologram semi nude variant cover issue. And the guy says, "Dude, variant covers are the biggest friggin' ripoff in the world."
Man, if I was drawing this, I'd draw the sweat stains in the armpits. I'd make it so disgusting. Shit stains on the back of his pants.
Ew. Oh man. Okay.
Well, you don't know what I've seen at conventions.
So now they relaunched it as Geeksville. And it also included Innocent Bystander, which is another great independent comic about this guy's childhood growing up in the 60s and what it was like playing with the Aurora kits and watching the monster movies on TV and stuff like that. That's another comic you might like.
That sounds
that sounds good. You sold Movie World. He wants to get the comics.
So look up Innocent Bystander if you want to see that comic. I've got them, but they're buried underneath some other. I'll show them to you another time.
Sure, yeah.
I like
But
that
yeah,
title.
it's a loving look at childhood in the '60s, and it's a nice comic too. You should look at Innocent Bystander.
Yeah, I like that title, Innocent Bystander.
And True Tales from the Comic Shop is the other. So it becomes an anthology with all three.
Oh, okay. Oh,
It
I
is.
see. But it
This
still
was-
keeps the same running, same numbering scheme.
No, they started from number 1 again.
Oh, I see.
But this was a story about the first time, you know, he encountered cigarettes in the '60s and everything. So each is a different story about.
Graphic Man is sold too. I feel like I'm a home shopping network.
I convinced him on what? What did I convince Graphic Man
It
on?
says, Thomas, oh, I'm sorry, you didn't see his quote. His
Bucket.
his
Brought
chat.
to you some buckets of comics.
Thomas convinced me at least I need the one where the guy's complaining about the staple.
Yeah. Well, they're all like that. They take on that sort of thing, and it's a real parody of comic collectors. But
It's supposed to be Adam West or someone dressed as Adam West. I
no,
guess.
it's about a story, a true story about this guy dressed up, and he got involved with these assholes in the community, and he actually had to act like Batman, beat them up. It's a true story that he's writing about, like
Oh.
autobiographical, you know.
Yeah, Adam West wouldn't be holding his hand like that. Okay. All right.
So anyway, yeah, and like here's an Innocent Bystander story. I remember Frankenstein movies on the TV. He does a whole
Mhm.
story about that in there,
Cool.
what it was like. There's a Stan and Ollie Christmas special. The cats were named Stan and Ollie after Laurel and Hardy.
Okay.
Mhm.
These are really nice. And then Image Comics picked up Geeksville and they started publishing it.
It's weird. I've never heard of these. It looks like the Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers with comic books instead of pot. Sort of.
Yeah. So they introduced this new character who's this goth girl. So she becomes a love interest for the Punisher guy. And so he's like, hey guys, check it out. A new Image title. It used to be a small press book, but now Image is publishing. He's talking about the three geeks, Geeksville.
Right.
And the guy says he's the nerdiest guy, the heavy guy. He says, by the fiery pits that spawn Spune, now I can purchase it. And tis a zero issue. He thinks it's cool because he falls for all that stuff, variant covers, zero issues, all that crap, you know,
Yeah.
right? And she's like, what? When it was a small press, critically acclaimed, 3-time Eisner nominated title that was struggling, you wouldn't buy it. But now that the creator sold out to the man, you will. And then he said, what's your point? The other guy says, yeah, I forgot to tell you, 3 Geeks was nominated for an Eisner Award 3 times.
Huh.
So it's a good comic, even though you're trying to make fun of it. But
I'm not making fun
No,
of
I'm
it.
not making fun of it at all.
No,
not
everyone.
you, Meyer, not you.
I'm not making fun of it. I'm
Okay,
not.
got you.
I like
I'm not
negative.
real sold on the art, but I'm real picky, like super picky.
Yeah, but the story is, you got to have a good story, Gratu. You forget that, you know?
Yeah, but in a comic book, the art has to get me first to hook me into the story.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm sorry, this is like my sickness.
But it's your preference. It's your preference.
But if there's
You're missing out
story,
on some great comics, though, like great stories and stuff.
but a great story, it should just be a novel where I don't need the illustrations.
Well, it's just a fun, like it's a cartoony art. Like I think it's great art. It's just cartoony.
It's not bad. You know what I think maybe these independent comics is I guess I just prefer that they be in color and then they'd feel more like comic books. Maybe good coloring would.
Yeah, that doesn't phase me. Most of my comics are black and white, so
So you didn't approach it from reading comic books and then moving into the independent. You approached it from starting with independent
yeah,
and never being into the color.
yeah, right. Because I'm used to humor magazines in black and white, so it didn't mean anything to me. Like
Yeah, so it's just a whole different backwards way of approaching.
But Gratu, don't be mad. I know you. I'm just trying to sell you. That's all.
No, that's fine. You sold a bunch of people, so there's no chance if I'd ever get them anyway.
And I have respect. I don't mean to
5 people
disrespect.
traveling for them now.
I don't mean to disrespect you. What are you laughing at? I missed it. What happened?
Gratu's saying that you've sold so many comics that there's no way that he'd be able to get them anyway.
Well, with 5 people looking for them on mycomicshop.com and eBay, that's going to exhaust the market of
That's
this.
kind of right.
But this cover,
Laugh number 2.
you're gonna love this as a comic collector. Now look at this. Do you see what's going on here?
But see, I don't like comic collectors. I've always hated them.
But you're
I
one
like
of
the
them.
people. No, the
Okay,
people.
wait.
It,
Hold on.
well, let me explain.
Okay.
I've always despised them. I've always hated going into comic stores. I try to get out as quickly as possible to avoid the smell. Conventions,
okay.
I'd make surgical strikes going in there and leaving. The thing is, every town there's maybe 2, 3, maybe 5 people like us that are normal.
Yeah.
Well, we're not really normal, but that are into the stuff we're into. The masses. I hate the people that are into Pokemon and
Yeah.
Myth Adventures and
But
Charizard and all this shit.
yeah,
I hate them.
Gratu.
So when I got on YouTube and I saw Captain Strangelove and Dr. Silver Age and Silver Age Dave and all these people that were like people that weren't horrible, that were like intelligent, cool people that were into the stuff I loved, then it's like, wow, there's a community. There may only be a few in every city, but on YouTube, it makes it feel like there's a whole lot of them because finally we've discovered each other. But no, I've always hated the average person in a comic store, the average people that run them. But it's like, it's like when you leave junior high school and you hated it, and then I go back to vote in my old junior high school, and I think about all the wonderful memories, and I think, wait a minute, you hated this place. Why are you looking around nostalgically? And it's probably the same way with old Lone Star comics. I couldn't wait to leave. I couldn't stand the people around me. I'm looking at Thor, and I don't like people that are into Deadpool and Venom and all that shit.
Gratu, if you let me say something.
No,
right?
good.
I feel the same way as you. I feel
Yeah.
exactly the same way as you do. I can't stand Pokemon and these guys that go crazy over Deadpool and all that.
Yeah, I know.
I can't stand that stuff.
But I'm saying, to me, that comic should be more mean spirited. And then
hold on. It's making fun of people like that, though. It's making fun of them. Gratu.
Yeah, but it looks like it's a little too
Gratu, that's why I told you.
This is what we're like, right, guys? It's
Gratu.
merciless.
Gratu, that's why I told you to buy the Eltonville Club by Evan Dorkin, because it's a vicious satire.
That's what I'm saying. I'd want to see the National Lampoon version of.
Well, you need to get that comic. It's a vicious satire of people like that.
Yeah.
You need to seek that out, Gratu. You hear my words here?
I hear. Okay, you have some copies you can show us? Gratu is describing us 4-color fossils in the Silver and Bronze Age. Yeah, he put it better than me. We have to associate with comic collectors. We don't necessarily identify as one of them. You see, I identify as a comic book collector from 1975.
Right.
That's how I identify.
Right.
My pronouns are it and shit.
Right.
So I prefer if you would only refer to me as it and shit.
Okay. So Gratu, what I'm trying to tell you is that this cover refers to the thing about putting pink gorillas or purple gorillas on covers in the 60s.
Oh yeah.
And that's what it's a reference to. So I thought you would like it for that, but then you went in this entire.
Well, I know, but it's actually they're combining it. It was purple backgrounds and gorillas. If it wasn't purple gorillas, but I see what they're going with the little joke there. But
anyway, I don't
collectors.
like people like that, but I love this comic book. So that should tell you something. They try to make this look like Sin City here.
Oh, okay. It looked like the earlier title, the logo looked like the Madman logo, if I'm not mistaken, with the kind of dripping Munsters letters. Hold on, I can make you bigger here.
This is an issue in which they show the origin of how the guy got into comics, the guy over there. And you know who's in this issue? Is a main character in this issue is Chuck Rozonsky of Mile High Comics.
Okay.
Yeah, he meets him. Like, that's how he got into comics. And Chuck Rozonsky is like the hero in this issue.
Oh, really?
Oh,
okay. Yeah.
So he's treated with praise.
Yeah.
By the creators.
Yeah.
So the creators, I don't want to say anything mean about it. Okay, I'll be quiet there. So that's
And this,
All right.
this
Tell
these
me a little
issues
bit
were,
about the creators.
these issues were done to promote the comic slab people. What do they call that company?
CGC?
Yeah, these are pretty much promoting them. These
Promoting?
yeah, sort of. Yeah, it's kind of done in
So
collaboration.
they like CGC and they like Mile High Comics.
Yeah.
All right.
So, but I like the earlier issues better, where they're not promoting the stuff.
Yeah.
I don't like CGC. I'm not a fan of it.
No, I know. Yeah, because I mean, obviously, because yeah, I mean,
Mr. Orloff, Mr. Orloff. I'm going to show you. I'm going to take a detour to show you Evan Dorkin's comics. Okay.
Evan Dorkin. That's the guy that's merciless.
Yes.
Okay, the name sounds familiar. What else did he do?
I'm going to show you. All right. I'm going to sell everybody on these comics. Okay.
Okay.
These are
It
some.
really is. Do you remember the 90s Home Shopping Network selling comic books?
Me?
The signatures. Do you remember when they would do hours trying to sell these comic books as big collectibles to people back in the 90s?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Let me move. Hold on.
With the cards and the holograms and the
and the embossed covers, the raised little 3D stuff and holograms.
I can't believe that you don't know about Evan Dorkin.
The name is real familiar. I don't know who that is.
Milk and Cheese, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's where I've heard because
yeah,
Silver Age Dave is always talking about it. Yeah, and I had a friend that was into that comic.
I don't like Milk and Cheese very much, but I love almost everything else he does.
I don't know. I hear it's good, but it's just one of those.
You need to buy these, and everybody else that likes this satire, like this guy's amazing. Okay, this is Dork number 1. This is what you need to look for: his Dork comics.
Dork. Okay.
All right.
You know what I was reading at that time period was Hate and 8 Ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is along the same lines.
Yeah.
I love
it. So
yeah,
you
Milk and Cheese. I remember seeing that, but you see, you were born in 78, so you were 10 when this explosion of these black and white independent comics came out, and so I'm a little bit older, and to me, I didn't like that.
But I didn't discover these until later. I wasn't into these until the 2000s.
What I'm saying is, if you see a few of them at a time, but if you were in a store and there was so many of them, it's horrifying when you see a lot of them at the same time.
Okay, let me explain what you get in this comic. So you get an anthology of his stuff, right? So first of all, there's a story called The Murder Family that runs in some of the issues. And what that is it's a typical sitcom family of the 60s, except that they murder people, right?
Okay.
So it's violent, vicious. It's just like Gratu would like, you see. And they
was that done in that what's its face Natural Born Killers? Didn't they do a sitcom with murderers in part of that movie? I didn't like that movie.
I didn't like it.
Rodney Dangerfield.
Yeah. I'm familiar with Evan Dorkin because of his 90s Bill and Ted comics.
Yeah, he did those too.
Okay.
I didn't read those.
He did Fisher Price adaptations of things like Catcher in the Rye.
Oh, okay.
Which are funny. He does these panel strips like this, which are some of them are really hilarious. Like you have to read them, but his humor is very acerbic, and there's Milk and Cheese is in here, of course.
Okay. Yeah, I hear that's a really great comic.
Well, he's one of the most brilliant comic creators ever. So
what's he doing now?
I don't know. So I don't know what anybody's doing now. And then okay, so here's the covers of some of them, right? So you see.
Sadly, I think he's a leftist, and he posts tweets about his political beliefs.
Oh,
probably is. A lot of them are.
Industries like that.
Yeah. But he's very funny though.
Yeah.
But it's dark. A lot of it's dark humor. So this is what Gratu said he wanted. You know.
Well, not necessarily. I meant dark humor against comic books.
So here's the Eltonville Club. This is like they're in a bunch of different issues of Dork, right? So these are the guys. This is the mean-spirited satire on the community. So you got one guy here that collects comic books. He's way too into superhero comics. He's the guy at the top. You got this guy over here who's into horror stuff, and he likes disgusting bondage horror, and he's, you know, he's just sick in the head basically because he likes all the torture horror movies and stuff like that. Young guy, and this guy over here is also like in the count. This is the Magic the Gathering guy. He's in all the fantasy and Magic the Gathering and stuff.
Yeah, okay.
And
I don't like those people.
They're all assholes, right? They're all portrayed as complete assholes.
No offense if any of you are Magic the Gathering people, but
And you see, and so they go through these adventures. Like there's one of them where they're giving away these cards of superheroes in bread, like Wonder Bread in the store. So each loaf of Wonder Bread you get like a different card of a superhero. So the heavy guy, his name's Josh. He really wants to collect all the cards, but he's missing like a Two-Face card, right? Batman's Two-Face, you know? So he's like, I got to get the card. And he's yelling at his mom for not buying more bread because I got to get the card because he's a complete dick, this guy, you know, and everything. So he eventually goes to the store and he starts ripping up the packages, but he does it like so people won't see he's doing it, you know, like going through them and everything until he can find the card he wants. Of course, the store manager finds out, he gets accosted, and they get in all these things. They destroy a comic shop in one of them.
yeah.
You know, they're just real horrible people. But it's a satire.
I don't know what I said, Branko. Did I say all people into Magic the Gathering are assholes? I don't know. I didn't mean that. I just all people that I've met, which is probably about 2 or maybe 1. All one of that people I've met that are into Magic the Gathering was an asshole. So I tend to speak in hyperbole. And so I didn't.
So you should look for these dork comics.
I might have offended Branko.
They're very funny.
Magic the Gathering is. It's just, you know, it's not something I know about, so therefore I have to hate it. That's just my insanity.
They're very funny, guys.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
If you guys want to read these, there's one I like this. He goes to a comic store, record store, and he's asking for all these Gene Pitney songs, and they don't have any Gene Pitney songs, so they call it Store Without Pitney or Town Without Pitney.
Yeah.
Get it?
I get it, but I don't know if the average reader would get it.
The Island of Misfit Candy. So they have all these candies from the 60s that are considered racist now, and they go to this island where they've been cast off to this island.
Oh, okay.
So it's really funny.
There used to be a lot of little packets of powder to put in your water to turn it in like funny face, and then they had a lot of racial stereotypes in those. Asian and
in this one, these 2 great guys here who used to be huge comic book collectors, but the jerk kind that you're talking about, they kidnap the guy to his mom, you know, asked them to do it to try to get him away from the addiction of collecting action figures and comics, called The Intervention, you see? Yeah. So they try to turn him into a guy with a social life. And you know, and not a complete jerk, you know.
Okay.
And what happens is he ends up breaking them, and they revert back to their old selves.
Huh.
And then there's one where they have a Twilight Zone marathon where they're watching all these episodes of Twilight Zone back to back, and they're competing to see who can guess the episodes faster than the other guys. And they start fighting like crazy, and it just devolves into this like Lord of the Fly situation. It's crazy. You have to read these to believe it, but
these look good.
These don't look too bad. Yeah.
And there's one where their home shopping network is selling comics, just like you were talking about earlier. They have a whole story about that, where they're selling the comics and, you know, saying, oh, this is legendary. So the guy phones in. He actually knows about the comics, you know, one of the Eltonville Club guys. And he starts correcting them on all the mistakes that they're making in the commercial. And he starts driving them crazy. and it's hilarious, absolutely hilarious.
Cool.
So they started admitting, I don't know anything about comics. I'm just trying to sell stuff on here and everything. And they have to like take them off in a straitjacket or something, you know. That's his wife, Evan Dorkin's wife, Sarah Dyer. She also did her own comics too.
Huh.
This
Let me
is the
see her
one.
style. Is that her still drawing?
What? Sorry?
No, well, show me her art style. Are you talking about that's her art style?
No, he drew that, but
Oh, it's
she
a picture of his wife.
she does the coloring in his comics and stuff like that. And I think she has her own comics called Action Girl, an anthology she used to do. But this is it. This is the one where they're selling the comics on the Home Shopping Network. See?
Yeah.
Amazing Fantasy number 15. And he's phoning them up and correcting them in every mistake they make.
Yeah, on the Home Shopping Network that I remember, they weren't selling old comics. They're selling the comics that were coming out right then and making them seem like they were big deals.
Yes, they were. And they would be autographed sometimes, right?
Right.
Yeah, by people that you've never heard of and never will hear of. It was funny.
They had
They would make it seem like they were famous creators.
Carl
Yeah.
Young's like King Kong in this King Kong.
Yeah, they were selling them. Cool. They were selling them to people like people that collect Beanie Babies and stuff that they think they're going to
exactly.
retire
There was, like,
on
a
Beanie
knife
Babies.
show. Remember they would sell all those knives as well.
Yeah.
These are references to jokes like old jokes: chicken crossing the road, banana peel, knock knock, who's there? Two rabbis walk into a bar. You know,
I like
in
this art style.
Yeah, he's got
reminiscent of the 50s, the height of American culture.
He packs so much into his books, so much into.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Yeah, that looks good to me.
You guys should look for these. Okay, Dork, and House of Fun is a newer one he did. It was a one shot.
Okay, so that's what he's still doing. Milk and
Yeah,
cheese.
it's in color. This one's all in color.
See, it looks 100% better because I comics to me are color. So
See, it's in color, Gratu. See,
so it's fine. Now it looks right.
See, I don't agree with your snobbery towards black
It's
and white.
not that it's snobbery. It's just they don't look finished. It looks like I'm looking at something that's not finished.
I disagree, but that's okay. We can disagree.
No, yeah, it's just because I started with color comics. I like color.
But yeah, that's the Eltonville Club in color. In this one, they go into one of those Walking Dead like zombie things where people are walking down the streets, you know, and they make a mess out of it because they start acting like jerks again, so they get thrown out, of course. And then he published 2 issues of just the Eltonville Club, like a newer version of it. These are just a few years old. By Dark Horse Comics. So it's black and white again, though, but it's great stuff.
Yeah, looks good.
So you guys should seek this out. And then another comic for Meyer Greenblatt and everybody. The good one is called Spank the Monkey.
Okay. Who put this out? I can't see the
Arrow Comics.
Arrow Comics. That's
And
not
then this-
Arrow books that the teachers order, like Scholastic.
This guy, he
People
just
give you-
pontificates on things. The author, he uses the character just to rant about things he doesn't like in society and about our culture today, which I like that sort of thing. So,
Yeah.
yeah, there's a bunch of Spank the Monkeys, you see. And there's a whole series where he makes fun of the comic market in the 90s and how it's gone to crap and everything. And, you know.
Al Milgrom, that's great graphic, man. Oh man, Al Milgrom.
I know that name. What did he draw?
So he kind of had a scratchy style, and he edited Marvel Fanfare, and he used to draw on the frontispiece of the inside of Marvel Fanfare, and he was like a backup artist, like lower grade than Sal Buscema. I mean, I love Sal Buscema, but I mean, he's low grade, like when it comes to Marvel artists, in my opinion.
Yeah, I need to show you because I talk about him all the time. Let me share my screen here. I was just looking up my nemesis, the artist that I think is one of the worst in history.
Tony Tallarico.
Yeah. And
Good name. I like that name.
let's see what I find here. Well, there's a painting he did that doesn't look half bad.
Is that Bobby Sherman?
He's not to be confused with Tommy Tallarico, who's a big guy in the video game industry.
This is Tony Tallarico's art. That's just, it actually looks like the comic books coming out today. Maybe he was just ahead of his time, because this looks like the comics I see on New Comic Day. They all look like this. The
Right.
ones on computers.
Right.
He apparently did this, which was historically important because I think it was the first black hero or superhero. I think Lobo.
Yeah,
But
I've heard it.
It's not a good comic, but it was the first.
I don't think that's true.
And it may not be because this this is his shitty style. I got this book when I was in 6th grade. Here it is. I can't find this book anywhere. Let's Draw Comics, a step-by-step fun guide. It was bought for me, and there's all these pages where you can draw your own comics, and the stuff I drew in 6th grade was better than his stuff. And he started the strip, and then I would finish it and then make it horribly perverse. And yeah, this guy, he does all these books, mazes. I can draw monsters. No, I can't. Look how he can't draw them. He was very, he did a lot of work for a lot of people.
Have you?
Charlton, there's some of his original art. The Charlton logo fell off of it.
You guys, have you guys heard?
He did this Dracula comic, which in theory would be really amazing. Someone making Dracula into a superhero, but unfortunately, but
Yeah,
this guy has put out more books than that R.L. Stein idiot, and it's like Find Freddy. Boy, that's original. Yeah, I don't like this guy, but I need to be quiet because he's still alive. He's not going to watch.
Well, have you guys heard of the World's Worst Comics Awards?
No,
Yes.
but I like the title.
This is by Kitchen Sink Comics, published in the early 90s.
I think I actually have that comic.
Yeah, what it is they talk about the worst moments in comic history. Like they're mostly superhero stuff, so they talk about actual things that happened in superhero comics in the 60s and 70s. And they're talking about like the worst ideas in comics and the worst heroes and stuff like that. So you guys, if you like the old comics, you'd enjoy this. You know, these are
a series, right? Because I have an issue or two of this, but not that particular one.
There's only 2 issues of it.
I must have the other one.
See, they tell you about the covers and the worst female costumes and everything. So they're real comics.
How is that the worst female costume? Why is that bad to them? Why are Siskel and Ebert not liking the Batgirl costume? Is it because her boots are so sharp and would probably injure her?
I don't know if
the male gaze.
I mean, I don't know if they were saying that one is, but they're saying like these ones are.
Oh, Supergirl changed her outfit a bunch of times because they trying to make the comics sell. Yeah, they didn't like that Miss Marvel suit because that's issue 1. That one in this bottom right, that was great. That was then they tried to fix it.
Well, they think
I love all those early Miss Marvel covers. They're great.
They think it's exploitative to women. That's why.
Oh, please. Okay, so we see where that's going.
But they also make fun of ads, you know.
Yeah, all the ads I love.
Yeah,
I think I bought that, but yeah, it's actually making fun of everything I love.
This is a fake ad on the back cover, which is really funny.
Yeah, I remember that original ad. Yeah.
So it's all right. I thought you would enjoy it, but
I remember. Yeah, I mean it touches on everything that I love. It's just like kind of being cynical and making fun of it. So,
here's one. Creepsville.
Now that I've seen. I've seen that. They've got the Invasion of the Saucermen heads there.
The weird thing about it, though, is that all the artwork looks like it's Archie comics.
Yeah, well, it's very, the girls are definitely drawn.
I kind of like that. I like the girls like that.
Me too.
The guys aren't done in Archie style, but the girls definitely are.
I mean, does that not look like Veronica?
I like
definitely that's what they're going for.
Yeah, I like her t-shirt.
I'm surprised they got away with it. Yeah, I like Meyer. Meyer's he likes the same stuff I like.
You never got into cherry Pop Tart.
No, I've never been able to. Well, they cost a lot of money, so I've never.
What do they do? They work.
Yeah, they're in demand. Yeah.
Oh, they are. Oh, I can't imagine why.
Monster Tunes. But yeah, that's what Creeps feels like. It's like a throwback to 50s, 60s stuff. They have these great covers.
Good. I like that cover. I like these. They look good.
Yeah, the covers are good. Almost gold key, but not quite.
Can I convince you to buy some of these Meyer Greenblatt at my comic shop?
Yeah, I'll probably. I mean, yeah, I'll go back over and look at this and make a list. I'm not making a list as we're watching, but I will go back over and
Great.
and I'll remember all the stuff that stood out to me.
Are you getting payoffs from Buddy Saunders?
No.
Or I think it's actually his son. Or
Look at this Gratu.
Yeah,
You know,
pretty good.
Gratu, a couple years back, I ordered an issue of Creepy with a story that was written, by Buddy Saunders.
Right.
You know about that, right? And it was just like a $5 copy, and it arrived, and it was signed. It was autographed. Isn't that cool? It was like just
from my
randomly autographed on the inside, Buddy
he
Saunders.
probably autographs any copy that comes in.
That's what I was thinking as well. They probably have a stack of 10 of them or something. And
Did he only write one story?
yeah, it's just one story in that one issue.
Yeah, in my magazine that I used to do, The Sophisticate, I reprinted panels from it where like
it's a beautiful cover.
I think a Cyclops is ripping off someone's head or something.
Thank you, Meyer.
I've got it somewhere. It's packed, so I
Well,
can't
the reason okay, that's definitely Archie style.
that looks really good.
My friend Tom, not you, but my other friend Tom, who's no longer alive, owned that original painting of Raquel Welch done for 1 million years BC.
Oh,
And he
wow.
sold it, and I think he got 50,000 for it. And he had he just sold a couple of things he owned and bought a house. And he had original art for 1940s war recruiting posters. I mean, he had big time stuff. Anyway, so
this is a neat comic, It's,
yeah, it's good. I like the.
Yeah, this looks good to me too.
I wish the best thing in Archie style. Tom, are you aware of Chilling Tales of Sorcery?
Yeah, Sabrina's Chilling Tales of Sorcery.
The first couple of issues of that are drawn in the Archie House style, but are really kind of sick, sadistic horror stories.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. And then they realized maybe we shouldn't do this in the third issue. They made it's more realistic, Gray Morrow, wonderful Gray Morrow art. See, that's to me the water, Gray Morrow and Wally Wood. That's I want.
Yeah. I love the did you ever read that series Edge of Chaos by Gray Morrow?
Yeah, I love Gray Morrow. Anything he does, and
Me too.
He worked for Mort Todd. Got him to work for Crackton when he was there too.
Yeah, he has great taste.
He does.
And everything.
So do you want to see? I got two more of my favorite comics to show you. I got other ones, but these are my absolute favorites.
Okay,
right?
these are absolute favorites. So yeah, I just wanted to say we're working up to number 1, right?
Yeah, this is going to be a hard sell though because it's a tender comic book.
Tender.
This comic made me. Well, this comic made me cry on, while I was
Tender.
a few times.
Oh,
It's
what gets me is Toy Story 2.
Yeah, like you did Toy Story 2. I told you my friend played her in a video, so you should check that out,
Oh, yeah.
So here's it's called Shades of Grey Comics and Stories
Yeah.
by Jimmy Gownley. And it's not a humor comic, it's a serious comic about a group of teenagers growing up in a small town.
Okay. Never
And
heard
it's just a beautiful, it's a drama comic. It's a realistic slice of life coming of age story.
All right.
It's unbelievable. And this issue, like she's remembering her grandmother who just passed away, and it's really sentimental but it's done so well.
Is it written by or is it done by a female artist?
No, Jimmy Gownley is the artist and writer of the comic. And they go through these adventures like, you know, young love and bullying and relationships. It's a lot about relationships, not just with, you know, other, not just romantic, but also just with friends, with older people, you know, things like that. This one's signed by the creator, Jimmy Gownley.
Nice.
I mean, and this, like here, one of the characters is just enjoying an autumn day. It's just a beautiful like cover, and they have he has a map of where they live on the back, so you can get an idea of like where they in Pleasant Valley. I mean, it's just
I like that back cover.
it's a beautiful comic. There's some, thank you so much with the exception. What? Oh, okay, but thank you so much for you like the other ones. I wonder why he doesn't like that one. Okay.
Branko.
So what did Branko say?
Oh.
I'll stick up for the
He'll stick up for the cheerleaders.
There you go. Branko likes a lot of things I like too, like Kat Dennings and, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it's just a pretty comic. It's just beautiful. Like, these characters are really well-rounded and they're fleshed out characters.
Oh, really? Movie world.
Yeah, now he's doing comic books aimed at children. He started doing something called Amelia Rules, which was really popular. But yeah, it's just about, you know, like young love, like the guy's in love with a girl, but he can't tell her, and you know, and stuff. But it's done realistically. It's like how people actually talk, like good people. It's not like jerk teenagers. It's like nice teenagers, you know. And they're characters you want to spend time with and get to know, and
Yeah.
it makes me feel like reading it. I wish that I had a life like this when I was a teenager. In some ways, you know, I wish that my life had been like this, and I had friends like this when I was a teenager. It's just a beautiful comic. There's one where the guy, he takes his new girlfriend into a winter wonderland. Like, they go to this pond in the wintertime in the forest area, and he draws it so beautifully. It's just so evocative of the feelings, and I don't know. It'll take you back. It'll make you cry, you know, if you're a sensitive person. This is
Good.
a start of an ongoing story called A Healing Presence, which it's almost, this comic is so, it touches me so much that sometimes I can't read it.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to go, sometimes I don't want to go to that place because I know I'm going to get too emotional, you know? That's how powerful his writing is, though.
Well, that's good. That's good.
So I don't like this because it's got, you know, busty women or anything like that,
Right.
or humorous stuff. I just like it because it's a beautifully written, tender comic book.
I like books and movies about people that are interesting, and most movies and books aren't that way.
In this one, he's remembering of when he was a kid and the other characters were kids and they used to play together, and he's kind of like wondering where the times went back then, and it's like a flashback. It's just, oh man, it just is so moving. And then there's one where this bad kid, they meet this kid he's in the gang and everything, and he acts tough because he doesn't have anybody in his life, and he acts tough and everything, and he beats up one of the characters, but then you start actually feeling for that guy as well, because you start realize how tough his life is and how people have treated him and why he acts like an asshole. And he gets redeemed by an old woman that they go to work for, like they help her clean her house.
Yeah.
And every day she goes to pray, like in this forest, and she never tells them where she's going because it's a private moment, but she goes to like there's just this cross like in or something or in the middle of a forest that she found, and she just goes to pray there. And one day she takes him there, and it changes his life just because he sees that not everybody's a horrible person. Like, and she's the first person that's ever cared about him. He thought that nobody would ever care about him, his parents or anybody else like that.
Yeah.
And it changes him, you know? And it's not a religious comic or anything. Like, not there's anything wrong with that, but it's not. I'm just telling you. It's just.
Well, it sounds like that's a true piece of art. If art affects you emotionally,
Yeah,
way. And
it does. In this one, she's in the school play. She's, you know, and the director's like Woody Allen or something. And it's partly, this is amazing. Like, it's not all comic panels. Sometimes in the middle of a story, it turns into prose instead.
Mhm.
So he experiments with different styles, you know,
Right.
and then it'll turn back to comic form again, you know. And
I remember when Marvel would do that when the artists didn't get their pages on time.
yeah, they did that with Howard the Duck.
Duck, you know, with
Yeah.
some other comics. It's like all of a sudden it's text and you really know why. But that I'm not saying that's why they did it. You know, there's sometimes like a song will get you, like Seasons in the Sun or Cats in the Cradle or that song in Toy Story 2, When She Loved Me. I hear that song. I can't take it
No, I know what you mean.
because
I'm like that with Roy Orbison songs.
yeah. It's a song about abandonment, you know, and this
Yeah.
toy that's abandoned by
Yeah.
its owner. It gets me. All right, so has this all been put together in a graphic
I
novel?
think some of them are collected in a trade. I've never been able to find the trade paperback, so I think it's easier to find the individual issues.
Is it something that's okay for kids to read?
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's nothing offensive in it.
No, it's a family-friendly comic. So
Right. Well,
Movie
that's a
World
good
gives you
thing.
that too. Yeah.
You know, I was thinking when you're talking about seemingly real people, the movie Ghost World, you know, which is based on a comic book.
Yeah, I like
You know,
that movie a
When
lot.
she's discovering all this old music, you know, she goes and buys some old blues records and she's
Yeah.
alone listening to that.
Right.
And it's so great, you know, that movie
Yeah.
is great.
I think it's great too.
Shows her life changing by listening to a record. What
Yeah.
It is.
what
But
movie
It has a
shows
good
that?
ending too.
It means so much to people like us. It shows how she's bonding with something from 80 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've
So-
never seen that in any other movie.
I know what you mean. I love that movie too, but I just want to recommend the first 12 issues of this. He self-published them, Lady Luck Publishing. So I recommend that. I didn't think you guys would be interested. I'm glad you are. I thought
Well, it sounds great, but only the first 12 issues or
Well, I'll explain. There are 4 more issues published.
Yeah.
He got picked up by a bigger publisher, Tapestry, and his heart wasn't in it as much. So the stories didn't really go anywhere in these 4. Like, they're okay, but they don't touch you like his self-published ones do, like the first 12 issues do.
Okay.
So this was like it lasted only for 4 issues because his heart wasn't in it, but
Well,
still,
why?
it's all right. But I say go for the first 12 issues. Though.
Okay.
He also actually, the same guy did this comic. He did an entire album. He wrote all the songs and sang the songs and released that. And they're supposed to be like songs that one of the characters is singing.
Is it any good?
I haven't heard it, but he even did that. Like he was trying all these different things, you know.
What's this guy's name? Maybe it's on YouTube.
Jimmy Gownley,
Jimmy Gownley.
Gownley.
That's why I thought it would be spelled.
So Myra Greenblatt, would you be interested in that one?
Yes, yeah, it looked interesting to me, and you're describing it. Your interest makes it interesting to me. I'm
Yeah, when
interested in
someone has
checking the book.
enthusiasm,
Yeah,
the
your
enthusiasm is very catching.
You know what's funny because
See,
I
one
was
of the
told that-
reasons, Tom, one of the reasons I don't want to like anything is I don't have the money to buy hardly anything, so I want to hate it. I'm like a 3-year-old.
Oh.
I know I can't buy all this shit, so I might as well hate it.
I
Save
get it.
money
No,
to
I
go
get
to
it.
Donutland. So,
I was told that in teaching college too. They said that, you know, the kids will follow you just because of your enthusiasm.
oh yeah, you gotta. That's why I would use like Edgar Rice Burroughs and stuff to teach. But
So
then-
I'm gonna show you my favorite comic book of all time. Okay. But I need to go to the bathroom.
Okay. All right. I'll come back. I got a few tears in my eyes thinking about that Toy Story 2 song. So I'll come on camera with tears in my eyes. All right. So let's see. Movie World Comics says, I actually had the opportunity to meet Jimmy Gownley at a convention, but I ended up just walking right by his table. Yeah, I don't like meeting people really, especially not having to pay them $50 or something to sign things, because to me, it will, having to pay one of my favorite movie or TV show people money to have them sign something will always taint my thoughts of that person that I had to pay them. And then what if they're assholes? Then I'll always think of that whenever I watch Star Trek, so I kind of don't want to meet people.
I've done it a couple times, but I haven't done it in years. So I haven't done it since I've never paid more than $20 for an autograph. Like, it used to be $20 and they would have like these 8x10s on the table and you could pick whatever one you wanted, and then they would sign it personal for you and then talk to you for 5 minutes. This is like 10 or 15 years ago here. So I've met some people and I have done it. And there's only one person that was uncool, and I wasn't really interested in him, and it was more my girlfriend at the time that was interested in the guy. So it didn't.
The only people I've met are Herschel Gordon Lewis, because a friend of mine was going to make a movie with him. It never happened. And let's see, who else? I met the 5, 6, 7, 8s because they were my favorite band. The Japanese, they were a girl band that was playing in Dallas. I met who was that idiot? The guy that almost kicked David Letterman's teeth in.
Crispin Glover.
Yeah, I met him because this girl at the time that I was talking to years ago was so into him. So I went to. He was showing these movies at the Texas Theater, the theater where Lee Harvey Oswald hid out, and so he was there showing these movies he had made. With the cast was entirely made up of people with Down syndrome. They were completely horrible, awful movie. He won't release them. You have to actually, the only way he'll let you see the movies if he's present. And then afterwards, he takes all these angry liberals from the audience's questions. And of course, he just says, well, the parents said it was okay to use them, and they loved it, and they feel like they're movie stars. The guy's a fucking nut. But yeah, I got some books autographed by that nut.
People like him a lot. Women like him.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to remember who else I've met. Well, I met Joe Pilato because he was my friend actually met him, but we hung out with him because I think he was gonna be in my friend's movie, and no one knows who he is. He was in Day of the Dead, the third Romero movie. He was the real gung-ho guy in charge of the soldiers, Joe Pilato. I don't know.
Myra Greenblatt probably already knows, but I met Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Yeah, I think I might have heard you mention that. Yeah.
Yeah. I have some pictures with her. I've shown them to Gratu.
How did you meet her? Was she in Canada filming something?
Yes, The Tuxedo with Jackie Chan.
I remember liking that movie.
I didn't, but
I remember wasn't it like a spy movie?
Yeah.
Well, they used to go up and film movies.
We'll go back to that. You just glossed over that.
No, that's because I'd already shown it, and I realized.
Oh, I had the opportunity to meet Jimmy Gownley convention. Oh, that's terrible. He's the guy I was showing you.
Did he say Jim Steranko?
No.
Wow, I would love to have met Jim Steranko or meet Jim.
I could have met him. I walked right past the table, but I was a little nervous because I didn't know how he would be. He seemed like he was real friendly with everybody. Mm-hmm. Mark Bagley's wife made fun of my shoes. Bummer. Yeah, see, that's why I want to stay away from celebrities. Dr. Silver, there's only been a few artists I really wanted to see and paid for them. Neil Adams, Jim Steranko, Joe. Just okay.
Now, Mr. Greenblatt, you were asking me about Jennifer Love Hewitt, I think, when I met her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I met her, and she hugged me. I got a hug from her, I have pictures with her, and I met Justin Bieber, and I hung out with Justin Bieber actually one night at a talent show, and his mom. And I didn't know who he was. It was just before he got famous. And I thought he's just this overrated kid in the show, you know. And he just turned out to be sitting next to me in the show, in the audience. So his mother gave me his card and said he was trying to make it on YouTube and all this kind of stuff. And I thought, oh, just another mother that thinks her kid is special and he's going to make it big. So I threw the card in the garbage when she gave it to me. But I was nice to them. They were nice to me, though, except when Justin Bieber didn't get picked to move on to the finals, he got really temperamental, and he wouldn't talk after. And his mother said to me, "This is the hardest part, you know, with him, because he can't handle losing."
Because he's a little bitch.
So yeah, but I remember walking out of the show with him, and so it was really funny. It turned out to be Justin Bieber. You know,
that's a funny story. That's an interesting story.
Thank you. And I also met Richard Simmons as well.
How was that? How did that go? And how did you meet Richard Simmons? He was filming something in Canada, right?
He was promoting a Meals on Wheels or something like that.
Okay.
And my mom was in love with Richard Simmons, and my grandmother liked him a lot too. So they both went to see him. And they took me with them. So he gave a big speech, and then they had a lineup where you could go and meet Richard Simmons and he'd autograph things, right? People get him to autograph his books, things like that. So I went up to him, and he said, like, to my mom and grandmother, he says, "Oh, is this your sister? She looks just like you. Oh, it's so nice to meet you." He's like that. He's very nice. He's very nice. And he kissed my mom on the lips, I think, and he kissed my grandmother on the cheek. And my mom would never stop talking about that for years afterwards, how she got kissed on the lips by Richard Simmons. And I gave him something to sign. I wasn't a fan of his, so I gave him a Mad magazine.
Was he on the cover?
No, he had nothing to do with it. It was a Mad paperback, Sing Along with Mad. If you've heard of that one.
You have a Sing Along with Mad, signed by him?
I did, but I don't know what happened to it.
I think that's great.
It might have been worth $1 million on eBay now, and I don't know what happened to it. But I got it, and he said it was unusual. He said, "I've never been asked to sign a Mad paperback before."
I can imagine not.
But he did it. But he's a great guy. He's a wonderful guy, Richard Simmons. I'm not trying to make fun. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
Okay, my favorite comic book of all time.
Okay.
Now, guys, don't just write this off, okay? Because trust me, it's more than the reason most people don't know about this comic is because they don't know what it is. They probably think it's something it's not. Okay. So it started off. This is the very first issue, is Lycra Woman and Spandex Girl, the aerobic duo.
I've never heard of it, so I don't have any judgment.
Have you guys ever heard of Electra Woman and Dyna Girl?
Yeah.
Used to watch it.
That's what this is. This is like the characters are based on them, but they're kind of a parody of them. However, this trend, it sends humor. There you go. There they are. There you go.
Nice. Very nice piece.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice. And this comic transcends a humor comic, though, because the characters, again, are really likable. And like, okay, Spandex Girl here's like a teenager. And the other woman there, Lycra Woman, is in her 20s. And they have an exercise show. That's their alter egos. They have they are exercisers on like a morning exercise show. It's set in 1970s. The comic's set in 1970, just like the original show, right?
Right.
And and they get involved with the characters in their community. There's like a cast of characters that's in every issue, and it's just really funny. And it's really, the stories are really, really great. Now, the artwork changes over time. This is the earlier artwork. in the beginning, their publisher wanted it to be more of a sexy thing with a lot of sexual innuendo and stuff, but they actually didn't want to do it, but they had to do it because of the publisher. But they redid some of these issues later, and they changed things. Now, this guy, Frank, he is the nerd guy that's in love with Spandex Girl. And she's kind of like this narcissistic, egocentric teenage girl. So she just likes guys to look at her body and stuff like that. But the other girl keeps her in line. She's a mother figure to her, But they fight these villains, like this woman who her horse died because she left a barn open or something like that, a fence open, and her horse died. And so she wants to get revenge on, I don't remember, like glue manufacturers or something like that. And they take her on. I think it gets better over time. This is just like the first issue. But they're a little hard to find. It's really hard to complete this run.
It's odd that no one ever made an Electro Woman comic.
Yeah,
that show was really pretty good. It was they really captured the feeling of the '66 Batman pretty closely.
Well, this is the closest you'll get to an Electro Woman comic.
Well, there was a pilot made for a Fox TV show where it was updated, where it was them today.
Yeah, I remember it.
Older.
Yeah.
It was like
Marky Post was in it. Yeah,
it was on. I think you can see it on YouTube.
This is quite a interesting comic. They have a different villains and this is the Valentine's issue. The last one was the Christmas issue, and it was published by Comic Zone, which is a small publisher.
I don't think that anyone could have possibly guessed that this would be your favorite comic of all time. I mean, it's like pulled so much out of left field. I've never even heard of this comic.
I fell in love with these characters, and I actually cried in this comic too, which is going to sound crazy.
No, that's okay.
Because
issues came out of this.
I felt for Frank because he has this unrequited love for Spandex Girl, for Susie, and she never even notices him, And it's like, but there's a guy who's like a hamster or something. He's the big boss of them, and he sends them on their missions. And he's a genius hamster, and he never talks, but he speaks in hamster language. But they can understand it for some reason. I don't know why. And the mayor is a horse for some reason. But everybody's a human, though. Everybody else is a human. It's weird. And so, he has this unrequited love for her. Now, this is where the artwork gets better, in my opinion. Oh. This is the time travel issue. And this is a great story where they get involved with all the time travel people. So Susie, she's Spandex Girl. This is her when she's not Spandex Girl. She's in love with like this jock guy, right? Of course.
That art reminds me of Spain Rodriguez. You familiar with his art?
You asked me that last time.
I am.
I'm not, but
did you show me that particular book, and I said that, or that artist?
No, I've never shown this to you.
But how did I just bring up Spain Rodriguez?
I don't remember.
I heard you bring him up the other day. What was the name of the guy that did the Checkered Demon? I liked him too. A lot of the same heavy ink usage as well.
Let me look it up. I watch it be Spain Rodriguez.
I don't think it's Spain. It's some other guy, but they both lived here in San Francisco when they were making that stuff.
Yeah. Checkered Demon, S. Clay Wilson, right? Yeah.
Yes, S. Clay Wilson.
Yeah. Yeah. San Francisco was the heart of the underground comics industry.
Rip-off press.
Right.
So they get involved with Doc Brown, because it's a time travel issue. So there's Marty McFly and Doc Brown. Electro Woman, that was Electro Woman, and everything. And they get involved with James Darren from the Time Travel show, Time Tunnel show.
I love that show.
So all the time travelers, Doctor Who, they all get involved in this story, and they get mixed up in these different time paradoxes, and it's just a great story. So you can see all the people that have ever been involved in time travel thing in the media. There's Planet of the Apes there. I think.
Yeah, cool.
You guys would know some of these people. I wouldn't know probably, but
point out someone
like the dog guy there. The dog, I mean.
Oh, that's Peabody and Sherman, right?
Yeah, I didn't know that, but
that's a great cartoon. Yeah.
Bill and
Yeah.
Ted, and so they're tied up now, as you can see, Electra Woman and Dyna Girl. And Spandex Girl, and
Yeah.
they have to get out of these situations, and Bill and Ted get involved in it, and it gets more and
You
more
got
complicated.
Branko sold.
Oh, thank you, Branko. Thank you. I'm thinking it's because it's my favorite comic of all time. No, I've never read Buzzboy. I don't know about that one.
I don't either.
But you see, the artwork's pretty neat. And now, what happened with this comic is they got sued by the owners of the trademark Lycra.
Oh, I would have thought Sid Marty Croft.
No, and they said you can't use Lycra on your comic because we own the word Lycra.
So what did they do?
So they ordered, and they had to order all these issues destroyed. So all the remaining issues were destroyed. So they're harder to find.
Oh my goodness.
This is the Jurassic Dinosaur special. It's a parody of Jurassic Park, and it's absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, this looks good. I'll check this out for sure, Tom.
Thank you so much, Meyer. It means so much to me.
I'm going to show you something real quick, Tom. Just hold it for a second.
Okay, then I'll go back to
I
that.
want to show you Spain Rodriguez's art.
Okay.
I don't know let me look and see what you guys are seeing. Okay, but when the '89 Batman came out, I was reading a lot of this Trash Man. I had a collection, and I realized that when they created the Batmobile for that movie, that was very heavily influenced by the weird vehicles that he drew for this. I wish maybe I can find some just in this image search. But yeah, he drew these amazing vehicles. Yeah, he passed away I think maybe less than a year ago.
Yeah, he did. They had a huge thing for him here. He's kind of famous for being the artistic expression of the entire Mission District. The whole Chicano culture and the Mission District culture of San Francisco. This guy put it on pen and paper in the 1960s and 70s, I guess.
Yeah, and this might be something. I mean, I might be able to show you some stuff that's cool. He did work for this comic Skull, which was kind of the underground comics movement, was very influenced by EC. That's the book I think that I was reading about from Fantagraphics. Yeah, in '89. But yeah, I don't know, the style of what you were showing looked a little bit like him. Well, let me see if I can get vehicles so that I can, because I'm not spelling it right. Yeah, I mean, his art is cool. Yeah,
really cool.
But it's a lot of this underground stuff. I think you'd like it, Tom. It just it goes a little further than I mean, it's.
I can't afford it though, because those are all like you don't see those in 3 for $1 bins.
No. You'd have to get collected versions of this.
I think you'd like Arcade. Like I've got a couple issues of that, but it's pricey. But they might have compilations now.
And you'd also like Weirdo.
I thought about
exactly. Weirdo is fun, and Zap comics are good too.
I remember this. This Ace Hole is the name of this guy. Weirdo magazine was very much, I think, up your alley, and he tried to get some of the top artists of the time.
Well, I've read about it. Yeah, I've read a lot about it, but I've never seen any copies of it.
Oh, you just haven't seen them?
No.
I bet they're all over.
They're expensive, though.
Oh, are they now? Because they used to be.
I think there's reprints for some reason. I have some that were made like maybe 5 or 10 years ago that I bought here in the city that are like 7th editions from Rip-Off Press.
Yeah, Underground Comics never really went out of print, and they just had continually printed. Just kept printing more and more editions.
You can still buy them here. Like on Haight Street, there's a whole store that sells those to tourists.
Yeah.
Here's some art from their Jurassic Lark issue.
Okay.
So what happens is like the whole thing, they found Jurassic Park is just this huge ploy where yeah, a huge ploy by Critchen, the guy who wrote Jurassic Park, to I can't even remember. I need to read these again. I'm going to read these again now. Every time I see these, I want to read them again. I've read them so many times, but I love them so much. And there's this hard-boiled detective guy who is always trying to expose the girls because he thinks they're not really forces for good, but they're a bad influence on the city, which because he's an idiot, this guy, and he doesn't know who they are, even though he sees their exercise show on TV because he's just too stupid. But he gets involved in the stories too, and it's really funny. The characters are all funny.
Yeah. I'd like to see that in color. Sometimes color adds dimension because the colorist will provide the shading needed to round out the faces.
I'd love to see it in color too, but you realize Groucho, they couldn't afford to publish.
They couldn't afford it. Yeah, I realize that.
That's the only reason it's not in color,
Yeah.
Because and what can you do, right? I mean, what can you do? I'd love to see it in color too. Now this issue here, they go to Hawaii. They get involved with this Jack Lord, I think, from Hawaii Five-0.
Right.
And they have this whole Hawaii Five-0 adventure. And they get involved with this bunch of natives who worship Jack Lord.
Okay.
And it's really funny.
That's funny.
Yeah. The stories are really like you get your bang for your buck with these because you get a lot of story and you get like a complete story in almost every issue.
Tracy Lords named herself after Jack Lord.
I didn't know that.
I always thought that she named herself after the Katharine Hepburn character in what was the movie, The Desk Set or something.
Oh,
but
yeah.
She actually named herself. She had a crush on Jack Lord when she was little.
That's funny.
That is fun.
I have these bagged and boarded. These are like in almost mint condition, these books.
Cool.
And they go for quite a bit of money sometimes, but sometimes you can get some on My Comic Shop, Meyer. If you're lucky, you can start looking for these on there.
Well, if a large number were destroyed, yeah, they're going to be valuable.
This one was one of the hardest ones to get. This is an Adam Hughes cover.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
And people love him. So he did this, and this is one of the hardest Adam Hughes books to find. And this
what time period are we dealing with here?
This is 1993.
Okay.
Now, this is the last one that was called Lycra Woman, and before they made them change the name. So I think that's why there are fewer copies of this one, because it was just after this they ordered them destroyed. And in this issue, the mayor turns into a vampire horse.
Dr. Selridge just paid you a real compliment.
What did he say?
Oh, I'll put it on again. I love your passion for the books you collect, Tom. Very cool.
Thank you, Dr. Selridge.
Yeah, your passion is and you haven't seen anything, guys, until we do our music. We're going to do a music show. We're talking about old music. Then you'll really see his passion come out.
So this horse, that's true. Yes, true. This has got a poster in the center too, an Adam Hughes poster of them.
Oh. Okay.
And so they get the horse, like he gets bitten by a vampire and he turns into a vampire horse. So they have to defeat the dark horse,
Wasn't there a vampire cow in Howard the Duck or something like that?
Yeah.
Man, thank you. I knew there was something like that.
This is a Halloween issue. Look at this. Look at this 2-page spread here. All the detail in here.
Yeah, shit. That took some time.
And it's a costume party, so people are dressed up as famous characters.
Did he tend to do this in the centerfold of all the issues? One of these John Severin kind of.
There's Tora Johnson and Vampira down there. See that?
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I have to read them again. I can't remember. I don't think it was an ongoing thing, but
he did it more than once.
So I think so. So it's a beautiful comic. Like I said, the artwork gets better. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that is something you can tell that artist had some love for what he's doing.
It was a real labor of love, this comic.
Right, that's what I was trying to say.
Can I see that cover again, Tom?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Are you looking up what it's worth? maybe I should do. You want me to do that, or is
Sure,
that
go ahead. And then I'll tell you what happened after they had to change the name.
It's called Lycra Woman.
And Spandex Girl, right? And that's the Halloween issue. It's number 7, I believe. Yeah. But they'll just have it as number 1. They don't list them because each issue is number 1, but there was a number hidden on the cover somewhere, which was the actual number. But whenever you see it listed, they're all just listed: Valentine special, Christmas special, Halloween special, summer vacation special. So they're all number 1s, you know.
All
But
right.
you can put them in order if you look for the hidden number, like on the cover.
Okay, it is not in stock.
Yeah, it's rarely ever in stock. It took me years to track that issue down.
So going back, they have they're all number 1s. It's like a parody because
Meyer, you could look there's some in stock, Meyer. You can buy some.
well, people in people always buy lots of copies of any issue number 1 because they're lemmings, and so that's I think what they were trying to do. I'll make fun of that
The
almost.
publisher probably made them do
Here's
it.
one signed by writer Brian J.L. Glass and
Yeah.
artist Michael Avon. It's got a Lone Star Comics certificate of authenticity. That's only $12 in 6.0
Yeah.
condition.
That's the
There's
first
one in,
issue.
there's one in, well, yeah.
That's the very first issue.
But
I don't like that art style is good, but the stories are still great though. But it gets better though. Go back again.
okay, here's
Okay,
the
so there's a
Christmas
Christmas special. That's the second issue.
$4, very fine condition.
Very nice, Meyer. You gotta get on this before somebody buys it. And then there's the dinosaur one, Meyer.
I'll get my assistant on this.
There's a Jurassic Park one. $6, Meyer.
Dollars. Boy, Lone Star Comics is going to think, what's going on? Has everyone lost their mind? People are, let's see. I'm not knocking the books. I'm just saying all of a sudden there's this mad rush on these obscure books.
Guys, that one there took me years to get. So you buy that.
$8 very fine, $6 fine. And when
It's
they
one of
say
the
very
hardest
fine, it's probably what most people consider mint because they undergrade their books usually.
Took me years to find that one too. I had to get a guy to order it for me from the US, a friend.
Meyer, what condition that Marvel reprint book you showed this morning, or I was watching it this morning, whenever you put up that video, what condition did they consider that? Because, it had some folds and stuff.
All of those were 2.0 and they were all $2. And they're all probably 2.5s or 3s.
2.5. Okay.
Sometimes you get an actual 2, but sometimes it's a 4. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
And then sometimes like that calendar was listed as a 4.5 and it's complete, man. I mean, it's
what did you pay for the calendar?
$32.
Okay. Yeah, I still have
Which
mine
is-
from when I was a kid. Somehow mine survived.
Yeah,
And-
I was willing to do it because I really wanted to replace it. And like I mentioned in the video, that the reason why that box is so small is because that calendar is the equivalent of like what I usually pay for like 15 comics or something, or 12 comics. Yeah.
Okay.
I try and keep everything under $4.
So guys, we're not done. We're not done. Okay, so what happened is they were sued by Lycra. They said you can't use that name anymore. You have to destroy the books that are remaining. So they did that. The Comic Zone went out of business at the same time, their publisher. But these guys still believed in their creations, and they started their own comic company just to keep publishing this comic. All right. And these issues might be even better. Those ones were fantastic. These ones are fantastic. So this is the new title. So we'll look these up after I show them to you.
All right.
Because so you can order some, Meyer, and everybody else in chat. Bronco, everybody. Okay, ready, guys?
Go.
They changed the title to Spandex Tights.
Oh, hold on. Okay.
And
just a second. So,
and they called their comic company Lost Cause because they figured it was a lost cause by this point. You know?
okay. Graphic Man's wanting to come on to show a toy.
Okay. So this is, they used the Adam Hughes cover again, but this time it's in color for the first issue of the new Okay, and this time they didn't call them all number ones. They just started at number one again, right, for spandex tights.
Okay.
But
That's really funny. Just that entire run of a comic, every issue is number one. I think that's really clever.
of the original run, yeah.
It's well, I mean, it's just it's just funny. It's
In this comic, they get bagged by like a comic collector. You see,
Yes.
the villain here. Yeah, they fight different villains in every issue. The artwork started changing over time too.
okay.
But yeah, they do different things, and I'll keep showing these to you, the remaining ones. So that's the new number one. This is about 1994, I believe. Yeah, and they keep publishing them until 1997. You know, they had a cult fan base, but I'm amazed that they were able to keep publishing them. You know, pull their money. This is the second issue of Spandex Tights. And it's a story that goes for 2 issues. So the conclusion's in number 3. So the first one had, they changed her name to Flex Woman, from Lycra Woman to Flex Woman.
Okay.
And Spandex Girl is still Spandex Girl.
Is it Spandex isn't a brand name?
I guess not.
Maybe they don't care. Free publicity.
This one guest starred the original Nightmare.
You know what surprised me? The word dumpster is a brand name. You're supposed to capitalize it.
I didn't know
I thought
that.
it was a generic
Not know
word
that.
like garbage can, but it's actually a brand name.
In this one, they get involved with sea monkeys.
Oh, now that's cool.
So yeah, I can show you the insides if you want some of it. So what happens? Yeah, they get kidnapped, and the sea monkeys, like the ones in those old ads, they want Spandex Girl to be their new queen, and they have to try to free her from that. It's either Spandex Girl or Flex Woman, I forget. They want one of them to be their queen.
Do they call them sea monkeys?
I can't remember.
It's surprising nobody has like optioned sea monkeys for like a Pixar movie or something.
I was
right?
just thinking the same thing. Why has there never been a comic book? Or it's just always the way they were drawn.
Yeah.
There's where the sea monkeys live under the sea. See, it is SM, so sea monkeys.
Those advertisements are wholesome and charming, and it would be interesting, like a sea monkeys leave it to Beaver thing.
Yeah, they always seem like that nuclear kind of family.
Right.
So there's
We
the
used to
sea
have.
monkeys. See. So yeah, so it's a whole issue starring some sea monkeys, and this right here. Now I told you Frank's in love with Spandex Girl, right? But his teacher is in love with him, his high school teacher, and she tries to seduce him all the time. That's her.
Okay.
But he has none of that. He's not interested in her, and they think she needs help. You know, they try to eventually in the storyline. They're like, "You need help," and stuff like that. You know, there's the sea monkeys again. So that's what happens in that issue.
Yeah, I got that Lost in Space comic that I think you were telling me I should get, Tom, and I think somebody agreed. Eric
It
Green.
was Eric Green. Yeah.
So I got it, even though it looks like it's a titty comic, but
It's not a great comic, but it's got good artwork though.
yeah, well, you told me it was great.
No, it's not great.
Oh, all right.
But this is a great comic.
Yeah,
It's all right. It's not a bad comic. It's got great artwork, you know. And Billy Mummy was.
yeah. I mean, the artwork kind of
instrumental.
looks like the art on the side of a van.
This one they took on the Power Rangers and the Mighty Awful Sour Rangers.
That's kind of good, I guess. So is it a dirty Power Rangers?
No, it's not dirty. These comics aren't that dirty. Like the early issues are dirtier because they were forced to do some of that. The writers, they didn't want to, but by this time they didn't want to be a dirty comic. They didn't want that.
But then where is it? All these well, but they want to be just shy of that.
Thick.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the Summer Fun Cliffhanging Death Trap Bondage special.
Okay.
But it's not like one of those books, though. It's not. So don't think it's like that, people. And look at this.
Those books. What do you mean by that?
It's not like there's a lot of comics that are just for that
Those
market. Yeah, and they're not good stories or anything. They're
Yeah,
just
right.
designed for you know what. And that's not what this is at all. These are good stories, stuff like that.
Fine
So
literature.
this one is a parody of all the Bad Girl comics that were coming out at the time, Black Spandex.
Yeah, yeah.
So Spandex Girl gets taken over by an evil force and turns into Black Spandex, and she turns into an evil girl instead of a good girl. And I cried at the end of this one too, because to see her getting turned into this, and then she has to fight
I'm
herself.
on board. I'm on board.
Yeah, she has to fight her bad girl self.
She's strangling her with a hairdryer.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, we're in the Power Rangers one.
No, we're past
We're
that.
back to the okay.
So
why-
this was a mini series, yeah. Black Spandex.
Oh, okay.
Spandex Tights presents, and
So
then
this is
they
the Electra Woman one.
and then they relaunched it again in Volume 2.
Okay. And were they all issue ones?
No, Volume 2, and neither were the second series either. They weren't all in issue ones. There's like 7 issues or so, and
that
then
looks more like the original source material. Yeah, with the hairstyles and everything.
so this is Volume 2, number 1, and they fight a phlegm monster in this one, which you'd like because you like gross stuff.
I do.
And yeah, you said you did, but or maybe you did. Maybe I'm misrepresenting. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Anyway, in this one, this big monster, it's like a King Kong story. He gets taken from this island and they bring him in this huge cage and everything.
Right.
He thinks that Spandex Girl is a big peach and he wants to eat her,
Okay.
because he likes to eat peaches or something. I don't know. I can't remember. And this one, they fight this groovy alien. He looks like a pimp, but he's not. From outer space,
Boy,
And then,
they're on with those mouths looking like those inflatable
I
dolls.
knew you were going to say that. And then they had a
Probably the model the artist uses in his studio.
They did a 3-issue space opera story, which is a tribute to Star Wars.
That's probably the only girl he's ever seen as an inflatable. That's pretty good. That artwork's pretty good.
And I haven't been able. The only 2 issues I haven't been able to get are the other 2 Star Wars ones because they're just so hard to get.
Well, what they're sequels to that? You mean, or
Yeah,
they're
there's
alternate
the 3.
covers?
This is episode 1. you
Oh,
see.
I see. Let me see the detail of the 2 robots are represented as what? Okay, is that a man or a woman being? I guess
What?
the Han Solo looking thing in the foreground.
That's Frank, the guy who's in love.
Oh,
with
that's a guy. And
He's
so in
the
the
nerd
background,
guy.
okay, is Electra Woman's in the background being C-3PO, and what's the Jawa looking thing?
That's
what is
the
that?
hamster guy. That's their boss.
Oh, the hamster guy. Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
he's a gerbil, actually. I said a hamster. I think he's a gerbil.
And what is Darth Vader? Let me see Darth Vader. What is he drawn to be? What is that?
I don't know.
It looks like C-3PO's face on.
So
okay.
they get involved with the Star Wars characters, and Frank is a great character, though. He's the nerd guy, it's in love with.
Oh, yeah.
You can really relate with him, if you've ever been in love and the girl didn't reciprocate,
Yeah.
This is like the Star Bar thing,
Yeah. Let's see what I can say. All I saw was Doctor Who.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You
want to see some more?
There's the Impossible Man from Fantastic Four, Robbie the Robot. I don't know what else I'm seeing.
That's from the woman from Metropolis.
Yeah. There's the Lost in Space robot. I think there's Concrete in the background. The Predator. I've never been a fan of the movie Predator.
No, me either.
I didn't really like the design of the guy and the dreadlocks. I don't like my monsters that have dreadlocks.
No, me either. I don't like anybody to have dreadlocks. I just don't like dreadlocks. I think they're ugly as hell,
Yeah. This discussion is insane. Okay, that's
The
Jackie.
great
Gleason.
one. There's the great one.
Yeah. And there's
Uh-huh.
Ed Norton's in it too. See?
Yeah.
As far as Predator goes, I think Jesse the Body Ventura has the best lines in that movie.
Yeah. He has the best lines anytime he speaks. I like to watch interviews with him even today when he appears on Alex Jones and stuff. I think he lives down in Mexico now most of the time.
Okay. So, okay. And then here's after the Star Wars, they did like something else. I forget.
Dr. Silver Age, this is a whole different side of comics that I ever experienced in my collecting.
Yeah.
Yeah, me as well, Dr. Silverage.
Now that is
I've never
that's
seen
an
any of
interesting
this.
cover. That's like a kind of a Frazetta pastiche, and
Oh, I
And it
never
looks like
thought of
Richard Corbin too, right?
Yeah.
yeah, that's the first cover I really thought was kind of cool. Some of them are, yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice looking painting.
I'm not even gonna
I'm not knocking the material. I'm just saying I like that art style. There's no place like home.
Yeah, this is when they come home from outer space. See, each story continues into the next issue.
Yeah.
And so they're back from outer space and they get involved in something. I can't remember, but
that art. I mean, are there different artists from issue to issue?
the art, yeah, they had to get some different artists over time.
I like this artist better than some of the stuff I've been seeing.
There's Frank, the nerd guy, see, that I relate with.
Yeah, see, he looks different now.
Oh, he's great. He's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is great art. I like this art a lot.
Yeah, this artist is better than some of the previous.
And they have a flashback to Black Spandex here when she was fighting her bad self, you know.
Okay.
And I told you I cried in that one. There's all sorts of things happening. It's such a great comic, and I'm gonna read these again now. You guys have inspired me to read these again.
Cool. Yeah.
I guess I've inspired myself to read them again.
Your enthusiasm's winning people over, including yourself. Yeah.
The last 3 issues before that was the end. Unfortunately, they went on to bigger things. The guy that did this comic, they did a comic called Ship of Fools, I think, which was big, and something else. Like they went on to some fame in the comic industry. The guys who did the Spandex comic.
Yeah.
But anyway, the last issue was a 3-issue Stark. It was a Win a Dream Date with Spandex Girl.
Okay.
That's one of my favorite covers. It's on the back cover too. So
what is she on? It looks like a brain.
no, just like a big pillow.
Oh, okay.
You know. But what it is Spandex Girl can't get dates, if you can believe it. But the reason she can't get dates is because she's always going for these idiot Neanderthal jock guys in school, right?
Yeah.
And they're complete jerks, but she doesn't realize that Frank is a sensitive, intelligent guy. And people tell him, they say, you know, keep being who you are and she'll notice you eventually. So, but she sets up a contest. She misuses her superhero. This is a nice portrait of them that they used in the issues, you see.
Yeah. Yeah.
She uses her superhero status to have a contest in a teen magazine. So win a date with Spandex Girl. And she's horrified that she's misusing her role model status because she thinks they should be role models and everything. So she doesn't like her doing that. But she goes through with it anyway because she wants to get a date with some hot guy or something, you know. They started drawing her with these pigtails later instead of earlier when she didn't have them, you know.
Well, that's how she is as Diamond Girl.
That's right. That's right. And so, yeah, it's a big story where they get involved in this. It's got disco in it and everything because it's set in the late 70s, you know.
Yeah.
All of these are set in the late 70s. There's Frank again, see? You see what a great guy he is, see? But you have to trust me. And he helps them all the time. But they don't notice. Like, he saves their lives sometimes, and they don't even notice. You know? It's sad, but other people notice, you know? And So yeah, it's a great comic. You can see how good it is. Hopefully,
Yeah.
and then they published the lost issues, which
Lost
were
issues.
they republished some of the Lycra ones. Like they redid them over again to take out some of the sexual innuendo stuff that they weren't comfortable with, and they made it so that the plot holes were filled, the continuity and stuff like that. But these are even harder to find, the lost issues. So this is a rerun of a new version of
When was this done?
number 2. What's that?
Oh, is this the first time they had a number 2? And when were these
No,
done?
you haven't been listening. I've been telling you, they just did that in the first run. You know?
Oh, I missed that part.
Yeah, I know you did. All right.
Looking at the artwork. Okay.
Oh,
So
dear.
Saturday Night Fever.
Yeah, that's a beautiful cover.
No,
Like,
What?
no, it's not a beautiful.
It looks like van art.
and what about the logo? Do you like the logo?
Yeah. It's great. It's a
It's kind
beautiful,
of small.
beautiful cover. And that's the last issue. So
Okay.
it concludes the storyline. So that's Spandex Tight. So now you can look those
I like
up
that
on
last
my
one, too.
comic shop. Look those up, Gratu.
You want me to look those up to
Yeah.
find out that they cost $2?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is it called now? Spandex tights?
Yeah.
Spandex tights.
And there's 2 different series, and then there's the Black Spandex miniseries as well. Remember, you don't want to miss that.
Tom, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Graf.
When I said no, it wasn't a good cover. That was because it was Saturday Night Fever. So
Oh,
I wasn't disparaging your characters. I know you like Frank there a lot, but
yeah.
I was just
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
to do with Saturday Night Fever.
It was just
I don't really care
it was
for it.
a dislike of disco. But I was
Disco.
kind of disparaging the art.
I understand.
Oh,
I even like disco now. It's I don't know what's
Well-
wrong with me, but I like disco.
Well-
I like Donnie and Marie. It's crazy what happened to me.
Yeah, I like some disco.
okay. I'll bring a cord down. Okay, hold on a second.
How's it going,
Well, I
Graphic
did
Man?
like-
Good to see you.
Doing
I
good.
love all the characters.
This has
I
been
don't-
so entertaining. I had to jump in.
Oh,
Can you
thanks
guys
for coming.
hear me
Yeah.
all right?
Fun,
Yes,
huh?
we can.
Yeah,
I
hold
like all
on.
the characters in Spandex Tights comics. I love them so much, you know. And Frank, I relate with him, you know.
Is this the radio?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Hold on a second.
So
I'm gonna
it
make
only
you
says Hong Kong.
Those wheels are they free spin. Yeah. Interesting. All it says is Hong Kong.
Yeah. So here's
And,
here's the
it's a 1970 Cadillac.
yeah, the AM radio. Well, it might be a 69, but
Okay.
according to that one website, he thinks this was produced in 70.
So
But-
that looked like a promotional radio car model. I mean, I've seen other ones that look very much like that. That are older than this one. Chevys and Fords. It doesn't surprise me that Cadillac would make one as well.
Is that made out of plastic?
Yes, yeah.
Is
Um,
the color of the car the plastic, or is there paint over it?
It's paint. It's a dark gray or a kind of a dirty gray. The blue
Okay.
windshield's got a steering wheel, but nothing moves except the wheels.
So
And
it
I
is.
appreciate you letting me show this to him. Him and I were talking about it earlier on another thing. So
I was wondering if it's solid plastic, not if it has paint on it, then maybe you can't do this. But Armor All on just if it's just regular plastic would shine that up, I think. But if it's painted, yeah, that might. I don't know. But that's beautiful. Yeah, and it's
Yeah,
a
it's
radio.
really nice
Does the
piece.
radio work?
I believe so. I would. I don't have any 9-volt, or I'd give it a test. But I remember listening to it when I was a kid.
Oh, you've
I've
had.
never seen that
It's
model
not.
before. That's really nice.
I've grown up with it, so probably the year I was born, they probably had it for me.
That's a really cool piece, man. That's really
Yeah,
neat.
that's cool. Yeah, I just got this toy to work with a 9-volt battery yesterday.
And Gratu, you keep leaning and showing behind you the blue car, but I'd like to take a look at it if you could reach
Oh yeah,
it.
yeah. Let me real quick.
Sorry, Tom.
take
I
this-
just wanted to see this car real quick.
Okay.
You can continue,
That's okay.
Tom. I got to get this cord down to my wife because her phone's about to die, and
Okay.
I'll
When
be
you-
right back. I'll show you that car. I got the car free in a free box. The
okay.
store I work at's just throwing away all kinds of cool stuff. At least I think it's cool.
And also, after when you get back, if you could show them on my comic shop so people can see them on there.
up. I just have to get over to it.
Did you, Meyer? If you make a video someday showing me that you bought some Spanx Tights issue, that'll make me so happy. You know.
Okay, Tom. That might be next month.
So did you saw some comics today? You might be interested in?
Yeah, I sure did.
Oh, nice. That makes me feel so good. I'm sorry, I get 5 o'clock shadow. You know, my hair grows fast on my face, so I'm sorry about that. If that's
Yeah, that happens to me too.
Graphic Man, you heard me singing earlier, right? You're here.
Oh,
Right?
I was the one egging you on is probably not the right term. I was trying to encourage you when I asked for Tootsie. I didn't think anybody in the audience would even know that song, but you sang it. I was impressed.
Yeah.
But
You're
no, I
really
loved it. And then I wanted to hear Gratu sing 3 Coins in the Fountain. That's kind of a joke. I didn't think he would sing it, but I try to recommend songs. I don't think anyone under 30 would know what we're talking about. So
Yeah, I could do 3 Coins of Fountain for you someday. Yeah, I could do that. I know that one. Love is a Many Splendid Thing. I love that one. It's a great one. The Four Aces did both of those songs, so they're a great group. And I appreciate that so much, Graphic Man and,
Sure.
and Meyer. It's very nice of you.
And Meyer, while you can check this out, there's Howland Owl.
Nice. Yeah, I remember these figures. I don't have any of them anymore, but I had a couple as a kid. I had him.
Porcupine.
Yeah, I had Porcupine and Pogo.
Oh, there's Pogo.
Yeah.
I would have liked them before the 1960s when they had to put hats and shirts on them. For Albert, they put a scarf.
Oh, they added soft goods later on, huh?
Yeah.
And the best
Yeah.
ones are the original vinyl ones that you're holding right
So I
now.
don't know if they call this 2 points of articulation, only the arms. Well, I guess the head. Yeah, the head
Yeah.
twists. So
They have a really nice soft feel to them, I remember. These
yeah,
figures.
they're hard but a little squishy.
Mhm.
And here is Beauregard, the hound dog. And well, now his one arm is to his body, but this arm does go up and down. I don't have the turtle, Churchill FM, but I got all the other guys.
Those are really, really nice.
I've got something I could show you along the lines of what you're showing there. I have a chocolate Easter bunny. This was my mom bought this for me back in 2008 or so, and I never ate it, so I still have it.
Oh, that's nice, Tom.
yeah,
I recommend you not eat it.
yeah. I wouldn't eat it. I thought Graphic Man would laugh, and he's not laughing at all.
I remember when you were on with me when you showed that the last time.
Oh, I thought I'd shown it before.
And then
yeah.
somebody in the chat said, "Hey, there's this guy that eats old McDonald's burgers that are like 25 years old."
Oh, that's awful.
And I cracked the joke that, well, Gratu will have him on next Thursday.
Yeah.
But
Oh, so
Yeah,
you
that-
already heard that. All
yeah,
right.
yeah.
I have an autographed photo I could show you guys of Bernadette Carroll. She's a singer from the 60s. She had a top 40 hit called Party Girl in 1964. And they wrote me a personal message on there. She's very nice. And she was with the Angels later on.
I like that very much.
So
Yeah, that is a showpiece. Is it on your wall?
I have it framed. It's on my desk. See,
Oh, on your desk. Yeah.
she
That
said
is
that.
beautiful, Tom.
Thank you so much for your wonderful comments in our guest book, because I wrote in their guest book and I posted her songs on my channels, and she said, "I will always treasure your kind words. Keep the music alive. Love, Bernadette." And the
Are you
sad,
guys? I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
well, I was gonna say, sad thing is, I found out she just passed away a couple of years ago, and I didn't even know about it until
Oh man,
you know, really sad. But
I was gonna say, are you guys subscribed to Tom's music channel? Or
I am.
channels? You are.
Yeah,
That's
lime
great.
popsicle.
Yeah.
this is an
and
autographed
as well.
photo of Jennifer Love Hewitt I have as well.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
nice.
I remember her existing. I just don't remember what show she was on.
Well, she's
Party
on
of
Party of
Five.
Five.
Yeah.
Party of 5, right?
Yeah. And then she made a bunch of movies, like I Know What You Did Last Summer and Can't Hardly Wait, stuff like that.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
never saw
remember that
those,
stuff.
Tom, if you like autographs, if you see behind me, I got walls full of the old Star Trek, Planet of the Apes, and I like sci-fi. But
Right.
they're on the video called Walkthrough if you want to check them out. Yeah, look at that car.
Yeah, it was just free. I haven't even cleaned all the dirt off of it yet, but shit. Oh, that's what fell, man. When I knocked into that, I have to find it. This, because it wasn't glued. This little thing.
That's
Here.
a 69 Dodge Daytona.
There was one over
500.
here, and it fell. I heard something fall. But yeah, this was just thrown in a box, free stuff, and
Wow, that is cool.
Very nice.
so it's not complete. It's missing a wheel, and the owner of the
well.
store probably just thought it's junk and threw it out there so people would take it for free. And
Oh yeah, just display it from the one side. You'll be okay.
that's what I'm doing. But
Yeah.
I'm upset that this thing fell off. What is that called? An air scoop? And I know it's down here on the floor here because I bumped into the speaker earlier and I was cursing because I knew something fell. And this other thing I got free is this Miller High Life balloon. That's like anything amazing, but it was just thrown in a box, take it.
That's
So
nice.
I took it. So nothing amazing.
Well,
So-
I feel bad that I've taken the wind out of Tom's sails. He was
No,
doing a great
no.
job. I just wanted to show a couple little objects, but
He's gone. No, what we're doing is he wants to see what this stuff's worth on my comic shop.
okay.
So let's share that, and we can all take a look.
Well, this has been one of your best streams. Well, the singing, everything. It's
Yeah,
been.
it's like
I've enjoyed. I've gotten a
it's like-
kick out of it.
It's like the Ed Sullivan of live streams. It's like
Yeah, it was really
I've
fun.
I don't think there's ever been anything like it on
Toys,
YouTube.
The whole thing.
Okay, so what does he want?
Great
Oh,
times.
I'm supposed to type in spandex tights, and I have it, and I have to hit search. Okay.
What were you just saying? I didn't hear any of that.
He said he didn't mean to. Graphic Man said he didn't mean to take the wind out of your sails about stopping your. But I said,
Graphic
okay, well,
Man, he's a wonderful guy, Graphic Man. You don't worry about that at all. I really you're one of my favorite people.
Tom, one day you and I could do a long talk about radio shows.
Yeah.
The Shadow, Jack Benny. We probably have similar interests in a lot of that. So.
There was a few months ago, I had a at least 3 hour, I think it was longer, conversation with Mort Todd on Facebook phone call. It was just the two of us talking, and we talked about everything. And we talked about like the Jack Benny show and talked about so far ahead of its time in some ways. Like the humor is not even dated today, a lot of it. It's so much funnier than a lot of the other stuff from the time period. But
if we can get Mort Todd to do a live stream like that, it could be just amazing
I
because
agree. Yeah.
I have connections with Mort Todd's world and other avenues through the 60s garage rock and
I think we're going to get him. I'll get him.
so
It'll be great.
And the humor, I mean, he seems to be very much in line with us and what he's doing with Charlton Neo, which is kind of like what Guadalajara's doing and bringing back into print a lot of stuff. So anyway, it looks like this is like a $9 book in fine condition. So in mint, probably 11, something like. I guess that's how I look at it. When they say fine, I assume that it would be about 11 in mint. Very fine, 880. This one's not in stock. Yeah, it seems to be more valuable in the spandex tights than some. Then they don't even have pictures of issues 7,
Well,
8, or 9.
That's because there aren't any 7, 8, and 9 in the series.
That's a good reason. And
Now
then,
you can go to the Black Spandex miniseries.
well, that was 94. Then there's
95.
for Lost Cause Productions. You don't want 97?
Yeah, I want 97, but go to
Oh, okay.
95 first. Okay.
Oh, you wanted to do it in a different order?
Well, I want to do it in the correct order. Yeah.
Oh, the
But
correct order. Okay. Oh, yeah, they're out of date sequence. So go to this one.
Black Spandex. Yeah, that's the miniseries.
Okay.
That made me cry. It's so good. You can get this cheaper. These comics are a bit pricey because they're hard to find. I usually wouldn't ever pay that much for a comic, $5 or whatever. But
Well, you're talking to people that have bought Golden Age comics. I just paid. I don't know what the most I've ever paid for a comic book is. I think I've spent more on a single record.
$2 graphic man.
200
Yeah, I know. I was just kidding. 200 man. That's incredible.
on Fantastic Four #6.
Wow.
You paid 200 for that?
Yeah.
I just
And
paid.
It's a very good at best.
I paid $100 for Fantastic Four Annual #1 yesterday to Eric Breen's comic shop. It
Oh, you did it.
I
Yeah.
think $10 postage.
Well, you can go to the 97 series if you want.
And it's okay. Well, this is
That one's not as good because it's mostly just pinups. There's not much of a story in it.
that art looked good small, but when you blow it up, it doesn't.
It's not very good because they're
No.
published like whatever. Somebody got them to do it because just to sell copies.
Okay, so then I go back to 97.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Yeah.
it's a $10 comic. Then they don't have that one. $8 for the Star Wars, and then here's the Star Wars ones you don't have.
2 and 3. Yeah, those are the only issues I don't have. I wish I had those.
Is that Rom Space Knight almost?
Yeah.
Yeah. See that? That looks like van art. I mean, it just to me it's that airbrushing that people use when they painted stuff on the side of vans. I didn't mean to, and that actually does too.
It's beautiful.
People used to imitate a lot of Frazetta styles on vans.
Whenever I'm on, Tom has to hear about Rom Space Knight apparently because
Right.
the second time in a row.
Yeah. And then the issue 8, does it exist?
I showed it. Yeah.
Oh, they don't even have a picture of it.
Because they've never had a copy in stock. That's what that means.
Yeah. Okay.
They told me that, by the way. I know that for a fact because they told me that. I called them on the phone once.
And then
Do you want to hear the story of why I called them on the phone? Do you want to hear it?
Sure, I guess.
You're gonna laugh at it, I think. The lost issues are really hard to get. That's the one I've got. I don't have the other lost issues either, but they're reprints of the other ones. So, guys, Meyer Greenblatt, anybody else who wants to buy these, I recommend the Lycra Woman and Spandex Girl, the first series, and then I recommend the second series, the 94 series as well, and I recommend the third series as well, 97, and the Black Spandex miniseries I recommend as well.
Okay.
I recommend all of them except for that one.
Used car salesman.
So I want to say, okay, this is what happened. Now, you guys might laugh at this, okay?
Yeah.
I collect humor magazines. Okay, I've got a huge humor magazine, and I'll show more of those.
Had no idea.
Yeah, I'll show more of those in other videos, And, okay, for a long time, I never bought National Lampoon because I thought that magazine was too adult. I wouldn't like it. I thought I wouldn't like it because it was like Mad and Cracked, right? And what happened is when I was in my late 20s, I believe it was, I finally did, because there was nothing else to buy. I ran out of humor magazines to buy. So I said, well, I'll try some National Lampoons. And I bought a few issues. I started reading through it, but I was like, there's so much reading here and, this kind of stuff. And then there was like dirty stuff and everything. I was like, I don't know if I'm ready for this. I don't know if I can handle this.
I
What?
love Chris Miller.
What's that?
I said I love Chris Miller. Keep going. The guy that wrote all the dirty stories.
Right. He wrote. You know about National Lampoon? I didn't know you knew about it, Meyer.
Yeah, man. I love. Speaking of letters pages, greatest letters pages of all time are
Oh,
National
they're
Lampoon.
hilarious because they're not real letters. They're just letters they made up, and they're so funny. They're so funny.
They're
I
great.
love those two.
Continue. I'm sorry to interrupt, but yeah,
It's okay,
I love
it's
National
okay.
Lampoon.
Chris Miller, it's amazing because his stories, you think if somebody else wrote them, there'd just be these crappy, dirty stories. But he writes with such a flair. You know, he writes so well, and they're actually gripping. You know, you actually want to know what's going to happen next and everything.
This
And they're
is
just
good.
really great stories, you know?
Chris Miller.
Yep, he wrote Animal House with Harold Ramis. That's a great best of. Yeah, I've got that. Yeah, and the high school yearbook. Yeah, that's
That is an amazing book.
it's a great. Oh, that's a great one too. It's a history of the United States, but it's a really
So
vicious
good.
history.
All
Yeah,
of these are great. They're amazing.
and you see, as an adult now, I love the text. I read every word. I've read every word in every
I
national.
love this one. Sloppy Seconds.
Yeah, another best of. Yeah, those are good. Yeah.
Goodness.
I could show these too. I got a lot of these as well, but this is great.
Yeah, it's great stuff.
So,
Continue.
so I know I've read every word in every issue now, which took a long time, but I love
Wow.
it. I love
I
it.
have not done that.
So I want to say that, but when I was in my late 20s, I was still pretty innocent, you know? And when I looked at a few issues, I said, I'm not ready for this. And I wanted to get rid of them. So what happened though is I bought a big order at my comic shop at the, Lone Star Comics before I read an issue. And then I thought, I can't handle this. I have to cancel this order. I've got to cancel it. And they're getting ready to ship it, So I phoned them on the phone and I was desperate. And I got like somebody that worked there. And I said, yes, I ordered all these National Lampoon magazines. Can I please cancel it? And she said, well, if it's gone through the processing stage, we don't cancel orders. We're sorry about that. We've already pulled them out. We've done everything. We're getting ready to send it. And I said, but I'm not ready for it. I said, I collect humor magazines and it's not like Mad and Cracked. It's not a humor magazine. And she said, well, it is a humor magazine. And I said, yeah, but it's got dirty things in it. I said, you got to cancel my order, please. And she's like, okay, I'm going to make an exception. We don't usually do this. But I'm going to cancel your order. She said, it is a humor magazine, but, I will cancel it for you. So then they canceled it.
Well, they probably don't want to be guilty of forcing pornography on someone. Who knows what could happen?
But then when I got around my mid-30s, I was finally ready for it.
Well,
and then I
was
loved
in
it.
7th grade. I was buying those at Lone Star Comics, and
you're a dirty little kid, but
I was
yeah.
not buying them. Maybe 8th grade. The clerks did not bat an eyelash selling them to me. It was not the owner selling them to me. I don't think he would have done it, but
Right.
comic shops had those hippie kind of employees with the beards back in the 70s.
Yeah.
They probably didn't give a shit selling that.
Those are the guys that say, hey, do you kids need some lighters with your cigarettes?
Yeah. But I fell in love with it. I fell in love with the magazine. It's brilliant. It's hilarious. It's so funny.
I'm sorry, I wasn't ignoring you. I was using the light on the phone trying to find the little blue air scoop for that. It's in this card.
Meyer, if you haven't tried some of the later issues, there's a lot of funny stuff in those later issues too. They're underrated.
I stopped reading like in the mid '80s, probably.
A lot of people did, yeah.
National Lampoon. Yeah.
Well, what happened in the mid '80s, Meyer, is that Sean Kelly took over as the editor. Well, first let's go back a little bit, right? First, it was Henry Beard, Doug Kenny, and they were great. They were brilliant. Okay, for the first 5 years, they became millionaires, right, from the magazine being so successful, and they had like this buyout option where they left the magazine. They just became rich and left the magazine, basically. But I think Doug Kenny actually stayed on a bit longer. And then they had a rotating list of editors, and some of the issues were better than others. That's what happens. But then P.G. O'Rourke, which is a more conservative type of guy, took over the magazine, and a lot of liberals didn't like it because they said, "Oh, it's terrible now because he's biased," and which is so stupid because the magazine was always criticized everybody. So, those magazines from the late 70s are actually really good. The ones that P.G. O'Rourke was the editor of, it got good again at that point. That's when Animal House came out.
Right.
And
I love
early,
Ian Stiggs.
oh yeah,
Remember
that's when that
Ian Stiggs?
like early 80s, early 80s. And
What
then
did you think of the movie based on O.C. and Stiggs?
they did make a movie, but that movie was
I
not.
never saw it.
It wasn't. There's something wrong with it, from what I've heard. Like
It was very weird. It was Robert Altman, as I recall, and
yeah,
it felt very strange.
yeah.
And it's like National Lampoon had Animal House, and then everything else was not quite right. Vacation was based on a Chris Miller story, wasn't it? Who wrote the original story?
Yeah.
But in the magazine, he kills Walt Disney at the end, and it's not called whatever Wally World,
the Vacation story,
Disneyland.
Yeah.
It's the 50s, and he actually, I think, kills him.
Yeah, they changed the ending. Yeah,
Instead of having them ride the roller coaster together, and they're all
that
friends.
wasn't Chris Miller that wrote that. I thought you said Animal House.
No, I know Animal. Who wrote it? Was some other? Was it
John
PJ?
Hughes? John Hughes.
John Hughes. Yeah, and then of course John Hughes went on to make those fucking terrible movies.
Those are great movies. Those
Well,
terrible fucking movies are great
at the
movies.
time, they didn't seem great because, like, we're talking
Breakfast
about
Club, right?
teenager movies where they seem like real teenagers. Those did not seem like real.
But they're
teenagers.
good movies. Pretty in Pink, 16 Candles.
I mean, I saw them all in the theater, but I
Ferris
just
Bueller's Day Off. I like them.
I hated that one. I saw it with a friend. He loved it, and I thought, oh fuck.
John Hughes made the best John Candy movies too. He's the only guy that knew how to write for John Candy. He was misused in most of his movies, but John Hughes wrote Planes, Trains, and Automobiles for John Candy, Only the Lonely, Uncle Buck. Those are all John Hughes movies.
The problem with
he's a brilliant writer, John
some
Hughes.
of the brilliant writers is they got involved in cocaine and then they stopped being funny.
But he's a brilliant writer.
Doug Kenny especially.
Yeah.
Because, like Animal House was brilliant. Caddyshack, a lot of people remember it as it had a lot of flaws. It
Yeah, it did.
The main the movie is really supposed to be about this young caddy, and the parts with him are boring. It's more the little cameos that people remember, and they forget that the main plot was awful. And the movie studio just was like sending all this money down there, and they said, "What's going on with this cocaine movie?" Because it was just nothing but a shower of cocaine and those.
Yeah.
And then but
then
you used to have the dancing gopher.
They
Dancing gopher from the movie. I had it. So.
Yeah.
P.G. O'Rourke, after he left the magazine in 81 or 82, Gerald Sussman took over as the editor, and he's another brilliant writer. He's the one that did all those Bernie X stories. You remember?
Yeah, I remember Bernie X.
Yeah, the taxi driver. But I liked his other stuff better. He wrote like very, very long articles because he was paid by the word, I think. So he wrote them longer than they had to be, but he was a very good writer, though. And he took over as the editor for a few years. Then Sean Kelly took over, who's a guy from the 70s. But he was very disparaging towards the magazine. And he was saying to the press it wasn't good anymore. While he was the editor.
I turned off the... I'm sorry.
And Maddie Simmons, the publisher, said, we can't have this guy as the editor, dissing the magazine to Rolling Stone and everything. So he fired everybody in the staff, right? In the mid 80s. In 85, they restarted the magazine over with Maddie Simmons, the publisher's sons, as the editors. And you think it would have been bad. And it took a little while to get going again, but they started hiring some really good artists and writers like Daniel Klaus and Dean Friedman. Is that his name? Dean Friedman, that famous caricature guy?
Yeah, I know the guy you're talking about. He worked for Heavy Metal.
And they got some of the guys that went on to The Simpsons later that started writing for The Simpsons. They got them as writers too, and some other brilliant guys. And it got really good again in the late 80s. So I'd say check out Meyer if you haven't. Some of the issues like from 87, 88, and 89. They're really good. And then they got taken over. They did a Scientology parody. And I know Grotto's going to tell this story again that he always tells about the Scientology and that series he watches, right? Where it got canceled, right?
No, good.
Okay. You can tell the story. I'm not trying to
No,
say
I
don't.
want to tell the story. So,
Right.
yeah, now
Uh-oh.
You froze.
because when you could tell that everything had gone wrong, it just became a venue to make shitty movies, and they would slap the name of the magazine on shitty movies like Class Reunion, which was none of the brilliance of National Lampoon. Animal House was brilliant. Vacation could have been put out by anybody. There was only a little bit of subversive stuff in it. It wasn't a bad movie. I enjoyed it, but it was, John Hughes was not. He's just too. I don't know.
Class Reunion was done when the magazine was still good, but the thing is, the movie just didn't turn out very well. It just wasn't a very good movie.
Oh, and they also put out something. I think it was made for cable.
Disco Beaver from Outer Space.
Disco Beaver from Outer Space. Total
my
shit.
God, no.
National Lampoon bled out. A lot of their talent was taken for the original Saturday Night Live. The writers, the cast of the National Lampoon Radio Hour, and there's off-Broadway plays.
The original guys, yeah.
Yeah.
But they hired more brilliant people, though. I mean, it didn't kill the magazine. That's a common myth.
Didn't kill it, but it killed it, for me.
For a couple of years.
Oh, and then they put out a really crappy album called
that was
the White Album.
Oh, the late
that was terrible, and it only had one little bit that was like an old. Yeah, it was terrible.
But anyway, though, I was talking about the Scientology thing. So they did a parody in the late '80s when the magazine was good again, and it was good on and off all the way, right? But they did that, and they started getting threatened by people from Scientology, from the religion, and saying we're going to kill your dog and all this stuff. And just after that, the magazine was bought out by the guy who started Animal House. I told you is
Johnny Quest.
Yeah, what's his real name?
Johnny Quest.
Yeah, it was bought out by that guy, and and actually people think it was bad, but actually it was still good even though they didn't know what they were doing, because they had some good writers like up to 91. But then this is brought to this is where I think you're right. Okay. It was taken over by J2 Communications. And in 92, 93, the magazine just fell apart, and they started publishing it in 94, 95 periodically just to keep the license. But it was just to turn out crappy movies most of the time. And the movies got crappier and crappier. And I don't know if you know this, but there's like so many direct-to-DVD movies that came out with National Lampoon in the title. But they really had nothing to do with the magazine,
The only one that really felt like the magazine was Animal House, and it had the period detail perfectly, because that was one thing that I always loved about National Lampoon, and how perfectly they captured what they were parodying. If they were doing a Batman parody, they'd get a Batman artist. They'd get a old time comic artist to do it. It was none of this Tony Tallarico shit. They got the best talent. They the period detail was even better than American Graffiti. The hairstyles were perfect, spot on. If you got an old yearbook from that time period, usually movies set in the 50s, early 60s, they were made in the 70s. The hair is too long because the stars just didn't want to cut their hair, because, hey, then I can't go to the disco this weekend. I'll look uncool. So, but, Happy Days was on television where they looked like it was 1978. And then this movie's out where it really looks like 1962. And the music's great. And the humor is, if you watch that movie again, it's like so subversive by today's standards, like Blazing Saddles is something that people could hardly watch today. Animal House has humor about some of the most touchy subjects that I won't go into, but the devil and the angel on the shoulders, I mean, they're turning into a cartoon, a very serious thing that was going on in that scene. And
Brilliant.
And and the scene going to see Otis Day and the Knights at the little bar. I mean, the humor in that, it's brutal by today's standards. And that's National
Can we
Lampoon
dance
was.
with your dates?
Yeah,
How about when you when he finds out the girl's 14 or something, right?
Oh yeah.
My goodness.
yeah, that's the whole thing, and she's
Yeah.
unconscious. So it's really wrong.
Yeah.
But they're just playing it like it's a Tom and Jerry cartoon with the devil and angel, and that's the whole thing. It's this, and Saturday Night Live was a lot. It wasn't what it is now at all. Of course, now it's unfunny, but the National Lampoon was not liberal, and it was elite. It was rich kid humor. The kids,
They had liberal. Most of the writers were liberal, but they knew how to make fun of their own people.
yes, yeah, well, yeah, because they were hippies and they were doing drugs, but they
They
by
were
today's
completely
standards,
against
they would not be liberals by today's standards. The people tearing down statues and things, they were
Yeah.
they
Not
were
at all.
from rich, privileged families, and they were.
They
It
went
was
to Harvard.
or wherever. They were Ivy League types. They were like the Monty Python cast. These were very well educated people, and their humor was just scathing
Yep.
and very and sometimes it really went farther than it really should have gone. It's like even by 70 standards, it was
Sometimes.
horrifying.
The only thing that bothered me was the religious humor. That was the only thing that bothered me in it.
Yeah,
Everything else I was fine with.
they went after a lot of sensitive subjects, but that's what humor's supposed to do. And,
Right.
So
But I still think it was great later, although most people don't talk about the later issues. It was
I
different.
gave up. I had limited amount of money in the 80s.
Yeah.
I had friends, and we'd go out to bars and to movies, and then so all of a sudden, wow, there's this whole world of collecting movie posters and lobby cards, and there's this world. I just didn't. I couldn't buy everything, and so I realized Marvel comics had art that stank, and they were cranking out X-Men comics like they were Richie Rich, and
I still think that Saturday Night Live was the funniest in the late 80s and early 90s.
I hear you with the posters. I'm starting to run awry of stuff like that, because now that I know there's a print shop in my town, when I make a little weirdo picture like Sergeant Snorkel,
you're driving me crazy with that shit, because I'm thinking
I love that
I should send you some money where you could print one extra of each one of these and mail them to me, because I was just thinking about this morning. I was in the shower and I said, I really want that combat with Sergeant Snorkel.
well, you saw the
Straddling
that's
it.
right, you were there. I sent you a link. I guess you were too tired.
You sent me a link to what?
In your
Where?
email to join the chat back on Wednesday night.
Oh, yeah, I was watching it. I left work.
Right.
It took me, it was like 45 minutes before I got home. And then
So
I had to get food from a Thai
Sure.
restaurant. I had a headache. I did say hi in the chat,
you
but
sure did,
I
yeah.
didn't have any war comics pulled.
Oh, that's
And
fine.
then you made me think, well, maybe I should have comics divided by genre. And I thought, no, that would be too. That's a
No.
whole new.
Hey.
But no, I was thinking maybe I should have all the war comics separated. And
Now, I didn't parody this one. This is just pure amazing stories. And I
How
thought
much
I've
do
got
they cost per print?
$3.19. So,
Yeah, they're
and
expensive.
here I found the original art for one of them, and I thought that's so gorgeous. I have to
Shit.
make that into a great poster.
I just want to go print that Bat Lady comic, but now I want that Sergeant Snorkel.
Yeah.
Did
So I don't know if
print
Tom,
copies?
I didn't know that's my idea parody. So I take a Beetle Bailey character.
Well, that's
Yeah.
I
hilarious.
think brilliant. I
That's
think Graphic Man. I
what-
think you're brilliant. I love
That's-
the things that
That
you
is
do.
completely what National Lampoon did, taking something innocent like Beetle Bailey, the Beetle Bailey characters, and putting them in like a real war situation.
If
Like,
that were Beetle Bailey, his sales would go to the roof.
I mean, just the whole point is you've got say Sad Sack. You know, I mean, these are soldiers. Show Sad Sack and Beetle Bailey in combat with like EC frontline combat. You know, when people are actually, you know, show Beetle Bailey and Sad Sack on, you know, storming Normandy or something. It would
And
be
Meyer,
They cut off the seats of their pants because of the dysentery.
Meyer, I had a Sad Sack in my queue when I'd click and the picture would be on the screen. Never got to it. Totally bypassed it. Or
you
something.
talked about Sad Sack. I think you hit
Yeah.
I was thinking, are they going to do Weird War? And you did Weird War.
Yeah.
So
Graphic
now-
Man, I almost came onto your stream, but
Oh, really?
I didn't though, because I wanted to show Sad Sack. You know,
Oh yeah, yeah.
That would
Now-
be great.
the first two issues were reprinted in the Harvey Collector's Comics 16, and
Yeah, I think I might have that. That's
these
great.
comics are so expensive. You want to get the early issues of Sad Sack, they're way too much money. So if you want to read the early issues, the first two issues, you can get this. It's a cheap way to get them.
This was a George Baker,
Creation.
one of the old ones.
Well, this is the original Sad Sack
Okay.
from the war. So these are reprints of the ones that were in the war. This is before Harvey comics.
Oh, that's real old. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So this is great. This was published in the early 90s by Recollections, which was the Harveys. They sold all their properties to another company that took over Harvey Comics, but the original Harvey brothers kept Sad Sack and Black Cat, and they published some of their issues in the 90s again. So I mean, this is another one they did in the 90s. Sad Sack Home for the Holidays.
Oh, I've never seen that.
Wow.
These ones are more obscure, I'd say, because they are not from Harvey Comics. You know, they are and they aren't, right? Because they're from the Harvey brothers, his new company Recollections, but they're or Lauren Harvey, but they're not published by Harvey since they had sold Harvey by this time.
Yeah.
But they did reprints of some of the Harvey comics.
Well, I totally enjoyed Mort Walker's Beetle Bailey, and I was wanting to ask you Wednesday, Meyer, did a lot of your buddies in the service read Beetle Bailey, or was it in what's your magazine, Stars and Stripes? I'm probably getting that all wrong, but
No, Stars and Stripes is right.
okay.
Yeah, Beetle Bailey was in Stars and Stripes, but you know what was popular at the time in Stars and Stripes was Calvin and Hobbes. Everything that was popular, the Army Gratu knows is military bases are like little cities unto themselves, and they're a couple months behind when it comes to like the movies that are playing in the movie theater. And but guys that I served with were still buying comics at the PX. Different PXs and different bases have better setups for, like, some places have, like Gratu has described, entire bookstores with every comic you could think of. But
Everything.
guys were into superheroes and war comics, and nobody was really talking about like funny animals or cartoony type stuff like that when I was serving. People were into the more action oriented stuff.
This
There
is
we
something
go.
I'd like to find, this Beetle Bailey rubber band gun. Look how
Oh,
he's
that's-
shooting at her butt.
Oh dear. Yeah, let's see that get packaged. and put
Oh,
on the
that's
shelves today.
outstanding. That's
You know,
great.
that's something I'd like to get. Mort Walker's was a little. He's put out prints of her like nude.
Miss Buxley, yeah.
That's funny. I did not know
Oh,
that.
I got Lord Walker Nude. I don't know what I'm going to find here.
Oh my goodness! What are you getting ready to show?
I better be careful here.
Need Miss. Holy moly, that's incredible.
You might want to preview that.
Yeah, maybe I should type in. What is her
First
name?
thing that pops up.
Buxley.
That happened when I looked up
Buxley.
Mary Ellen Walton, and the first thing that pops up was her Playboy pictures. I was like, outstanding. I didn't even have to add in Playboy afterwards. I could see Mary Ellen Walton with her boobs out, right?
Huh.
Try
I don't
typing in.
know.
Sometimes
I don't know
Google's a
about
nice
Beetle
thing.
Bailey, really.
So, Tom, I don't know if you noticed, but Mort Walker did Beetle Bailey,
Hmm.
and there was a guy named Dick Brown who did Hagar the Horrible,
Right.
and they teamed up and they did a strip called High and Lois about a
Oh,
family.
I didn't. Okay, I didn't know they did that together. I know High and Lois. Yeah.
And then later, Dick Brown dies, and his boys take over Hagar, and I don't know what happened to High and Lois, but
Yeah. That's interesting. I didn't know
it
that.
was a big part of Americana. I didn't know how it reached in Canada very well. But
See, I never read Beetle Bailey because I thought he was a competition for Sad Sack, and it bugged me.
oh well,
I never
they're on the
read it.
same team though.
Yeah, I only read Sad Sack. I don't know about Beetle Bailey. Very
There's Miss Buxley. Yeah,
I didn't know about this Mix Buxley. I never knew about her.
she was the general's secretary.
You know what else I didn't like is that Beetle Bailey, you don't see his eyes. I didn't like that.
Right. Well,
I hate it when you can't see people's eyes.
Yeah.
You know, but I see a naked one there. He just,
Oh, I didn't see it.
yeah.
Well, that's the one.
there it is. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know where that's from. Looks like it's from a newspaper. But anyway, there's there on YouTube. There's Beetle Bailey cartoon. Or maybe there's just a special, like from.
Now I feel like I've sidetracked you on Beetle Bailey, but
No, that's cool. There's not like there's any focus to this episode.
But you know what, Gratu, like you'll relate with this maybe. if
Oh
I-
yeah, wait. There's cartoons from the '60s. I forgot about that. You know about that? From the
I've
early
never seen 'em.
60s, like Kennedy era stuff. Yeah.
No, I didn't know there was either.
I'm Agent Mobius, by the way.
Sorry. They cut off the opening credits though. They also did some Snuffy Smith cartoons. The same company. It's very early '60s.
Well, Mr. Orloff,
Yeah.
you know what I like about the old Harvey comics when you can find these ones?
Hold on, I'm not seeing what you're showing.
Okay.
Hold on, let me get off of this shit.
but I'm
'cause
glad to know they're out there. I'll be going to watch those later.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. There's an opening credit sequence they cut out off of that. Okay, so what are you? Harvey,
The older Harvey comics, like the specials were really thick. You know, they're square bound and they had
Yeah.
like 60 pages or something like that at least. And they're only 35 cents back then. I mean, what a deal for kids. And there's hardly any ads, which
I
you know,
remember when they were 25 cents. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
but
I
these
got a headache from like this
Harvey-
nice lighting effect does a number on your eyes after
Harvey would lead off with an ad on the very first page.
yeah.
always
Had to
bugged me.
turn.
I
Yeah.
didn't like that.
And never liked that.
Yeah, I didn't like that either. I don't think they did that. They started doing that later, though, right? In the
That was,
70s.
it wasn't in the time period I was
1980s at
reading
least,
in
yeah.
the 70s. It
And
was
the-
some point
Some of the
they
ones I
started-
have from the 50s still do that. Like
Oh.
Joe
Really?
Palooka will have an ad right inside the same place.
It
So
makes you
it was
feel
a
like someone
long
tore
run
out a
thing.
page or something, and like
Oh, there you go.
complete.
See, in the older ones, they start with the story.
Yeah.
I guess it depends. I guess they came in.
I probably read most of my Harveys in the 80s,
Mhm.
and so they were loaded. And you had the same picture of Richie Rich and Casper
Yeah.
as costumes, and
Right.
it's for UNICEF,
Yeah.
Right.
and
Cub
there's some
Scouts,
stupid little
UNICEF.
meeting going on for
Yeah.
Boy Scouts, and I don't know who these people were, and
That's because the Harvey was in with the Boy Scouts and UNICEF, so they were always promoting it all the time.
Yeah.
This has hardly any ads in it. It's most like tons of stories. And Harvey was better. If the comics were better quality. Like this is like the early '60s or late '50s.
They were very consistent. There was not bad artwork, and I don't know if they cloned an artist, because all these artists, there was no distinctive change in art style. In all the books they cranked out, they all looked like the same guy drew it, but there's no way that could have happened.
Sad Sack
Gratu,
actually.
Yeah.
Can you put me on big screen? I want to show Tom Sergeant Snorkel's favorite TV show.
Hold on.
Oh, Popeye.
Yeah,
Watching Popeye.
apparently.
You know, but the Sad Sack art did change when they have different artists do, and there were like four or five different artists, and each one had a distinctive style. But the Richie Rich and stuff and Casper, that never changed. It was always the
That's
same.
what I'm
model.
talking about. I know that Sad Sack's a whole different thing. And that's a whole nother rabbit hole, that bunny comic that I have a bunch of them, but I don't have the whole thing.
I love this comic, and I wish I can never find issues of it. I've only been able to find 4 issues, and I sent the other ones to my friend, my ASMR friend, so I don't have them anymore.
Yeah.
But this is the only one I got left. And I wish I had the others, you know. And
Well, I showed off some on here, and it stimulated. I know it.
it's a great comic.
Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills bought a bunch of them off mycomicshop.com, and he says, "This is dedicated to Gratu Orloff. I found all these because I loved them in his video." And it's like, oh shit, maybe I should be showing them, because now everyone's wanting them, because no one even exists hardly. It's a very obscure thing.
Do
I
you
never
remember
heard of them.
they had Little Sad Sack? Do you remember that?
No.
Yeah,
It was a Sad Sack as a boy.
they should have had him in combat.
Well, he was a boy.
Well, yeah, but you remember the whole Captain America comic? He's got this like 9-year-old sidekick, and he's in combat in Europe. I'll be right back.
He wasn't that young, Tom. He's just joking.
Okay.
Or what about the Newsboy Legion? Or
Oh,
the Boy
Yeah, those-
Commandos?
Yeah.
Because in he was not an adult like in the movies. He was
Right.
He was like Robin.
Yeah, I picture him as 15, maybe 16.
He has fun with his, you know, you get to meet Sad Sack's parents and his life at home, you know, experimenting with his chemistry set, and it's different, you know, than the other ones, but it's fun. These are nice. They're nice, fun, wholesome stories,
I agree.
and I like them. You know, different things going on, and
Yeah, I like those too.
so there was a lot of different Sad Sack comics, like spin-offs. There was Sad Sack and the Sarge,
Mm-hmm.
which is, you know,
I noticed with go ahead.
Sorry.
I noticed with Snorkel, it's all about what food he can get his hands on,
Yeah.
and then he's disappointed at the cookie, the mess at the mess hall. And here's another one. He's always wanting some food there.
Yeah. That's good. Wow. See that?
Tighten up the weight standards quite a bit.
I bet.
Yeah. So
But
there's
nowadays they're probably loosening them. I don't know. Who knows?
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, they let anybody in. I guess now they. I don't know. Who knows what it? I don't know.
Biden gave a speech where he was real happy that for female combat pilots, they now have maternity ward fitting uniforms. And I was thinking, why do we want expectant mothers to be engaged in combat missions?
Because some mothers are men, GM.
I think that's the only reason for
Not all mothers have to be women.
no.
Do you guys remember this?
Bigot.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Do you remember this 50s
Guilty as charged. What do you got
Harvey
there, Tom?
comic?
Maisie.
Called Maisie and her boyfriends. It's a coverless issue, but
I have some scans of something like that.
it was
Very-
their Archie type of comic.
Yeah, but it was a very limited run. I mean, we're talking like 8 issues only or something.
Oh, there's 28 issues of Maisie.
Okay.
But I sent one to my ASMR friend again, the good one with the cover on it, and she read it in a video. So you can watch her read it in a video if you want to see that where my comic went. But this is this is the only one I've got left. They're hard to find too. It's a coverless copy. But
Hard to find the coverless ones. You just rip the cover off, and then you're part of the club, right?
yeah.
I'm sorry, I came in the middle of a
No,
conversation.
it's okay. I was trying
I
to. I
remembered
wanted
my
to pretend
friend
I was
Gerald
offended.
Coming soon, and he hasn't been here in 2 weeks. I still have
49
the
cents.
inflatable mattress blown up from 2 weeks ago when I thought he was coming, but he got sick.
Inflatable doll.
Lost
for
a
him, you
little
said?
bit of
Oh, good grief.
it's lost a little bit of air. And then I had spread some stuff out that I was organizing in that room, and I had to pick it up and get it out of his way. And I just wanted to do that real quick.
You didn't miss anything. I was just being a bigot, and Meyer corrected me, so
Yeah,
everything's okay.
standard stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of white privilege up in here.
Yes.
Groucho, you're not mad at me, are you?
About what?
Well, I thought I offended you a few times in this stream.
Offended me with the artwork in those comics?
No, just with some things I said. I thought
Those zombie cheerleaders, that was very offensive.
I don't. What did you say that offended me?
Well, sometimes I
story over and over. I tend to tell the same stories over and over again.
yeah, that one. I was really.
I'll tell you the reason why.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I was just teasing
No,
you.
you don't understand. When you're a school teacher, you develop. Okay, this is how this lesson's going. This I might
He is
throw in some
offended.
jokes or something or stories into the. But you got to do it 6 or 7 times during the. So you got to. So
Well-
you know, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't really want to tell that story about that. What's his face that founded the JPL laboratories all the time. But I don't even like talking about Scientology because that won't get you kicked off YouTube. It'll just probably get you whacked.
Mr. Gratu, I respect you. You're one of my best friends. So I don't I say that. I'm just
You
teasing.
didn't offend me about anything.
Yeah, I think you're a little bit hurt by that when I said don't repeat the story. So
No, I said I wasn't actually going to tell that story.
I thought you were
told
mad.
it before.
But anyway, don't
Trust
be
me,
offended.
I've had students say, "Oh, you're going to tell that story again." I'm used to that.
Sometimes my sense of humor is like a Milton Berle type, where I kind of get
As long as
like,
you don't wear a dress, we'll
You know.
be cool.
but I don't mean to be offensive to you. I love you as a friend,
I'm not offended.
you know. Okay. And I love Meyer Greenblatt and Graphic Man as well as friends. They're great guys. Amazing.
Thank you, Tom.
Hmm.
I appreciate
I'm
it.
serious,
Sure.
I needed this in my life. I
Look at
needed a
this great
community
sign I got.
to hang out with.
Hey,
Hop along
It's
Cassidy
fake.
Radio.
Nice.
Yeah.
From 1990. The good old days, 1990.
It's vintage.
Yeah, well, I guess it kind of is.
Yeah. They like up that thing, so things become vintage a lot sooner than they used to now.
Yeah, I think it's
This is
considered 20
really-
years.
Something
This
like
is really
20 years, yeah.
freaking dangerous. The point on this was like you could open packages with this.
So you're saying, Gratu, your friend Gerald's coming over soon. So you're
My
saying
friend-
that
He's not here yet.
we're gonna have to end the stream when he comes over, though, right?
Well, if you guys wanted to keep talking, I mean, yesterday I kept my stream going while I went to the same Mexican restaurant we're going
This is a
to.
6-hour stream.
Well, I was not there. When Hugo's face is on,
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
when this is on,
Yeah.
I'm not there. I may not even be in the house. I probably shouldn't tell people that because, but that just means I'm off washing.
yeah. When
having
Gerald gets there, put Gerald on, and you go get some food or something.
No, he's going. We're all going out to
Oh.
eat. The thing is, I paid $21 or $24 to get unlimited for the month. I might as well get my money's worth. Like tomorrow, there's a Trump rally in Florida. I thought, well, I'll just have a whole cartoon marathon leading up the countdown to the Trump marathon, just because it's like a dream that I've always wanted to program my own radio station or TV station.
Yeah, I wanted to do that
Like
too.
now, I can kind of do that.
I had that same dream as
You could
well.
do Saturday morning cartoons,
Yeah, I mean, I could, and I think I did. Well, I've been doing it on Sundays,
Yeah.
Yeah.
When did I start last Saturday? I don't even remember. It's just something fun. I know it annoys people. Wait, someone's saying great cartoons, by the way. Huff House said that. And let's see what Branko's up to. I know what Tom means by needing a community. I'm not even in your guys' age group, but I enjoy your fellows discussing stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't.
I like that. He sounds like Leave It to Beaver. You're discussing stuff,
Yeah.
Wally.
Right.
I love it when you and Eddie just are discussing stuff.
Yeah. Branko. Branko.
How old are you, Branko? I'm just curious. Maybe he's like in his 70s.
Branko. I've been trying to say that, like, I don't know if Gratu takes me seriously, but I'm, I didn't have like a community of people to hang out with, and I felt very depressed and lonely a lot of the time.
We were talking about this before the show even started. You don't have to explain that. I know exactly.
Yeah, but I'm telling everybody else. I'm telling.
You're
Graphic
explaining
Man,
them.
Meyer
Okay.
Greenbutt.
I have a very similar story.
We
32,
collect this
yeah.
shit. There's nobody.
32.
We don't know people that collect it until we get on YouTube. You go our whole lifetime and meet a few people that are into this stuff, but not the exact pretty much exact matches, very close, with slight variations of what we collect among us four and the people in chat. It's you're 32, okay, and yes, Branko 2 actually. Wait, what is that? 2 actually. Wait, what does that mean? 2 actually. Oh, I didn't see the first comment. Did you upload your first video yet? Yeah, and he's got 2 videos up. I was watching the other one this morning.
Well, that's what I just
the,
typed that in. I didn't know if his second one had made it
yeah,
yet.
no, it's up, and every video he
really
has
good.
more stuff behind him. It's gradually expanding. And he's taking recommendations of what stuff to put on his wall. I guess he's printing it with his computer, or like you do.
I clicked subscribe. I must not have hit that little bell thing. Apparently, YouTube makes you click 17 things to be notified of anything.
Yeah, and he's getting slicker with the transitions and
Good
close-ups. He found a digest that I'd never seen, Gold Key Whitman digest of Boris Karloff. That was really cool. So yeah, everybody subscribe.
Really informative too. Learning about Don Glut, there was some good information.
Well, I look forward to seeing it later.
Don Glut made this 1969 Spider-Man film, I guess on 16 millimeter or Super 8 that you can see on YouTube. Have you guys seen that?
No, I haven't.
Because he even uses a Captain Action Spider-Man doll to do live action. I mean, to do stop motion when he's
Do
crawling.
either of you guys have a Captain video? Because I've never seen one. I would love to see a Phantom.
Captain Action? I've never had a Captain Action. I've got a fake one.
Meyer probably does.
I have the reissues from the 90s. They're all packed up, but I have a number of them. I've got a lot of them.
And the Phantom?
I don't have the Phantom one.
Oh, okay.
I just have all the Marvel hero costumes. And
Captain
maybe
America.
2 or 3 Captain Action figures, but they're not originals from the 60s. They're reissues from the 90s.
I thought it was a great idea when I first learned about it. I thought, why wasn't that around when I was a kid? I would have.
I had the Dr. Evil figure when I was a little kid. I picked out Dr. Evil over Captain Action as like a 5-year-old. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah,
And I enjoyed playing with the villain.
Sure.
Yeah, the villain was cool looking.
He was.
Well, you could pretend the villain's falling off a cliff.
Yeah.
Or you could get your Hot Wheels and run over them. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Captain Action and his normal guys looked like George Bush, the first George Bush. And what was worse was Action Jackson, the first Mego guy, looked like Dr. Smith. Who wants to play with Dr. Smith?
Remember how the legs would be like that on those early Mego figures? Because of the elastic band inside of them?
Yeah, and then that band breaks and all their arms and legs fall off.
Why I love Mark's toys so much, because they're built to last, made out of like crazy polymers that were devised during the war when Louis Marx converted the toy factories to making plastics for the military. And that's why I like Mark's.
Well, Meyer, when you get settled, I'd love to see you get those figures out again. So
absolutely. I think once I get moved, I'll probably be doing a lot of unboxing type videos because I got a lot of stuff packed up that's kind of random, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be like Christmas every day when I unpack.
Excellent.
Okay.
Were you going to show us a Spider-Man?
Well, I was just going to show little glimpses of it. I just typed into YouTube Don Gluth Spider-Man 69. I think he wrote some scripts for the 67 ABC Spider-Man cartoon, but this is his. Hold on. How do I make this? So this is really the first live-action Spider-Man.
Well, looks like I got my job all cut out for me.
Imagine if you owned a movie theater and it's time for the new Tom Holland Spider-Man, and you put this on and to watch the audience reactions.
That'd be more entertaining than the actual movie, probably.
Was that a Volkswagen? He almost got run over.
Oh, I guess Gold Key Geezer must have given me that information. He says it was the 80s Spidey cartoon. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, that was flawless.
That wasn't an Amigo doll. That was a Captain Action, Branko, because this is from 1969, this film. And Migo's Spider-Man didn't come out until about 73, I think.
There's enough evidence here to convict Dr. Lightning. Tape recordings, photographs, journals.
But why are you so interested in Dr. Lightning?
I'm Dr. Lightning's daughter. Ever since my father was disfigured in that electrical fire, he's been mad. By exposing him, he might return to his senses.
I see. Okay, we'll be glad to run the story.
So, do you guys know about the movie from Turkey or India where Spider-Man's the villain? He's a killer. He buries people in the dirt to be eaten by ants up to their neck. Do you know about that?
No, I don't.
And then the heroes are Captain America and Santo, the Mexican wrestler.
Sounds like something got lost in translation there.
Yeah, I think it's called Zev Adam or something like that. Let's see if I can find it. There's also a Star Trek that's Turkish, I think.
Loki is awful.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe, what is that called? No, it's something Adam. Let's try Spider-Man. What's really cool is the Japanese Spider-Man. There's one episode where he fights the Thing. The Thing is a villain. It's done by Toei Studios. Spider-Man. Let's try Spider-Man Adam. No, that's not it. There was some guy this morning that I saw on Facebook. He had Grand Theft Auto modifications where it was hilarious. Maybe I can find it. It was Grand Theft Auto 5 mod, and he was playing as a gorilla, and he was fighting Superman, and he was kicking cars out of the way. Let's try Gorilla and I saw it on Facebook, but apparently you can do all kinds of crazy stuff by modifying stuff on Grand Theft Auto.
Hyundai Santa Fe versus Subaru Outback. Hyundai Santa Fe wins every time. Now gets.
Hey guys, कैसे हैं आप सभी लोग? पहचाना मुझे? अरे बॉस, हम इनके साथ काम नहीं कर सकते यार, ये तो पागल है सारे। चलो साथियों, इसमें बैठ जाओ। अरे यार, तुम लोग गाड़ी भी छोटी लाए हो, हमारे साथी कुछ रह गए। अब तो याद आ गया होगा। हम सिखाते हैं। एक मिनट रुको आप, मेरे हाथ में बम है अभी।
I was seeing somebody running around in a city as the gorilla. Apparently you can do just about anything with this game. You can modify the characters. Okay, well, that's not what we came here for. So, God, what was Turkish. It's not Indian. Turkish Spider-Man. Spider-Man. I know there's supposed to be a dash in it, but Spider-Man, Captain America.
Hey, Gratu,
Yeah,
what's your favorite comic?
my favorite comic. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the old Fantastic Four, because I don't know. Oh, it's not John. He uses a blade of a motorboat to. But yeah, this wasn't authorized by Marvel. But oh, this is the whole movie. It's an hour and 19 minutes long. And they even have subtitles. That's when I get where a battle scene. I really hate not having a mouse. I'm using my like this finger deal. It's very difficult. Come on.
Well,
oh, there's Captain America.
Good night, Americanos.
Trust me, it's fun. Oh, here they have a little short clip.
It's the $5 Grande Nachos, only at Taco Bell.
so Gratu, you don't use ad block.
Are you ready? Ready to dance and discover?
Yes, I use it. Can't you tell? No, I don't. I'm cheap. I need.
You don't have to pay for it. You don't pay for it.
How do I use ad block?
You have to download it and download it for your internet browser, and then you don't have any ads on your YouTube
Oh,
videos.
good. Yeah, thank you. I didn't know about it. Because usually I don't watch YouTube on this computer. I watch it on my phone or on Roku, and I don't have these problems.
And it's free. It's a free program.
All right. Well, then I'll get that.
Because I can't stand ads on YouTube. I can't stand watching all their dumb ads, So I didn't know if you knew about it, Gratu. I wasn't sure.
I don't think so. I thought you had to pay YouTube to not have commercials.
Yeah, they want you to pay them to not have commercials, but you can download ad block for free though, and then
Do you know the Batwoman movie from Mexico?
Yeah, I think I've seen that one.
Okay, it's called La Mujer Murcielago. She's got a suit that looks like the Adam West suit. And I think you can get the whole movie. Yeah, you get the whole movie here on YouTube. She fights like the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Do you have like an army of girls?
Well, she's a Mexican wrestler in her civilian identity. No, that's the Wild Woman that's the Wild World of Batwoman.
Yes,
This is
that's what I'm
the
thinking of.
Batwoman.
Yeah. I haven't seen this one.
This is the good. You have or haven't?
I have not. Yeah,
this is the good one. The other one's kind of lame. This one's a lot closer to the Batman look. And she just basically wears a bikini, but yeah, there's a monster similar to Creature from the Black Lagoon at some point. And this kind of stuff you used to have to get bootleg on VHS, but now YouTube has brought the whole world to us. I'm not getting anything.
they ended the movie there.
Oh, they just went on too long with the recording. Yeah. Okay, so that's cool. And
good quality too.
Yeah. There's the Japanese Spider-Man, which Disney won't let you see, but you can see the opening credits. Here's someone that just has the best parts. He's not Peter Parker, but the suit looks better than the one in the TV show, the 78 TV show. This was also 1978. And so he looks right, but he has a flying robot and a car that he drives, and he has, he fights giant monsters. And, his origin's completely different. Some kind of alien thing. But it's the Toei studio that would later do Kamen Rider and what's called Power Rangers in the United States. And they always did great superhero shows. But at one point, he does fight the Thing. It really pretty much is the Thing. But this is the opening credits.
I have a convenience store delivery for Super Grover.
Oh yeah, he said just put it there.
My God. Yeah, everything's superior to the one with Nicholas Hammond.
Yeah, definitely.
Change the apart. 君はなぜ戦い続けるのか命をかける
And you guys know there was an anime Tomb of Dracula?
What, Gratu?
You know that there was an anime Tomb of Dracula?
No.
Okay, cool. So I'm opening up all these rabbit holes for you.
Do you like anime, Meyer?
I'm not a huge fan, but I like Tomb of Dracula.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Yeah, it was called Dracula Sovereign of the Damned in 1980. So
no, not at all.
And it's the plot line. It's the Marvel comic. This is off of a laser disc, it looks like. Yeah, not many people know about this, but then...
I don't know what this thing...
Someone's dubbed it into English.
Every moment we've been together. Such a man could not possibly be all.
That is anime later on.
You did inherit some of my powers, and that must be why you were revived. So
So anyway, that gives you a whole nother, let's see.
Something all new to watch for sure.
Stuff to look at.
What is up with this thing?
There's one episode of Spider-Man on YouTube. Franco, are you going to seek out any of the comics I showed? Tom asks. And I disagree, Gratu. I'm a huge fan of the Nicholas Hammond Spider-Man series. Well, I just didn't like it at the time because it doesn't have the cast from the comic, and Peter Parker doesn't seem like the same guy from the comic, and Spider-Man just appears for a little bit at the end of each episode, and I mean, Nicholas Hammond is good. He's a good actor and everything. I wanted it to be closer to what I read in the comics.
Yeah, I did too. I felt the same way about both series, about Hulk and Spider-Man. I just wanted it to be like what I was reading in the comics.
Yeah. I mean, the Hulk was a really good show, much better, I think, than the Spider-Man show, which is why it lasted longer. But it was not It was not like the comic, but it was like The Fugitive, which was a great show. And so, but I guess Graphic Man signed out while I was showing.
Yeah,
I've got to go as well. I'm
I
going to take
gotta, because the doorbell's ringing. I'm hearing the dog barking. So Gerald's here. So you
Thanks
can
so much,
find
you
out
guys.
Myra
I had
and
a
I'll
great
take-
time. It was great finally meeting you, Tom. I really enjoyed myself. It was fantastic. I'll be looking up some of those comics. Gratu, as always, it's a pleasure. Thank you so much. And
Thanks.
Chat as well. Take care, guys.
It's great meeting you, Meyer. I hope to talk to you again.
Take care.
Take care, guys.
All right. And so, Tom, yeah, this has been great. It's almost 7-hour stream. This is nuts. But I gotta run because Gerald's here. The dog's barking. My wife says she's gonna get the door, but I need to go say hi to him. And I'm starving, so I'm gonna head out and eat. You're probably hungry too.
Yeah, I gotta eat too.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. The only problem is having all these bright lights in my eyes. That's why I was shutting them off because it's starting to.
Now, do you have a ring light like my ASMR friend has?
No, well, I do, but it's really my wife's. I was trying.
That's how she does her videos. She bought one of those ring lights.
Yeah.
You know?
But the thing about it, I have an old 50s light. I can't pull it up here to show you. I was using the ring light, but then I was thinking that's fluorescent. If I was doing a 7-hour stream with a fluorescent light, fluorescent fades posters.
Oh, yeah.
And it takes all the red out. You ever see a poster that's in a window too long and it's all blue? I don't want to do that to posters. So I said, it'll make me look better, but I'm going to use this light with an incandescent bulb.
Well, you look good like this as long as it's not damaging to your eyes at any.
Yeah, I already have these problems, these floaters dancing around in my eyes that started last summer. So
that's not good.
I don't have any choice. I mean, it's like apparently a part of aging, so it apparently happens to everyone. So
really, I didn't. Oh, geez, I didn't know that.
It's not that bad. It's just sometimes you notice them, sometimes you don't. You know what a floater is, but it's like
I'm not really. Is it like lights you see like floating in the air?
No, not really. It's kind of like if you look at the sun real for just like a millisecond, and you just like little spots. I don't know.
Oh man, that sounds.
I mean, you could look it up online. They'll have a picture of what it kind of looks like. But
you're okay though. You're not seeing that like your vision isn't.
No, I'm okay. It's just sometimes it's annoying because I don't like that. But I don't like my knees cracking when I stand up either. It's just apparently I was told it doesn't mean you're going blind. It's not anything to worry about. Dr. So Rage, they look like microbes to me, and they look like little organisms, says Franco.
I haven't seen
orgasms. I think he didn't mean orgasms.
Did I tell you? Do you have time for a quick story?
Very quick.
Okay. When I was in high school, I'd never heard the word orgasm, and when I was in science class in grade 9, the teacher wanted us to read aloud from the textbook. So when it was my turn to read, I'd be reading about organisms in the textbook, and I always pronounced it orgasm because I thought that's what it was. And everybody'd be laughing at me in the class, and the teacher was laughing. And I'd be like, why are they laughing? He says, no, just go on with your reading. It's fine. It's fine. And I had no idea what the word meant. I thought that's how you pronounce it.
That was funny and was probably recording it secretly.
Yeah. So that's something that happened to me when I was in grade 9.
Well, that's... Did the class laugh?
Oh, they all laughed at me. Yeah. And I didn't know why.
He didn't want to stop and explain that to you because he just didn't. He just said, "Go." I would have gotten someone else to read real quick. Okay.
No,
I wouldn't want to embarrass you, and I also wouldn't have to stop and explain the difference between the two words and have parents like, "Why are you talking about it?"
He just correct me. He'd say, "No, Tom, it's organism," and then he'd be smirking and everything. I didn't know why it was so funny.
Yeah, when the teacher's laughing too, you know that there's something up. Yeah.
I didn't know why it was so funny, but
No, it's just that would have been funny. I would have had a hard time not laughing too. That's because teachers are humans.
Yeah, no, it is funny. Today I'd laugh if a student did that. Sure.
That's funny, yeah. But anyway, hey there, Gerald.
Hey, Gerald.
Up the show.
It was a good game to sing too. It was fun singing on your stream today.
Yeah. Well, now that we know that with the music, and I think with the puppet, it's really brilliant. programming, and we need to do that more often. So figure out some songs for next time and pull out some of those other magazines, and we'll do this. I got to run to eat before the restaurant closes. So,
Okay.
So
thanks for having me. You're an amazing friend, Bratu.
Yep, you too. Take care.
I'll see you around.
Bye.